because of Bill Belichick. Atlanta, Dallas with Galloway, and Miami. So those 7 teams have no first-round picks. Unlike the last couple of years, where last year quarterback was 1, 2, 3, and 5 in the top half of the draft, and the year before with Manning and Leaf, quarterback was 1, 2. This is more a nuts and bolts at the very top of the draft. Defense hasn't been first since 1994, since Cincinnati took Big Daddy Wilkinson. So we've had 5 years when an offensive player has gone at the top of the draft. This is kind of going back to the roots a little bit, and then you're probably going to have tackle and linebacker next before your first skill player. However, look for a half dozen receivers to go, started by Peter Warrick. Look for 4 running backs to go, probably in the top 21, if not higher than that, although you never know. So there will be some skill players, you know, from college, but probably only one quarterback, Chad Pennington. So a little different flavor than the last couple of years if you've watched the draft. Wanted to give you the big picture before we get into the microbreweries, which we begin with Cleveland's pick officially to the podium and the commissioner. And the fan poll, almost 50% say what? That they should pick Courtney Brown, and guess what? The other 50%, you're out of luck. There he is. There he is, and to Cleveland he shall be.
The first choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Cleveland Browns select Courtney Brown, defensive end, Penn State.
.6'4", 269 from South Carolina. A lot of his family's up. I met a couple of his young nephew. They're all so polite. They're all so excited. And then they should be. What a great day this is. You've worked hard. Talk about a... Here he is.
Chris, I think you bring up a great point. Here's a young man that's really earned this opportunity. He has worked hard. He did outstanding things at Penn State. He showed an awful lot of quickness, an awful lot of speed. He's not the biggest guy, which really impresses me. I think his frame can get bigger. I think it's fair, as Tommy mentioned, to say this could be the next Bruce Smith that we're talking about. Maybe doesn't have the length of the arms. Maybe doesn't have the size up front. I think the big thing for him, he's going to have to learn to take on double teams. The big thing that young defensive ends have to learn is they've got to find complementary moves. He can't just be an outside rusher. He's going to have to rely on power and strength, and he'll have to wind up with some type of a move that takes him inside to be a complete defensive end. Right now, he certainly has the speed and the intensity. I think the other things he'll be able to work with in the Brown organization.
He joins Bruce Smith, #1 overall pick in the draft in 1985. And Leroy Selman, defensive end in 1976, #1 overall pick in the draft. Bruce Smith will be a Hall of Famer. Leroy Selman is a Hall of Famer. Too Tall Jones was also a #1 overall pick. So at defensive ends, there's some pretty good pedigree. You picked one at defensive end, you turn out pretty darn good for a decade.
You really do, Chris. I think with Courtney Brown, you look at all that ability, and such a nice kid and such a humble young man. The intensity, I think that's something he needs to pick up. Talk about Bruce Smith with the fire, the determination. Once you get into the NFL and you're going up against those bookend tackles with a great technique, that's what's going to be interesting to see if he can pick it up. Arrington already has it. Brown needs to develop it in the National Football League.
That's Tim Couch, who you saw up there, who last year was in Courtney's spot. It's a nice touch by the Browns.
Well, it really is, Chris. But in regards to what Mel said, you know, I've been around some guys that really could knock you down, and they were nice. But when they put that uniform on, they all of a sudden found a nasty streak that you wouldn't see generally. I think Courtney Brown, when he puts a uniform on, becomes the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde of football. He plays with such great intensity.
Well, I tell you what, when you have about a half with 6 months to kind of make your decision, it's not that surprising that the coach who made this choice is readily available to ESPN. And that, of course, is Chris Palmer, the coach of the Cleveland Browns. He's with our Susie Colbert. And, Suze, they got their man.
Chris, they certainly did. And, Chris, we know how difficult this decision was. LeVar Arrington actually rated higher on the draft board. So why Courtney Brown?
Well, we had a long, healthy discussion about both players, and they're both outstanding football players. They come from an outstanding football program at Penn State. And basically what it came down to was that the defensive end is a factor in rushing the quarterback, and that's what we decided on. But both players are outstanding football players, and we couldn't go wrong with either guy, but we decided on Courtney Brown, and we're very, very happy.
There were some questions whether or not, because he's so polite and quiet, is he nasty enough for the NFL?
Well, I think if you go back and look at some of the Big Ten quarterbacks, when they threw an interception, he had a knack of turning around and hunting him up and knocking him to the ground. So I don't think the quarterbacks in the Big Ten think he's really a mild-mannered guy on the field. He's a guy that plays within himself. He's an outstanding football player. And when you see a guy that is a good student, is a good person, and is an outstanding football player, you like to see those guys finish first.
The Browns signed defensive end Keith McKenzie in the offseason, but we can assume that Courtney Brown will be starting at right defensive end. What adjustments will he have to make from the college level to the pro level?
Well, I told Keith McKenzie he would be the starting defensive end going into camp, and we'll have competition at every position. And, you know, Courtney will have to try to get the number one spot, and Keith's got to hold the number one spot. So it'll be an interesting training camp for those defensive ends.
Of course, Joe Paterno, his coach at Penn State, called Courtney Brown the best defensive end in Penn State history. Now we'll see if he can be the best defensive end in Cleveland Browns history. Let's go to Mike Tirico, who is with Courtney Brown.
Susie, thank you. Courtney, congratulations. Turn around a second. You have Bruce Smith's picture back here, Too Tall Jones, over there Plunkett, Elway, all the number one picks of all time, and now you're one of them. How does it feel?
Feels great. I consider it a blessing and an honor to be the first player picked in the 2000 draft, and I just want to give thanks to the Lord for his many blessings, and give thanks to my family, my mom and dad who made it out here, and just give thanks to my coaches back at school, everybody who played a part in this, all my family back at home, and Alvin, family and friends, everyone who's supporting this thing, and I just want to say thanks.
You mentioned Alvin, South Carolina, town of 800. They're at the Kinlaw's barbershop all watching and cheering, I'm sure, right now. Tell me what it's like for a small-town guy to be the number one pick in the draft here in the big city and really live a dream.
It's exciting, man. It's really exciting. It's hard to put into words, but I feel real good, and I'm thankful, and I just want to say hey to everyone back in Alvin.
Congratulations, Courtney. Courtney Brown, number one pick. Tim Couch handed the jersey, somewhat symbolic. We'll see what happens down the road. The Washington Redskins are the team on the clock next. And remember, at NFL.com and ESPN.com, Draft Central has you completely updated. You can join in and get in on the fan poll. Who will the Washington Redskins pick? They have the number 2 overall pick in the draft and number 3. They're on the clock. You look at their war room as we come back from New York and around the NFL.
So Courtney Brown, defensive end, Penn State, the first pick. It looks like his college teammate will be the second pick, LeVar Arrington. But we should explain that when you are back-to-back on the clock, as Washington is now, as the Jets will be later, you get 30 minutes. So in a rare invoking of the rules here at the draft, you get the full 30 minutes. And even if you make that your first of the 2 picks immediately, you get the complete 30 minutes. So it's Washington's half hour. 15 minutes of fame. In Washington, it's 30 minutes of fame. Our polls, 61%, I'm informed, say they should pick LeVar Arrington. And the Skins, Joe, as you know, always try to please the Redskin faithful.
With the second choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Washington Redskins select LeVar Arrington, linebacker, Penn State.
Double teammates.
Chris, I think when you look at LeVar Arrington, you're talking about a situation with the Washington Redskins where you need desperately help at the outside linebacker position. You need an attitude in the front seven that he will provide. I credit Vinny Serrato, Daniel Snyder for not playing games here and making Arrington the 3rd pick, not creating a disharmony with negotiations early. Make LeVar Arrington the 2nd pick overall. He deserves to be the 2nd pick. He wanted to be a Washington Redskin all along. And I'll tell you what, when we look down the road 3 years from now, back when this draft, and you see a Lawrence Taylor Jr. Sahal type, LeVar Arrington playing for the Washington Redskins, maybe developing and being the factor behind the Redskins, maybe representing the NFC in the Super Bowl this year. What a pick this could be.
We talked about the nastiness of an attitude. You said Courtney Brown may have to develop it. And when you have a young man like Arrington, he's a guy, there you see him coming out. He's a guy who's just really excited to be a Washington Redskin. He's coming to an organization that is bound and determined to build themselves a championship right now. That with the signings they've had, to be around a Bruce Smith. You almost have a situation where you get like Leonard Marshall and Lawrence Taylor were when you have an Arrington and a Bruce Smith playing next to one another. The thing that he's going to have to do is he's going to have to learn to play a bit more disciplined in this defense. He does have the opportunity to have someone like a Mark Harrier behind him and a Sam Shade, veterans as safeties, so he will be able to be cut loose and go after the quarterback. The Redskins wanted a playmaker on defense. They got one.
Joe, you were right. They did get a great linebacker, and I'll tell you what, you see LeVar Arrington bouncing around, the attitude, the emotion. I tell you, he gets you fired up. There's no question about that. Look at the size, 6'3", 250, chiseled frame, tremendous speed and athleticism. You see all the production, the block kicks, the LeVar leap. Remember, this is a guy with a great running back in high school, scored 72 touchdowns at the prep level, was recruited in terms of basketball by the likes of Georgetown, UMass, and North Carolina. So the athleticism that he had at the high school level translated into all those sacks with the Nittany Lions of Penn State. You see him here. Watch this play. The LeVar leap into the backfield and nailed the running back for a tackle for a loss. An incredible play here against Purdue. He got after Drew Brees, as Courtney Brown did that afternoon. Here against Pittsburgh, this is late in the LeVar leap again, blocking the field goal. And you see intimidation in his game, not just on a game basis in the big games. Every week and every time he puts on those pads, he goes about his business in a very workmanlike, very serious manner. Here he drew a penalty flag, took a seat on the sidelines for a while, but when you look at LeVar Arrington, that's what he brings you, that attitude and the emotion and a passion for the game that really, I think, in this draft, you guys, is second to none. I think you see here the causing the interception. This is the A&M game where Jerry Sandusky, defensive coordinator, his last game, LeVar Arrington, Courtney Brown set out the win one for Jerry Sandusky. They shut out the Aggies of Texas A&M. Arrington was the key guy there, and for me, I tell you, it wasn't hard to say, okay, who's the best player in this draft? In my opinion, there's no doubt LeVar Arrington is that player.
So what a proud moment, of course, for Penn State. Now, a few years ago, we had 1-3 go at the draft at the top of the at the 97 draft when Orlando Pace and Sean Springs went 1-3 from Ohio State. But as far as 1-2, that's a different story. It's only happened twice. In 1984, Irving Fryer was selected by the Patriots. Dean Steinkuhler on the offensive line by the then Houston Oilers. 1967, Bubba Smith. So Clint Jones from Michigan State selected too by the Minnesota Vikings. Since the common draft, this now is only the third time that college teammates have gone 1-2. It's not often that the Washington Redskins or any team that has serious Super Bowl aspirations get to pick not only once, but twice this high in any draft. So 2-3 puts them in a position where, well, their young owner, Daniel Snyder, feels they have a distinct Super Bowl possibility. Ed Werder is in Washington, and it's got to be excitement, Ed.
Yeah, in fact, it was interesting. All along they've maintained that Courtney Brown and LeVar Arrington didn't make any difference to them which one was left. But when the Browns chose Brown and left Arrington for the Redskins, there was not raucous celebration in the Redskins war room, but there was certainly a definite reaction. They were very happy that LeVar Arrington was left for them. There was no real drama in who they wanted. They wanted Arrington all along, and then the only difference was whether he'd be the second pick or the third. I think they were pretty enlightened about the fact that they didn't want to start what they view as a long partnership with a potentially great player off on an acrimonious note by putting him, for negotiating purposes, behind an offensive lineman like Chris Samuels and in front of a Bengals pick for negotiating tactic purposes. I think they got some assurances that this will not be an acrimonious contract negotiation, that there will be an understanding he'll be in camp on time, Mike, and then also that he will accept deferred money as part of his signing bonus.
Ed, that is all important down the line to LeVar Arrington, but right now the important thing is being selected and being with family. I've never seen a larger family turnout at the draft. What do you have, 30 people here?
About close to 40. Yeah, it's a lot.
For you, what is this moment like? You thought about it all night, and there was some talk you might be number 3, you might be number 2. Did it matter? Did it send a message from Washington to you that you were the guy they really wanted since they took you number 2?
Well, I think they really want me and Chris, but I really just feel like, you know, we've been in close contact through the whole process, and I mean, look, you know, it's just, I think we developed a great relationship before the draft even came around. So I was pretty confident that that things will go this way.
All right, a chat with you at NFL.com, ESPN.com, Draft Central. We'll visit with you a little bit later. You have some family to hug and some people to talk to on the computer.
Can I just say one thing? I have a whole lot of family at home in Pittsburgh. Grandma, I know you wanted to be here. I love y'all. Hey, we did it. We're going to get it done. All right, and peace to all my people in Pittsburgh.
Why don't you throw it to Chris Berman since you're taking over the show?
Hey, Chris, we're going to give it back to you.
Unbelievable. Go ahead, Bill.
He's already auditioning.
You know what they said is he's infectious. We met him yesterday for 5-10 minutes. It is infectious, and he's already learned something about this business. The value of what we call a segue. That means moving seamlessly from one subject to another subject. He wanted to welcome his family members who couldn't make the trek here to New York. Family values at the top of the charts when we look at LeVar Arrington in the crosshairs.
In the crosshairs.
I'm LeVar Arrington, a linebacker from Penn State. The influence of my father growing up, he went to Nam, and he raised me and my two brothers on yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am discipline. He ended up losing both his legs because his feet got caught in the tank tread. To know that your father, almost died on the battlefield is, it's kind of moving and humbling. My father was a great athlete too, so one day, he's a great athlete, great person, and the next, he can't be a great athlete anymore because, he can't run. For as long as it took for me to understand, what my father really went through, I think is a testimony of the way my father deals with life. I run for my father. I look at it that way, but I run for my father. Me and my mother are pretty much exact clones. Like, we bump heads. We're so much alike. She's something else. She's a strong woman. She's a school teacher in the inner city, and she takes kids that in most cases wouldn't have a chance to succeed in life, and she gives them the training that they need so that they can have that chance and equal opportunity to be successful in life. I really adore my mother for day in and day out working with these kids, and I adore it so much and I admired her so much that was the major I took up in college. So in one aspect, I love to be like my father, and in another aspect, I love to be like my mother.
LeVar Arrington.
I should add this about LeVar. Yesterday, they were looking at that piece and some other pieces of Courtney Brown, et cetera, that you'll see later on in the program. They were in the truck, and really, these kids don't have a chance to get in a TV truck that often, and they were interested in it. And he said, wait a minute. So I got to go to probably Washington when they draft me. Can we come back to New York day 2 to host that with Mike Tirico? And I think he's already put on his dibs. He wants to be day 2 with Mike and Mel. Joe, you and I are out of work.
We're out of work.
How did Washington get to pick 2 and get to pick 3 after they won the NFC East for the first time since the Joe Gibbs years? Well, they got this pick, of course, last year when they were the big dealers in the Ricky Williams trade that allowed the Saints to move up to take Ricky Williams, and essentially they got to move into this spot. That's the Saints pick. The third pick, which is on the clock now, is San Francisco's pick, but what they did was trade 12 and 24 or 4 and 5 for San Francisco to move up here. So that's how, courtesy of the NFC West, the NFC East chance, the Washington Redskins try to further distance themselves in their division. This is Chris Samuels. He should be next. We'll tell you if he is when we come back. Current NFL players, Tony Gonzalez, a #1 draft pick a couple of years ago, and a Pro Bowler. There's a #1 draft pick a year ago, Damian Woody with the Patriots. And that's some NFL players who are chatting now at the ESPN zone, so you can get on the computer if you know how to do that. Some of us don't, so we rely on television.
I figured out how to do it. I can do that now.
The Washington Redskins.
Yeah.
This is a team that won the NFC East for the first time since Joe Gibbs.
Right.
This is a team that almost beat Tampa Bay in Tampa Bay, who then almost beat St. Louis in St. Louis. Therefore, if you do a little math, you figure they're not that far away, perhaps, from the Super Bowl. However, this was a team, Joe, that was in some serious turmoil for a lot of reasons. But they go out, and at the end of the season, they add Bruce Smith, future Hall of Famer, who can certainly still play, who may have had his best game of the year, by the way, in the playoff game you did against Tennessee. Right. They add Jeff George to back up Brad Johnson, who had a 4,000-yard season. You see anything that they've done to deter them from that path?
I think, first of all, you have to give an awful lot of credit to Daniel Snyder. Here is a guy who's taken his aggressiveness from the business world and brought it into the world of professional football. And you say to yourself, how can a young man who's been a fan so much be able to do so many things? Vinny Serrato, as general manager, has done a terrific job of spreading the money out, so they're really not going to get jammed when it comes to a cap. This football team is not looking to be just victorious in the year 2000. They're looking ahead. That's why when you look at a Chris Samuels possibly, or a LeVar Arrington, and you bring in a Bruce Smith, a Mark Carrier to go along with Sam Shade at the safety position, and then you have a Brad Johnson, whom they brought in last year, which really was the key for Norv Turner to get his offense going. Now you add Jeff George, because you have to have two quarterbacks in this league if you're going to be successful. This football team has postured itself not just to be successful now, but down the road as well. You got to like what Daniel Snyder has brought to this football team. It's exciting to be a Washington Redskin fan again.
Well, and to bring it back to the glory days of the Redskins, of which you had something to do with and which you know a little bit about, I think the guys up front, known as the Hogs, were pretty important in the success of the Redskins.
Just a little bit.
And here's one Y2K style, Mel.
It really is. When you look at Chris Samuels and see how he compares to the other great offensive tackles over the years, or of course we're looking at Tony Baselli, Jonathan Ogden, Orlando Pace, their grades. Samuels cut below those three, in my opinion. I think you wouldn't categorize Samuels right now as a destroyer in run-blocking situations. He did start 42 consecutive games at Alabama. Then, of course, the knee injury late, missed the Orange Bowl, arthroscopic surgery. He's back to 100% right now from the injury. I think when you look at Samuels, outstanding pass blocker. He's not 305 anymore. He's 6'5", 322 right now. You see the size now up to 325. When you look at Chris Samuels, we talked about the pass blocking ability. We're talking about a natural left tackle with great feet. Here's against Alex Brown, who's an outstanding pass rusher at Florida, keeping him at bay. And remember, he's going to be protecting the blind side of Brad Johnson. Andy Heck also in the mix, but the blind side protection of Brad Johnson, who's had some durability problems in the past, he is going to be a key guy. And that's why the Redskins, third pick overall, you elevate because of need at that left tackle position. Chris Samuels, I think, will not be asked maybe right away to be the starter, but it won't take long before he is in that lineup. Andy Heck, kind of insurance. Here again, Alex Brown. See the natural feet and balance and technique that he has, the experience with all those starts, 42 consecutive starts before the knee injury.
The other thing, too, Bo, if you get a Chris Samuel and a LeVar Arrington, there's two young guys who work against each other an awful lot and get better as they grow.
So what are you telling me, that Chris Samuels is going to have a day off when he plays a game on Sunday? Well, you know, in our .com poll where you fans are participating today, 40% say they like Chris Samuels as the pick here. 40% say they should go wide receiver and the mercurial Peter Warrick. Or not quite mercurial, which is why he may not be the #1 pick. Well, the fans, the 40%, one of you were right. Let's go to the commissioners.
With the third choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Washington Redskins select Chris Samuels, tackle, University of Alabama. The Cincinnati Bengals are now on the clock.
Young man from Mobile, Alabama, Chris Samuels. So he becomes the Hogs of the new generation, Joe. And you know, the names Jacoby, Grimm, of course, Grimm was a guard.
And actually, as a matter of fact, is the offensive line coach now for the Washington Redskins, Russ Grimm. So he's done a wonderful job with that offensive line. We mentioned Andy Heck being brought in. Andy Heck was re-signed at the left tackle position. It gives Chris Samuels an opportunity to work his way in. You don't necessarily want to throw somebody into the position. It's great to have the latitude to work him in. The Redskins now have got some depth in that offensive line. It helps them an awful lot. This is a football team that is just not built, as I said, for today, but they're building for the future with the two young draft choices that they've made.
What a proud moment for Chris and his family. You know, these guys, I think we forget sometimes, because everybody is so scrutinized publicly, that these are young men who have worked for this position. And try and put yourselves at home in their footsteps, in their shoes, in their mom and dad or grandparents or brothers and sisters' shoes. Try to understand some of the emotions that go with this day. I think we forget that sometimes as we look. Well, there's the family, and of course we had a glimpse, or we'll have a glimpse, in the war room as well, with the Washington Redskins headquarters. And It's right, Joe. I mean, it's such an exciting day. It's a culmination of what you worked for thus far.
It really is. And again, it's when the front office and the coaching staff and all the scouts work so hard to find the right people that fit into not only your system, but also the needs of your football team. And that's exactly what the Redskins as an organization have done. They work very hard. You'll see as we gave you shots of the war room, Vinny Serrato on the left, Daniel Snyder on the right with their jackets off, Norv Turner very relaxed, sitting back, Foge Fazio, the new linebacker coach, Ray Rhodes, the new defensive coordinator, all very comfortable with the choices. And after this pick, they're pretty much done for quite a while now. The Redskins get to relax and sit back and really enjoy and watch the draft like everyone else.
Knowing that they got guys that probably will be in the starting lineup immediately. By the way, Anthony Munoz in 1980 was picked in the number 3 overall pick. That worked out pretty well for the Bengals. Some other picks since that time have not, which is our perfect segue to the Cincinnati Bengals. Once again, are picking early. Peter Warrick is on the phone. Is the suspense over this quickly? We'll be back. Last night, a lot of these top draft picks had a chance to sample the zone burgers and other delights at the ESPN zone, where we come from every Monday night and Monday Night Football.
I had dinner there last night, too.
Well, Norv Turner and the Redskins are now, as Joe mentions, barring a trade, off until the 64th overall pick. They have no second. They got a third-round pick that's pretty high. But Norv and the guys can relax a little bit, so they're beaming. They're with Ed Werder right now, with the coach of the NFC East Division champs. Ed?
Well, Chris, and teams that win the division one year are not supposed to pick second and third the next spring. That's not the way it's designed. It's almost unfair. You look at the War Room, and they were very excited when they made their 2 picks, and they got LeVar Arrington and Chris Samuels. Norv, did both of these guys come in right away and become starters for your team?
Well, that's certainly when you pick players there, that's what you hope to have happen. That's what we plan to have happen. We had it happen a year ago with our first 2 picks, Champ Bailey, John Jansen. We hope we can have it happen again.
Since LeVar Arrington can rush the passer, is that the area where he'll give you the most help initially, and does that reduce the learning curve for a rookie?
Well, I think we looked at LeVar and felt he's capable of coming in and playing linebacker, rushing the passer, covering, doing whatever we want him to do. When you look at the 2 guys, that's why our War Room looked like it did. It's really hard to please an entire room, but in a half-hour period, we pleased the defensive staff with Arrington and then turned right around and pleased the offensive staff getting Chris Samuels.
Now, you were in the wide receiver chase in the free agent market. You went after Joey Galloway to a point. You were interested to some degree in Keyshawn Johnson. Was Peter Warrick a consideration at all instead of Samuels, or do you look at it like we've got an immobile quarterback who's been injury-prone in his career? We got to get the left tackle.
Well, I think Peter Warrick was a consideration for everyone. We felt we did what was best for our football team, and we feel we've got 2 great players.
What expectations for the Redskins now on the basis of what you accomplished last year and what you've done here today?
Hey, we've got lofty expectations. We think we're going to be a real good football team. The coach will come out of me. We have a lot of work to do.
All right, let's go back to New York and Chris.
All right, Ed, thank you. When we saw Norv Turner in the offseason last year, go, shh, don't let our secret out. We think we're pretty good. Secret's long out this year, that's for sure. And by the way, number 56, outside linebacker. Is that a
Chris,
Joe?
don't look at me, Chris. I've seen enough 56s. I'm glad to see somebody like that wear one, though.
And now, as the Skins will revel in their picks, the Cincinnati Bengals, who for the 6th time in the last 9 years own a pick in the top 6. A team that had the worst record in the 1990s, which is why perhaps they gave them a bye in week number 1 so they'd have an extra week to get over a decade of horrible football and move on to perhaps new strong football. They're moving into a new stadium, Paul Brown Stadium. They hope that this is the start of a new era. And if they want some excitement, they drafted Achilles Smith, quarterback, 1st round last year, very high. You might as well get him someone to throw the ball to. And with Carl Pickens' return question, and with running back Corey Dillon's return questionable, why not get the most exciting player in the draft, which is why this card has gone to the podium.
It's there.
Right?
With the fourth choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Cincinnati Bengals select Peter Warrick, wide receiver, Florida State. Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock with a choice obtained from Atlanta.
Well, we can't say we're very surprised here, and he could have been #1, but as we try to point out, he can be part of the solution to what's been a decade of problem, Mel.
Well, if you have Achilles Smith, you need that big-time weapon, and Peter Warrick could be that type of player. Certainly doesn't have the size or the speed of a Randy Moss, but he is tremendously creative with his hands on the football. You look at Peter Warrick in game situations, has tremendous moves, tremendous explosiveness. See the size there, about 5'10 and a half, only 4'6 speed. That was the concern. That's why he dropped the 4 when you actually factor in off the field concerns. But look at Peter Warrick here. The ability to make the tough reception, the great hands. This is a Louisiana Tech game, season opener. You see Barry Sanders types moves in the broken field here, reversing his field, changing direction, taking it all the way in for a touchdown. That was a close game up until that point. The game 14-7. They rolled in the second half. You see the ability on the short routes to take it the distance, get his hands on the football, and he will make the difference. I think that's what Peter Warrick has. He's a former quarterback at the prep level, so you see the athleticism. Look at those moves. You don't see that in a lot of wide receivers who are more straight line. This guy's tremendous east and west and knows how to get the ball into the end zone. Look at the ability on the deep route to adjust and the concentration. This is against Virginia Tech, national championship game. Sugar Bowl. This is another punt return. Same game, Virginia Tech. He again takes it all the way for the touchdown. There's a reason why I call Peter Warrick a touchdown maker. LeVar Arrington, a touchdown preventer. This guy gets the ball in the end zone. We talked about his ability as a quarterback in high school. They are throwing the touchdown pass to Ron Dugan. They're out of the shotgun, running with the football again, this time against the Florida Gators. Joe, I'll tell you what, he is a multi-dimensional wide receiver.
Not only does he have the different dimensions of a wide receiver, you know, there was another guy we talked about in this draft by the name of, I think it was Jerry Rice, who wasn't necessarily very fast, just turned out to be the best in the game ever. But the way I can project him into Cincinnati, you have Carl Pickens as your possession receiver, Darnay Scott as a guy who can go down the field. Peter Warrick becomes the perfect fit for Bruce Coslett and Ken Anderson as the guy that they can use as the move guy. And you mentioned it, Mel. He is a touchdown maker. He knows how to get in the end zone. He doesn't have to be that fast, but when he gets his hands on the ball, he can make people miss and he can make plays. It's an excellent choice for Cincinnati here.
We should say something else. I think everyone should root for every kid. Everybody wants these players to succeed. Everyone knows, it's well chronicled, that he had a little problem this past year with a shoplifting incident, okay? I mean, that's common knowledge. But I asked around the league to people who I really trust, and I got the same answer. They're not apologizing. They said, that's not baggage, that's college. Everyone you talk to says he's a good kid. He made a mistake like that. This is not a major mistake. We think he's great character. And I got that repeatedly around the league, so that should be stated for record. Mike Tirico, Chris Mortensen, the Bengals have spoken.
Chris, thanks. You talked to his Florida State teammates, and they swear by the guy as well. You saw on the Draft Central, ESPN.com, NFL.com poll, some people thought Washington should have taken Warrick as opposed to Chris Samuels. Why Warrick sliding, quote-unquote, sliding to 4?
Well, you think about what the Redskins, and we alluded to this earlier. They took Desmond Howard once with the fourth pick. That was a bust. They took Michael Westbrook with the 4th pick. That's starting to get some results, but that pretty much is it in NFL draft history. Receivers taken on the top 5. It's about a 50-50 proposition for the Redskins, and they really needed their left tackle, and that's what they did with Chris Samuels. That works with the Bengals. They're happy, I'm sure.
Interesting how so many of those guys tie into today. Keyshawn Johnson, of course, the Jets trade will be the story in the next hour, and Irving Fryer, he and Dean Steinkuhler in '84, the last teammates taken 1-2 in a draft. Let's fire up our Tenacted video conference and bring in the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals. That's Bruce Coslett. Coach, we'll ask you first off, did you get many phone calls and entertain any thoughts of trading that 4th overall pick that you just used for Peter?
Well, we got a few phone calls, but really, with a player of this caliber, we didn't entertain. They weren't that enticing, but you know, we got a heck of a football player. Can you hear me?
Bruce, do you hear us? Apparently we're having some problems hearing Bruce. He does hear us okay, so I'll let you continue on then, Bruce, assuming that the folks at home are hearing. You have Carl Pickens. Is there a trade, I don't want to say imminent, but is that in the plans now that you've brought in Peter Warrick?
I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but now I have a good problem. I got 3 of them that can play, and we can put all 3 on the field, just much like Minnesota did when they got Randy Moss. And, you know, you saw what St. Louis did to the whole league with their 3 wide receivers this year. So, you know, that didn't really enter into it what our other players. We just took the best, who we felt was the best player and an exciting player. And like Theismann just said, the fun doesn't start until he catches the ball.
And you've got a guy to throw him the ball from last year's drafted, Achille. In your perfect world, would Corey Dillon, Warrick, Achille, all your weapons, including Pickens, Darnay Scott, all line up for you when the season gets started?
I sure hope so. You know, and the other thing, it's the first time in several years here that we've had our offensive line coming back intact. So we should be able to move the football.
All right, Bruce, thanks. We'll talk to you during the weekend. Appreciate it.
Okay, Mike, bye.
Bruce Coslet, head coach of the Bengals. The 5 spot comes up next. That belongs to Baltimore. Remember, you can get online at ESPN.com, NFL.com, Draft Central. Who do you think the Ravens should take at number 5, or perhaps a trade? Our draft coverage continues from around the league after this. 1 hour into the draft, and every hour we'll update you on what's been going on. So if you do tune away for a while or you're outside doing something, come on back in. Every hour we'll get you updated. The headlines of this draft so far. Penn State teammates go 1 and 2 with Courtney Brown and LeVar Arrington being taken with the top 2 picks by Cleveland and Washington, respectively. A new hog joins the Redskins and Arrington as a teammate, as Samuels is taken from Alabama and off to Washington. And a new man to throw it to for Cincinnati at the number 4 spot. The Bengals end up taking Peter Warrick. Now the 5 spot, Baltimore. As we've been handicapping, this could be the hot spot of this draft. Let's go to Ravens headquarters and bring in Solomon Wilcox. Sol.
Yeah, Mike, you're right. The number 5 spot has been the hot spot. Many teams inquiring with the Baltimore Ravens about possibly moving up to the number 5 spot. Of course, this morning, Baltimore signed defensive tackle Sam Adams. He was at the airport on his way to Green Bay, but they were able to get a deal in principle with Sam Adams. Now they're looking to trade out of the number 5 spot. I'm told that there are some teams that have called this morning, particularly one team that they have not disclosed. They do have a pick in the top 10, and they're looking to trade to move up to the number 5 spot. Of course, there are many teams who are looking to try to get Florida State's defensive tackle, Corey Simon. For more on the Philadelphia Eagles and how it may affect them at number 6, let's go to Sal Palantonio.
Well, you're right, Solomon. There's definitely a domino effect about what happens in Baltimore at number 5 will definitely impact what the Eagles do at number 6. I talked to Andy Reid on and off this morning, and he's entertaining trade calls from a number of teams. The Green Bay Packers, the Chicago Bears are now interested in moving up from number 9 to number 6, perhaps to get either Plexico Burress or Thomas Jones, the running back. Let's go back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Sal and Solomon, very busy along I-95, that's for sure. This pick, by the way, from Baltimore came last year when Atlanta moved up. And in the second round, opted for a tight end, Reggie Kelly. He really didn't do much, at least not in season number 1. And Baltimore got the pick from Atlanta, which last year they were the defending NFC champs. This year was great because they're one of the worst teams. So Baltimore made out very well. Who, you heard the names. Who should this spot go to, Mel?
I think when you look at it, Chris, we talked about guys like Brian Urlacher, Plaxico Burress, Corey Simon. Those are the guys you might want to move up to get. I think when you look at the running backs, Thomas Jones, Sean Alexander, the all-around ability to not only run with the football, but catch it very well. I think this is where you see the run-on running backs because you have Jones, Arizona's always looked at. Chicago evidently had an interest. Alexander kind of the wild card. Could he drop into the middle of the first? Then you have Jamal Lewis and Ron Dane. Very interesting backs. Jamal Lewis had that major knee injury in '98, then a little injured this past year. If he reverts back to '97 form when he was the top game breaker in the SEC, you could hit the jackpot. Ron Dane, if he keeps that weight at an optimum level, tremendously productive between the tackles. Needs to improve his ability catching the football. Only 1 reception last year, but all 4 of these backs, particularly State. Jones, Lewis, and Dane all figure in the top 11 overall.
See, the other thing, Mel, too, that, besides that, the thing you have to understand with Baltimore is they have two very specific needs on offense. One is in the running back position. The other is at wide receiver. Brian Billick feels like if he can fill those two areas somehow, way, shape, or form, he's going to wind up with the complement he wants on the offense. He's settled in at Tony Banks at the quarterback spot. He's got Trent Dilfer now as his backup. So he feels good with his quarterbacks, and he's going to have an opportunity to fill in the running back and the wide receiver to complement what he did and get an offense that looks similar to what he had in Minnesota when they scored the most points in the history of the game.
Oh, the quarterback, unproven. It's a question mark. Both guys have looked great at times. Banks and Dilfer, we'll see. Both quarterbacks enjoy that they will be throwing to, off a shoulder injury, Shannon Sharp. Former Bronco, now a Baltimore Raven. But at wide receiver, behind Peter Warrick, there are two names we should jump on immediately, Mel.
Yeah, two good ones, Chris. And there's a little bit of a separation. You have great depth at the position. We look at Travis Taylor. We talked about route running, very polished, a very consistent player. A little injured this past year, but if you go back to '98, culminated with an MVP performance against Syracuse in the Orange Bowl. You look at Plaxico Burress, 6'5 plus, 230 pounds, tremendously competitive, very tough. Talking about route running, the digs, he needs to improve in those areas, but a guy that really is very similar to Keyshawn Johnson. Not only size, but good hands. Remember, he dropped some passes early this past year, but he had a jammed thumb. He didn't tell anybody. Nick Saban, the trainer, played through it, got better, had a great game against Florida in the Citrus Bowl, and also a great downfield blocker, just like Keyshawn Johnson.
Well, Mort, about 3 minutes left, a little bit less than that for the Ravens. Obviously, they're burning up the phone lines right now. Everybody has their number, don't they?
No question about it. And, as it's already been defined, the Ravens are targeting a running back. That running back's Jamal Lewis of Tennessee. They can get him later. But it's who these teams are calling about, I think, is the intrigue here. Hey, the New York Jets, are they calling for Plaxico Burress? I think so. Green Bay Packers, are they calling for Corey Simon? Maybe not. Maybe it's Brian Urlacher, the New Mexico linebacker. We might have a surprise here in this 5 and 6 range. And then Thomas Jones, the running back from Virginia. There's some people that like him as well, Chris.
Well, we about 2 minutes left on the clock here for the Baltimore Ravens, who have picked 5 and who have picked 10. And who finished the year very strongly in a division that admittedly contains the two teams that met in the AFC Championship game, the Tennessee Titans and the Jacksonville Jaguars. So if you want to compete, you got to push the envelope in this division.
Well, the other thing, too, Chris, is Brian Billick has been very busy making moves. Don't forget, that 10 spot that he has now was Denver's, and that's really where he feels like he's going to be able to get who he wants. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a trade.
The card is up. I think the card is up. They have about a minute to go, but Baltimore has, well, is it Simon? Is it the running back? Is it the wide receiver? Is it a trade? I know it's one of those four.
Chief, Chris, nothing gets by you.
Fifth choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Baltimore Ravens select Jamal Lewis, running back, University of Tennessee.
So you know what? We kind of had this pegged. My question to you, Jamal Lewis is a wonderful, wonderful player. But yet this coming fall, and I know you don't pick for 1 year, you may not have the Jamal Lewis in 2000 that you're going to have in 2001. He's coming off serious injury.
Chris, he's that roll of the dice that we talked about this early. You talk about the 5th pick. If he reverts back to that great form of '97 when he averaged that 6 yards a carry, the next year, '98, he was averaging 6.8 yards a carry until the major knee injury, 5th game of the season. You look at Jamal Lewis, you see size. It's been anywhere between 230 and 240, the career average, all the touchdowns, 3rd in school history. You see a guy who can break tackles. I think that's what Brian Billick's looking for. A Robert Smith type combines power with athleticism. You see that ability here, number 31, taking it into the end zone, taking the handoff here from Peyton Manning, the spin move, that athleticism a la Robert Smith. Then the ability to take it the distance, the touchdown runs, the game-breaking ability. And when you talk about a guy who can break an arm tackle, that's Jamal Lewis. Now, this is all best-case scenario. This past year, he didn't necessarily have the elusiveness and the change of direction he did in '97 and early in '98 before the major knee injury, then the ankle and shoulder problems this past year. Actually, 4.5-yard average per carry this past season, the lowest of his career. But I think you're rolling the dice here that he reverts back to that '97-'98 form. If he does, Joe, they could have a real game breaker and a big-time all-around back.
Let me just ask you real quick. If Jamal Lewis was healthy, would you say he would have been the #1 draft choice, in your opinion?
Of the running backs?
He would have been the #1 running back, which he is right now.
But I think it's a good move. I really think it's a good move, and this is why. History has proven itself that the second year back from knee injury is when athletes really start to gain their strength back. I think in the case of Jamal Lewis, this is the second year after the knee injury. We're going to see a lot more from him than we saw at Tennessee. Also, they feel like he has the best hands. He catches the ball everywhere, and that's very important for Brian Billick in his offense.
Productive. When he is 100%, and that first year you mentioned, Mel, Joe, in 97, he averaged 5.9 yards a carry. That's his first year in big-time college ball. Now he's in big-time NFL ball. But guys who are really dialed in on our college team, we welcome two more of our compatriots who once a year we get to work with, and we're pleased to go up to our studios in Bristol and join our college mavens, Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit. He was a wonderful player before the knee injury.
He was great to be a Maven. Thank you, Chris. He was. His first start in college, 155 yards rushing for Tennessee against Ole Miss. He was a star from really the first time he took a handoff in practice. Peyton Manning said, I know this guy's going to be a great back. Kirk, he's got to come back mentally, not just physically from that injury. He did not have a great junior season at times.
I think if you go back last year and look at the times that he got into the game, I think you do have to look and wonder, was he back 100%? You just heard a lot of people talking about that thing. The thing that bothers me and concerns me a little bit, last year I think at times maybe saving himself, getting himself prepared for the next level. It's great. It's worked out today. And you got to make sure he gets back to 100% and show that he's got the heart to get it done.
Tennessee coaches see a lot of great athletes come through that program. They'll tell you, though, privately, this guy is a freak. Even by the high standards of Tennessee, when he is healthy, he's a rare back. This certainly justifies his decision to come out as a junior, drafted 05 overall by the Ravens. Eagles are on the clock as the NFL draft coverage continues from New York.
Thank you, Chris. And Coach, yesterday when we talked, you said that the ability to run the ball in the red zone was crucial to an offense. Why did you choose to take Lewis over, say, Alexander or Dane, for instance?
Well, they're all outstanding backs, but Jamal Lewis combines that rare combination of sheer size and power with incredible speed, and that's a tough combination to come by. He can get us an explosive touchdown, and he can pound it in inside the red zone.
Now, Lewis had the injuries in college. Did you guys talk to the doctors before making the pick?
Our medical people cleared him 100%. We have no concerns with regards to repercussions to the prior injuries. Anybody you draft, you worry about possible injuries, but it won't be because of the prior injuries or any kind of history.
How close did you come to trading out of the 5 spot, hoping to get a running back a little bit later, say in the top 10?
Well, we were prepared to make this pick all along. Clearly, we were going to listen to offers. There was a certain value that if it presented itself, and we felt like Jamal might still be there. Jamal was the key to our draft, whether we got him at 5, whether we got him at 10. We felt we had a good chance either way. If we could get some value at 5, but it was going to be specific value, no one quite wanted to step to that level, so we're thrilled to have him at number 5.
You still have another pick in the first round at number 10. What do you plan to do with that?
Well, the great thing about having 5 and 10 is that we can bracket one around the other with some particular depth at both running back and receiver, which were prime needs for us. There's some other good players there, and we'll close in on here pretty soon.
All right, thanks, Coach. Now let's go out to Sal Paolantonio.
Thanks, Solomon. In Philadelphia, the Eagles are on the clock with the number 6 pick, and Andy Reid, the head coach there, has an interesting dilemma. He's heard from 3 specific teams about a possible trade. The Chicago Bears have the 9th pick and have offered the number 39 in the 2nd round to move up. He's also heard in the last day or so from the Green Bay Packers a trade deal that would send a 14th pick, the 44th in the 2nd round, and a 4th round pick to perhaps move up to number 6 pick. What that player they're looking for there, they're not sure. He also has talked on and off to Bill Parcells of the New York Jets, but so far, Andy Reid has not heard Bill Parcells say that he would give up 2 first-rounders to go up to number 6. He's still holding out for that. He said, that's a deal I would definitely do. Let's go to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Sal, thank you. Obviously, the chalk names, and they're great players, are the defensive tackle Corey Simon, who people in Philly have said he might be our best guy at that position since the late Jerome Brown. Might be wide receiver Travis Taylor, and in a West Coast offense, which Andy Reid is running with Donovan McNabb, that would be an addition. There is also, in addition to the trades that Sal mentioned, because people want to come up and get Burris, Philly will do Taylor over Burris, but not everybody. People would come up to get Plaxico. People would come up to get Simon. There is a major curveball brewing in this spot, especially if Philly moves a little bit. Just possible. You never know what the pitcher's going to throw, but this might go right down to the wire with trade calls and a bizarre name, although I think in the end, both Simon and Taylor would be wonderful fits with a team that was in the basement last year in the NFC East, but a team clearly on the move. And I might say one other thing. Last year we sat here and Philly drafted Donovan McNabb. They booed Andy Reid. They booed the Eagles immediately. Week 1, when he started Peterson and did not start Donovan McNabb, they booed Andy Reid for not starting him. He hadn't even coached the game, and Philly was booing him both ways. Goes to a Flyers game this winter after the season, standing ovation. They're very loyal in Philadelphia, and this is a team, guys, that's on the move. They will not be in the basement this year in the NFC East. That being said, we got 6 minutes to see what they do. We'll be back in New York with the 65th draft in just a moment. Joe Theismann, Mel Kiper, and a cast of thousands at all 31 teams, and at our studios in Bristol, and at our second set here. We've had some excitement, but now the wheels really start to turn. A little more than 3 minutes on the clock with Philadelphia, and Corey Simon, who's a guy who has been put in most of the publications, for 2-3 months going to Philadelphia, but yet 4 or 5 shoulder surgeries, and that's holding people back a little on him this time, Mel?
Well, I think it's a durability question, Chris. At the conclusion of his prep career, Corey Simon had rotator cuff surgery. Then he redshirted in 95, then in 96, 3 games in, underwent season-ending shoulder surgery again at a neck strain next year. Over the last 2 years, though, he's been relatively healthy. He had 21 tackles for loss this past year, set an all-time record at Florida State. And we know they've had a lot of great defensive linemen go through this program, like a Peter Boulware, like an Andre Wadsworth. So the durability question, in my opinion, is the only reason there will be any concern about taking Corey Simon at this spot. And we know this pick maybe represents a trade. And Corey Simon's a guy, Chris, with a 41-inch vertical jump at 300 pounds. That's amazing.
Well, they've also added defensively. They've added Grassmanis. They've added Brandenburg. The other thing you have to take into consideration, this team was 28th in the league last year, giving up rushing yards. They gave up 125 yards. So certainly you'd have to think that the defensive line is an area of concern for Andy. He's an offensive coach, comes out of that West Coast offense. He's got his quarterback. He's got a good running back in Deuce Staley. You've got to figure they're going to have to be able to stop people, and I think the line's got to be a place that he's focusing.
One thing about the Eagles was they forced a lot of turnovers despite their horrible defensive ranking. They played hard every week. Now what do? Do they get a hard playing Corey Simon? Mort, what do you have on this?
Well, Andy Reid really worked hard on this one. He loves linemen, offensive linemen, defensive linemen. What he struggled with were the medical red flags on Corey Simon. He took him all week to get a comfort level with that. There were some teams that downgraded Simon because of the medical, including the medication he has taken at Florida State to play, a medication that may prevent him from taking anti-inflammatories like he in fact may need, Chris.
Well, as we have about 1:20 left on the clock with the Eagles, this again is a team in a division where now there is a definite favorite, Washington. But if you look at the rest of the division, Dallas is not Dallas, not the Dallas that we've known through the 90s. Arizona a year ago was coming off a playoff berth and win, but it's not that Arizona team. And the New York Football Giants are also not a formidable team. Any one of these teams may rise, but there is move to room in this division from the bottom, and if not all the way to the top, up a couple of spots.
Move to room.
Move to room. I got a view of the room, Joe. Well, you know why? Because this fan poll is fooling me here. I got to read .com and stuff, and the fan poll says 40% Corey Simon. 30% want Joe Theismann. Here's the commissioner.
With the 6th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Philadelphia Eagles select Corey Simon, defensive tackle, Florida State.
And let me add one little thing about this, Mel, before I go to you. In talking with Andy Reid late in the week, he said, I've got to be sure that with those shoulder surgeries, he can stop a train. If I pick him, you'll know that I'm sure that he can stop a train. I talked with him this morning. He says, I know he can stop a bus. I'm that far along. The train I'm still working on. The train got the pass. He's an Eagle.
I tell you, We talked about Corey Simon. We talked about quickness. Is it Warren Sapp-like? We could debate that. But his ball location skills are tremendous. He made 21, responsible for 21 stops behind the line of scrimmage this past year. You see the productivity. And a guy who brings a great work ethic to your football team. This is against Florida. The quickness off the ball, getting in there, disrupting things. See the ability here to sense things. We talked about ball location, then the ability to close in a hurry. Watch the athletic ability. We're talking about a guy who was 300 pounds, yet had a 41-inch vertical jump. Watch him here. Double team, chase, close. That's against Joe Hamilton. Here again, talking about the ability of a Corey Simon athletically to play off and get after the running back and make the tackle. This is against Virginia. Watch this play. An interception. About zone blitz packages. He already has that down. He's done it all at Florida State. The only reason we're not talking about Corey Simon is a third, fourth pick. We're talking about a pick to the Philadelphia Eagles here is because of the durability concerns, Joe.
If you look at Jim Johnson, who's the defensive coordinator, he likes to employ and use his defensive tackles in a lot of different ways. The other thing is, when you stop and think about injuries that occur to athletes, football players, very seldom do you hear problems with the shoulders. I mean, I know of offensive linemen, there's a lot of shoulder problems because of the jamming of the hands. But defensively, I can't really remember as I look back and think to myself, how many shoulder problems do defensive linemen incur? I think Andy Reid did an awful lot of research. He was happy with the results, and I don't think it's going to be a recurring problem. Of course, you know, here's a guy that's going to have to come in and probably play right away, so he better strap it on and be ready for a lot of trains, Boom.
Well, let me tell you something, Joe. He's not going to pitch for the Phillies. Shoulder problems come into play there.
That's right.
He's going to play defensive line, and they hope towards the fashion of a Jerome Brown, and that defensive line we will never forget in Philadelphia. And as someone who has his eye peeled on the Eagles year in and year out, as well he should, is up in our Bristol studios, Ron Jaworski with Mark Malone on this pick of Corey Simon. Guys?
All right, Boomer, thank you very much. And, of course, as you mentioned, Jaws very well connected in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. And this defense ranked 24th overall in the National Football League last year. You look at the defensive tackles, Mark Wheeler, Hollis Thomas, not particularly big guys. How has Corey Simon fit into their defensive scheme, Jaws?
Well, Jim Johnson, their defensive coordinator, loves to attack the line of scrimmage and attack the quarterback. And here's where Corey Simon fits in. You got a Hugh Douglas and a Mike Mamula, outside edge rushers. Quick pressure on the quarterback, quick penetration in the backfield in the running game. Now you have a guy like Corey Simon, and you look at Jerome Brown. That type of player can stop the run. But also what I love about Corey Simon, his ability to rush the quarterback. If you get the edge perimeter guys, now the rush up the middle, oh boy, it could be a very good defense.
You mentioned Jimmy Johnson, and of course I go back to the time he was a defensive coordinator with the Indianapolis Colts. They went to the AFC Championship game, had a great job on defense, moving people around. This is a risk-taking defense, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It's attack the quarterback, attack the line of scrimmage, and create problems. This team, the Eagles, love to get after everyone. I mean everyone. The running game, the pass game, create turnovers. They were terrific in that department last year. And I know all along Andy Reid loved Corey Simon. This is the guy that he wanted to get. They got him. The big question he had was his health, and the Eagles went through an extensive physical examination, the bench presses, all those things that are needed. They're happy they got their guy.
Well, certainly if they can stop some people and keep the scores down, they'll take a little pressure off of the young quarterback, Donovan McNabb. Well, we take a look now at Thomas Jones, the running back from Virginia, as he looks on the telephone. Will he go next? The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock now, and they're expected to take a running back. Draft 2000, coverage from New York. Back after this.
And if we assume that Arizona needs a running back after a season in which they ranked 29th in the NFL in rushing, in which their quarterback struggled through injury, Jake Plummer, and struggled just period, and which their guys who get hurt and their returning backs, none of them gained 300 yards, Thomas Jones comes without any questions, without any injury questions, Mel and Joe. And you talk about a solid kid, graduated UVA in 3 years, but played his 4th year as eligible as a grad student. I don't know, it's a slam dunk for me. What about you guys?
Well, I'll tell you what, the improvement the last 2 years, he averaged 3.4 yards a carry back in 97. 98, 99, 5.5, 5.8 a carry. And I tell you what, talk about competition in the ACC. Florida State's the national champion, had 164 against the Seminoles. So he put up the big numbers against everybody.
And also the Redskins wind up with Adrian Morrell, so you really don't have a proven running back. The problem you have is Michael Pittman just hasn't been able to stay healthy. He could be an answer, but they aren't waiting and aren't taking a chance. I agree with Chris. I agree with Mel. I think Thomas Jones right here is an ideal situation. As a matter of fact, The board has gone pretty much the way we expected it to, and I'm sure the way each team that has picked so far is very happy with the people that are still available.
Well, there may be a question of phone calls into Arizona for teams that covet a Plaxico Burress or teams that maybe covet linebacker Brian Urlacher, who Arizona also likes. We got to think running back, but they got to be answering the phones. Ed Werder, you're in Washington. What do you hear lately?
Well, I just talked to the Cardinals, and there were two considerations for them here. Running back best available, or go linebacker with the defense and take Brian Urlacher. And I think the decision they've come to is they like Thomas Jones just a little bit better than Sean Alexander because of Jones' ability to run between the tackles and break tackles.
All right, Ed, thank you, and we shall see what Arizona does there as well. About 7 minutes left on the clock. Now, there's good news, bad news. We had this discussion with Philly and with Arizona. But the bad news is that they're drafted this early, which means they come off a season in which in Arizona's case was 6-10.
Right.
The good news is they're a year removed from a playoff berth and a road playoff win over the Dallas Cowboys. So, year 3, Jake Plummer. What do we expect?
I expect him to be able to step up this year. I think it's very critical for Jake Plummer to be able to step up and say, I am the leader of this football team. He's got to play better football. He's really got to make better decisions. He will have a running game. Mark Trestman, with the receivers he has, will be able to give him an opportunity to throw the football the places he wants. This is the year that Jake steps up. It happened for Elvis Gerbach last year. It happened for Steve McNair. Cordell Stewart was a disappointment. He again will have an opportunity to step up and be the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But it's Jake Plummer's team to lead, but he's got to get some help in the running game. It would be a mistake if they took anything but a running back.
I'll tell you what else as we go to Mike Tirico in a moment. Arizona was snake bitten, and I don't say that to be humorous with where they're located, but car accidents, injuring players on the offensive line. Lately, David Boston. They've had a rough season, really off the field in addition to on. Mike Tirico,
what?
Word?
Well, Chris, as we wait and ponder and see what Arizona is up to at the bottom of every hour, we're going to take you around the league, find out what's going on at the draft headquarters, where we have reporters, and we start with Susie Colbert, who's in Cleveland. Suze.
Mike, here in Cleveland, the Browns brass are eagerly awaiting the arrival of their #1 overall pick. Penn State defensive end Courtney Brown has come to terms. It's a 6-year contract. We'll get more details on the deal when Brown arrives. Let's go to Ed Werder.
Well, here with the Redskins, Norv Turner said just a few minutes ago, referring to their number 2 and 3 picks, LeVar Arrington and Chris Samuels, not only will they become immediate starters, but immediate big-time players. The War Room supervising this draft, Dan Snyder and Vinny Serrato, Director of Player Personnel, for the first time. They like what they've gotten. They've been on the phone discussing contract parameters with their players. Dan Snyder says there's an understanding. Redskins don't hold out. Let's go to Solomon Wilcots.
Baltimore head coach Brian Billick said that the team that can run the ball inside the red zone will hold the keys to the kingdom. So, Baltimore, they will take, in the first round, running back Jamal Lewis from Tennessee. Look for them to use their 10th overall selection to go for one of the many big play wide receivers remaining in the draft. Now let's go to Tom Jackson.
There's a lot of activity here at the Jets camp with Al Groh and his staff, and certainly I think there is now anticipation that this team may be moving up. As Coach Groh put it to me, a lot of things have to fall in place for you to get your guy. A lot of those little things have happened early on. The Jets looking for one big thing to happen so they could move up and possibly get their guy. Now let's go to Sean Salisbury.
Here in Santa Clara, you see the beauty that surrounds the outside of the 49er complex. Inside the War Room, the brass that makes the decisions. Steve Mariucci, Terry Donahue, and General Manager Bill Walsh, and a lot of decisions they must make and a lot of needs. While they'd love an offensive tackle, they need defensive help, pass rusher, and secondary help, in particular at corner. Remember, this team gave up 36 touchdowns via the pass last year, last in the National Football League. Let's go to Hank Goldberg.
Well, in St. Louis, the beauty's in this room. No, not me. It's the Vince Lombardi trophy over my shoulder. That's what you get for winning the Super Bowl. What you also get is the last pick in the first round. And while all jobs here are filled, the Rams do need some depth in their offensive line. Unless an outstanding cornerback would follow them, or perhaps a big-time defensive lineman, that's the direction that they're going to go with their first pick. And at least two, they're looking ahead to see where their unrestricted free agents come up in the next year or two, and at least 2 of those will be cornerbacks. That gives you a clue. Let's now go to Sal Palantonio.
here in Tampa after trading their 2 number 1s for Keyshawn Johnson. The Bucs don't pick to number 57 in the second round, but look at their starting lineup. 12 of their starters were drafted by the Bucs in rounds 2 through 7, Boomer, so they've had some success drafting in the later rounds. Let's go back to you in New York.
All right, Sal and all the gang, thank you very much. The Arizona Cardinals have made their choice. Let's go up to the podium with the 7th pick in the first draft of Y2K.
With the 7th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Arizona Cardinals select Thomas Jones, running back, University of Virginia.
Good. That's the correct pick. Now, let me ask you a question, Mel and Joe. And again, I'm asking coming out of college. Because I think a good comparison might be Fred Taylor. 2 years ago was picked, what, the 9th pick by Jacksonville. Thomas Jones, Fred Taylor coming out of school, because we know how productive Fred has been for Jacksonville. Where would you rate the two?
Remember, Fred Taylor kept climbing and climbing that senior year. He didn't really go into a senior with a high grade and kept moving up. Look at Thomas Jones. He's been there pretty much all year, projected to go to Arizona back in December when I started to do those projections of round 1. You watch Thomas Jones over the last 2 years and the elusiveness and that game-breaking ability. We're talking about the average per carry going from 3.4 yards to 5.5 yards. And you watch the ability here, the vision. That's the key for Thomas Jones. And then to smell the end zone. This is against Florida State, national champion. 26 carries, 164 yards, 6 receptions out of the backfield, as well as a touchdown. So he did it against everybody. You see the ability here catching the football. Finished his career at Virginia with 71 receptions out of the backfield. That was the key here. He chips away at the blitzer. He does it all in terms of the running back position. A guy that has that all-around ability. And for Arizona, talked about Jake Plummer. Boy, can an all-around back like Thomas Jones assist to Jake Plummer, allow him to really live up to all the hype that has surrounded Jake Plummer throughout the early stages of his career.
So Arizona, we feel, has done the proper. Well, let's go quickly to Ron Jaworski up in Bristol. Jaws?
Well, thanks, Boomer. You know, when you look at this running back, Thomas Jones, you see a guy that has a complete package. Patience. He really has a game that is set up for the pro game because of the running style that they used at Virginia. You know, deep in that I backfield position. You know, a good vision, good instincts. Here we'll take a look at him running the counter tray, a pro-style run. You'll see that the line will try to get everyone moving to the right, and they'll come back to the left side. The guard will pull. The fullback will pull. Thomas Jones will set this up, moving to the right. Outstanding job of being patient, allowing the fullback and the guard to clear out. He explodes up in there for the touchdown. Here, follow the leader, the ISO Bob, a real staple in the National Football League. Follow the fullback on the backer. Oh, what happens? The linebacker crashes to the inside. Read and react. That's what Thomas Jones does. Bounces to the outside. Quick feet, good moves, good vision, and explodes down the sideline. Good acceleration, does get caught from behind here, but a lot of guys do in the NFL. But what I love right here, the quick feet, this is what it's all about in the NFL. Making people miss with that quick stutter move right there. Bounce to the outside. Again, once again, a good Florida State football team that he runs by, Boomer. This guy will fit nicely into that Arizona offense. And also, he caught 71 balls last year. Plummer's got to be happy, Boom.
No question about it, Jaws. 36 rushing touchdowns in his career at Virginia. That stutter move is, well, that can freeze a linebacker or two. We'll be back because this is a hot spot for Pittsburgh. We'll be back. The Philadelphia Eagles, Andy Reid, and we welcome you to our program. And Andy, a year ago they were booing you here. I heard cheers today. What are you doing?
Well, I don't know, Boomer. It's those cheesesteaks.
We mentioned on the air a little conversation that you and I had about Corey Simon, and you said if you drafted him, you would be sure that he would be able to stop a train with that shoulder. This morning you said a bus, no problem. A train, we're looking into it. What convinced you in the end that he's no problem medically?
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom Odrak and his group did a great job at targeting Corey from right from the beginning, and we knew we had a fine football player there. It was a concern with the shoulders. We had 9 doctors look at him on his visit up here, and we felt that he was the guy.
Obviously, you picked defensive tackle in the first round, but as you look at your football team, maybe just on the first few picks, what is it that you have to change overall? You've already addressed a defense that gave up a ton of yards, albeit you made a lot of turnovers. What must you improve on to make a move in your division through this draft? What do you got to do?
Well, you know how I'm always going to look at the lines first, and we did that. Now, you know, who knows what we go with next? That's kind of the surprise, Boomer. Doggone it.
Donovan McNabb, talk about his progress as the year went on last year.
Well, he did a nice job. He's a very diligent worker. You do all this homework and on what kind of character you get, and he turned out to be tremendous.
Well, you're on your way in Philadelphia. Go back in there, and Corey Simon's your man. The train can come through Philadelphia safely.
That's right. Thanks, Boomer.
All right, Andy Reid has done a good job in his first year as coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. And now we move to the Pittsburgh Steelers spot. A great debate is going on, I think, in the Steelers war room right now between, if you're going to pick a quarterback in this draft, there's one in the first round, Chad Pennington Marshall. Plaxico Burress, wide receiver, Michigan State, a huge look. Well, there's Pennington. Is this too high for him?
I don't think so. I think you really have to take a look at what the Pittsburgh Steelers need. They were very disappointed with Cordell Stewart last year. They will give him a chance to be the quarterback. They brought in a Kent Graham. But you take a look at Chad Pennington's numbers. He's 45-6. That means he can win as a starter. 3 MAC championships. The question really you start to ask yourself is, okay, what's the level of competition? He played in the MAC conference. So did Randy Moss. I rest my case. Matter of fact, Chad Pennington had a chance to throw the ball to Randy Moss. I think Chad Pennington has a lot of the intangibles. He moves well. Doesn't necessarily have the strongest arm, but really I discount that now. The way the systems are set up with the short drops, the 3 and the 5-step drops, he's okay with an arm strength that he has. He has the ability to win. That's what coaches are looking for, and he possesses leadership. I think it would be a good choice if Pittsburgh decided to go for Chad Pennington here.
Mel, where does he rank with the 5 guys that went in the first round last year?
He's right there, Chris. 25-1 over the last 2 years. He wins football games. Talking about a cerebral approach like a Peyton Manning, the effortless motion like a Joe Montana. To me, it would take about 2 seconds to send the card up to Paul Tagliabue.
Well, I'll tell you what. Here's the bigger question. If they take Chad Pennington with or Cordell Stewart, should they take a quarterback? Or can Cordell Stewart regain the confidence in his teammates and Pittsburgh move forward with him? And should they therefore draft someone who could help him like Burress?
I don't think they can wait for Cordell Stewart to try and move forward. If he does work out, that's fine. I think if you can get yourself a Chad Pennington right now and you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, it helps you. I personally think the wide receiver would be better for this offense. So, to me, I would go with the wide receiver. But if you feel like you need it, if you're in that room and you say, we need a quarterback, Chad Pennington would be a good choice here.
Well, that's a big debate for Pittsburgh, and it's larger than just which kid ranks higher on the board. Mort, what's Pittsburgh thinking about with Pennington? Is this a real shot here, or is this kind of a smokescreen?
Well, I think it's a real consideration here. They have got to get an impact receiver, or they got to go ahead and make the quarterback move here. If they take Chad Pennington, does Cordell Stewart now become their impact receiver project? That's something that they have been discussing, whether Cordell Stewart accepts that and whether or not they just take Plaxico Burress here. I know we're about to find out. That is a huge issue right now with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All right, Mortimer, I'm going to guess the wide receiver, but a little suspense here, maybe for the first time this afternoon. To the podium.
With the 8th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Plaxico Burress, wide receiver, Michigan State.
It's all right. That's okay. This is a big statement that they're making with Cordell in addition to Plaxico Burress. And in talking with Coach Bill Cowher, he's not concerned about the, quote, attitude that some people are wondering about Plaxico. They say he's a little bit immature, but he wants to win. He wants to deliver, and boy, what a size for a receiver.
Well, great size, Chris. 6'5", plus about 230 pounds. You see a lot of Keyshawn Johnson in Plaxico Burress. Started 24 games over the last 2 years. Look at that size, the ability to get off the line of scrimmage. That's what Plaxico Burress brings to your offense. The productivity at 17-yard average per catch. You see a lot of 5'9", 5'10", 5'11 corners. That's an imposing frame with long arms and huge hands. A very competitive player. player, very aggressive football player. He'll go anywhere to catch the football. Deep, come inside, I think those inside receptions, the big routes, I think the route running ability needs to be upgraded, but he's still a little raw. Remember, only played 2 years. You see the aggressiveness here, the downfield blocking ability. Here, the reception, and then almost looks like a tight end in the open field with that size and strength. Here, after the interception, making a tackle. He did a great job on special teams when he first came to Michigan State. So he rounds off his game, a little raw right now. This is against Florida. Citrus Bowl. He knew he was coming out. Juniors can't go to all-star games either. This is my last opportunity to showcase my skills. He put together a great effort. Now, will he be able to come into the NFL and take it by storm? He may take a little while to develop, but he's going to complement Troy Edwards. Troy Edwards doesn't have great size. Burris does. My question is, who's going to get him the quarterback? My attitude is Chad Pennington here, I thought would have made a little bit more sense, Chris.
Well, but here, as you mentioned, they got a good pick with Edwards last year. They're trying to rebuild what they lose because they don't have the budget that other teams do. And this 6'5" young man from Virginia Beach, Virginia, questioned Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit on his, quote, attitude. Should there be a question?
Well, it depends on who you ask, Chris. I had a chance to visit with Burris at the Final Four where he was watching Mateen Cleaves and his Michigan State friends win the national title. There were some reports that he'd blown off a meeting with the Eagles that weekend. He said he didn't know about that, but he was very loose and relaxed and perhaps too matter-of-fact about the draft process for some teams.
I think the key here with Plaxico Burris is you got to get him motivated and get him hungry, and if you can get him focused, he has a chance to be an exceptional receiver at the next level. He's big. Not only is he a big target, but he plays big. He has long arms, and when he plays with confidence, he can dominate smaller cornerbacks, and we saw that a number of times in college.
He played against the highest level of competition in college and dominated some very good corners. 3 touchdown catches against Michigan. He was a dominant factor in that game. He outdueled Taylor in Florida in the bowl game. But again, should you have to light a fire under a guy and get him to play big every game? Because he didn't show up every game. Well,
I think that's going to be a challenge for Bill Cowher. Luckily, he's going to a coach that knows how to push the buttons. I think that is the entire key behind a guy like Plax Burris. He has all the tools, everything you want. It's just a matter of getting him motivated, getting him focused. When you do that, the rest is history. He'll take care of business.
Chris, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you. So the Pittsburgh Steelers have chosen Plaxico Burris. Chicago is up next, another team on the move. But let's go to the Steelers and the statement they just made to Cordell and for their overall offense by not taking Pennington.
Well, I think, first of all, when you take a wide receiver, you say to Cordell Stewart, we want you to focus totally on the quarterback situation. Last year when he was benched, he spent a couple of weeks as a receiver in the meetings. At the end of the season, he was back in the quarterback meetings working on it. He's the guy that they want going in. But you look at Troy Edwards, Hein Wards, Courtney Hawkins, Bobby Shaw, Will Blackwell. None of them have the size of a Plaxico Burris. When you think of Kevin Gilbride's offense, you know the wide receivers like to go inside. He's got the move guys with Ward, Hines Ward, and also Troy Edwards. Now he has a big target. I think as a quarterback, when you can throw the ball in a range with a big guy, it makes it easier for you. It takes a lot of pressure off the throws that you have to make. I think by taking Plaxico Burris, you also wind up helping Cordell Stewart out or Kent Graham or Anthony Wright. There's 3 quarterbacks there, I think, that will compete for the job. So the big receiver makes an awful lot of sense here.
Well, as Plaxico Burris goes to Pittsburgh, some thought that maybe this would be a spot that the New York Jets might move up to take, if not a complete replacement for Keyshawn Johnson, but in many ways a Keyshawn Jr., Plaxico Burris. They did not or could not make a move. Let's go out to Jets headquarters on Long Island and join Tom Jackson. You surprised that they let perhaps this opportunity for Burris go, or was he not really in there, as we say, crosshairs?
Well, Chris, I think he was certainly in there thinking, and a lot of things had to go their way. I said earlier that head coach Al Gross said there was one big thing that had to happen in order for them to get the guy that they wanted at that moment, and I think Plaxico would have been a perfect fit for them. The big thing that had to happen was Pittsburgh had to lean toward Chad Pennington rather than going for the wide receiver slot. And I think one of the great things here is that Al Groh and Bill Parcells have a great view of the big picture of things. And even as you know that the Ravens are leaning toward maybe a wide receiver possibly at the 10 spot, I think the understanding is that Travis Taylor is much the better fit for what Brian Billick wants to do than would have been Plaxico Burris. So, yes, I think there's some amount of disappointment, but, you know, again, this team has 4 choices still intact, and that's not bad.
No, it's not bad, Tommy, and we're about to hear New York, start spreading the news. It's coming up right here, and you know that. And maybe someone that they might think about. I'm not saying they should, Mel, but the Jets become a player in a Chad Pennington, not duel, but they become a player. San Francisco is a player, perhaps. Denver is a player, perhaps. Oakland.
Seattle.
I don't know about Seattle. Maybe.
Thought.
Carolina, maybe, if he goes that far. Those are hot spots, I think, for the one quarterback in the first round. When he starts going, do you think it's a bargain?
I think it's amazing, Chris, he's still on the board. I think you're talking about a potential franchise signal caller with Chad Pennington, who really is on a par with Tim Couch and Donovan McNabb, Achilles Smith. Now he's dropping down. I think Pittsburgh 3 years from now will regret not taking Chad Pennington with that 8th overall pick. Look at the New York Jets. I think a quarterback here, when you have 12 and 13, you have 4 overall selections in round 1. Sure, you have need areas. Quarterback is one of those need areas. And I think when you look at Vinny Testaverde, not getting any younger, you better start thinking about that position. You had the 12th pick. If a Pennington, who I think is the 5th or 6th best player in this draft, drops down to 12, as I said with Pittsburgh, 2 seconds for me to send that card up to Paul Tagliabue with Chad Pennington's name on it.
Well, barring a trade, he's easily going to fall down to 12. Chicago's not going to pick one more pick down. Baltimore, I don't think they're going to do it. And the Giants,
right.
We think we're going to go running back. So, but before we go, the first card sent up of the day was Courtney Brown, who is the defensive end from Penn State, giving the Nittany Lions 1-2 at the top of the draft. The big man's with Mike Tirico. Mike, look up at him.
Fortunately, Chris, we found seats, and we're sitting together now as Courtney gets ready to head off to Cleveland to go meet the Browns. In your meetings with the Browns, when they interviewed you, what impressed you most about them?
My meeting this morning with the Browns, they were willing to get the deal done, and we agreed to get the deal done, and I'm just anxious and ready to get to Cleveland and play some football.
Obviously, it meant a lot to them. They sent their franchise, currently Tim Couch, out to get you. You've met Tim Couch on the football field before today, haven't you?
Yeah, I met him quite a few times. We talked about it in our last visit, but he's excited, and I'm excited, and can't wait to get started.
But what about this meeting with Tim Couch? Taking on Kentucky in the bowl game.
Yeah, that's in the past now. Let's get ready to start something new.
That gives Cleveland fans a sign for the future, what may come. Enjoy your trip to Cleveland. Best of luck to you. We should point out Courtney's going to use his new money to big advantage. Some lipstick stains already from family from kissing him too much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
To the commissioner, the next pick from Chicago is at the podium. And here's Commissioner Tagliabue.
With the 9th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Chicago Bears select Brian Urlacher, linebacker, New Mexico.
I'm going to tell you, Joe and Mel, this has gone the first 9 right down the middle of the fairway.
No big deal.
I mean, they're not hitting drivers. This is 3-wood.
That's right.
This is placement, placement, placement. Yeah. Brian Urlacher from New Mexico is a guy that many folks, until they start reading your book and reading others, never really heard of a linebacker from New Mexico, but he was moving up on about 20 teams' list, Mel.
Really did. A special athlete. Look at his combine numbers. Talking about strength, 27 reps, under 4.6 speed, and that vertical jump, the broad jump. Tremendous athleticism. Now, we're talking about Brian Urlacher, not heavily recruited out of the prep ranks. Only recruited by New Mexico and New Mexico State. Weighed 218 pounds early on at New Mexico. Became a linebacker, middle linebacker, then a rover over the last 2 years. That gave him that freedom of going forward, really attacking. And from that rover position, he made an awful lot of big plays, had 154 tackles this past year, 90 of which were solos. You see the ability here, instincts, vision to locate the ball, and then that chase ability and the speed. And when he arrives on the scene, he hits like a ton of bricks. And I think that sideline to sideline ability as either a middle linebacker or an outside linebacker is going to be key. Here's against Air Force. Last game of the regular season, returned 3 kickoffs. During the regular season, averaged 15.8 yards per punt return. Also, 6 touchdown receptions as a red zone wide receiver. There was even talk about it making him a fullback or a tight end at the pro level. This was at the Senior Bowl where he really settled in as a linebacker, Chris. And if he does that and they leave him at one spot and don't try to make him a safety or a fullback or a tight end, I think he has Pro Bowl capabilities.
The Lobos are not a place you often see in the first round. In fact, Brian Urlacher is the first player drafted in the first round from New Mexico since Robin Cole. And you remember him, a very good linebacker for the Steelers from New Mexico in 1977. So if he plays well as Robin Cole, it's a pretty good pick from the up-and-coming Bears. We'll talk with Bill Cowher when we return.
Fog Dog.
Welcome back to New York. Baltimore is on the clock with their second pick in the top 10. We expect them to go for wide receiver Travis Taylor. We shall see. Chicago just picked Brian Urlacher. But before that, I think of the most intriguing and question mark pick, at least to some, was the Pittsburgh Steelers selecting Plexico Burress, the big wide receiver from Michigan State. And joining us now on our Tenactin video conference is the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Bill, how true was the debate between perhaps a quarterback, Pennington, and perhaps a productive receiver in Burress? Did this go right down to the wire, or did you know kind of deep down a couple days ago?
Well, really, Chris, we've kind of been looking at this for the last couple of weeks. I mean, we looked at both players and felt like they're both very quality players. But I think when you look at our football team, the value of this pick in this round, you know, we felt like Plexico was a guy that we couldn't afford to pass up.
Is Plexico a guy that you've talked to and met a couple of times that you feel comfortable with? I mean, he's very confident, which is a great thing, but can be a bad thing if it's not handled right. Do you feel you guys are on the same page, whether you're meeting so far?
Yeah, I think it's been good. I mean, we've talked a lot, particularly the last couple of days. We had him in, and I feel very comfortable. You know, I've talked to him on a number of occasions, and each and every time I've given him times to call me back, and he is, I think we've gotten off on the right foot, but certainly, you know, a lot has to be done from this point on, and you got to earn your credibility in this league. But I like his mindset. I like the qualities that he has and really what he can become.
You told me that a lot of the team had already been in Pittsburgh and working out, and that includes your quarterback, Cordell Stewart. What kind of statement is this pick to Cordell Stewart in particular, Coach?
Well, I don't even know if it's to Cordell, Chris. I look at it as to our football team. This was an area that we wanted to address. We said it from the time that the season was over. And I think when you look at our football team, you look at the fit that Plexico brings into it with a young Troy Edwards, who I feel is maturing very much, Hines Ward, Will Blackwell. I think we now have some threats out there. Running the football is going to be something we're going to want to do, and I think we've got a good core of backs to do that. Now you want to stop the run. I think we have some people outside that can make you pay. And I think that's what we had to do on offense, is try to find some people that people are going to have to account for, that can threaten and get some big plays for us. And I think Plexico fits that mold.
Hey, what happened to this defensive-minded jut jaw Bill Cowher that I once knew? Wide receivers in the first 2 rounds the last 3 years? What's going on there?
Well, I think the one thing that happens in being on defense, if you don't score points, you find yourself behind a lot. So we got to score some points. We got to put some points on the board, move the football, and I think we still have some productive players on our defense that you put them in some must situations of having to throw the ball, then you're usually pretty good statistically defensively. So I think we addressed what we had to address on this football team, and that was getting a playmaker, and I think he was the best playmaker on the board at this point.
Pushing the envelope on both sides. You've just done that with the pick. Thanks for joining us, Bill.
Thanks, Chris.
Bill Cowher, head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, a very large target to go with Edwards, a smaller target last year. When we return, quote the Ravens. That's good enough. You know?
That's fine.
It's Harbor Superstore's Auto Hour with your hosts, Dave and Gino.
If you're in the market for a pre-driven vehicle, forget the rest, buy from the best.
That's right. Harbor's just been voted best in the region for pre-driven cars, trucks, vans, and sport utilities.
The reasons are simple. Our certified vehicles are inspected and made ready for sale at our state-of-the-art reconditioning facility.
When they reach the dealership, we back them with a 12-month, 12,000-mile warranty.
So for the best buys, see the Harbor guys, where you always get a better deal.
You're ready to make your RV dreams come true. Rollin' On RVs is the place to make it happen. Since 1972, Rollin' On RVs has been an award-winning dealer for quality and service. Representing 12 major brands, including fold-downs, trailers, and motorhomes, Rollin' On is now one of the oldest and largest dealers in the nation. Whatever you're looking for and whatever your budget, Rollin' On RVs can make your dreams come true. Rollin' On RVs, Route 30 in Cherville.
every night at 10 and midnight on ESPN.
Just after 2 Eastern, let's update you on the 2000 NFL Draft with Baltimore on the clock. Penn State players become the third 1-2 players from the same college since the AFL and NFL started drafting together in '67. Chris Samuel starts the new generation of Hogs in Washington. Baltimore has the 10th pick of the draft, but 2 running backs have already been taken in the top 7, starting when the Ravens took Jamal Lewis. Thomas Jones of Arizona completing that. The Ravens' second first-round pick is number 10 overall. The clock is stopped. That means the commissioner has the card, and here is their selection.
With the 10th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Baltimore Ravens select Travis Taylor, wide receiver from Florida.
We parred the 10th, Joe. We went out in an even par. We had our burger. And this is Travis Taylor to Baltimore, and it's kind of what we expected them to do.
Everybody
pushing the envelope.
Everybody was looking for. He went offense to take care of his problems. Now he feels like he has the complement of what he needs to be able to put points on the board.
Dedicated, works hard, and faster than Warwick.
Yeah, faster than Warwick. I think we look at him, Chris, and certainly bigger than Peter Warwick, a guy that certainly isn't the dynamic, creative playmaker that Peter Warwick is. When you look at Travis Taylor, the size, ideal, almost 200 pounds, over 6 feet tall. Productivity, excellent in '98. Dropped off some in '99. Remember, he had an ankle injury early this past season. Did come back and have that huge game against Michigan State when he was going up against Plaxico Burrs and the Spartans. He had 11 catches, 156 yards in that game. Knows when to body catch, knows when to extend his hands to catch the football. And he's also excellent in terms of just shrugging off that cornerback and taking it down the field. So a kid who's going to get better and better. He's isolated here. Watch, stop, go. Cornerback fooled, and he's able to pull in the reception on the deep pass, over the shoulder catch for the touchdown. The guy who is very polished despite the fact that he did not go back for his senior year in Florida. And I think that's going to allow him to be a contributor to a receiving corps that Brian Billick likes already. You have Patrick Johnson, you have Kadri Ishmael, you have Brandon Stokely, second-year proof, who they feel can be a contributor, and Justin Armour. So there's some talent already there. Now Travis Taylor really accentuates things, Joe.
Taylor Lewis. Wide receiver, running back. They signed Shannon Sharp in the offseason, tight end. Offensive coach Brian Billick with our Solomon Wilcots. He's pushed the envelope on that side of the ball, Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And, Coach, you get Jamal Lewis with your first pick, and then you take Florida wide receiver Travis Taylor. He played 3 years in college. What is the biggest adjustment you think he'll have to make to produce on the pro level?
Well, obviously, any young player coming in is going to have to deal with the speed and the physical nature of the game. But this is a hard-working young man. He's got some excellent tools, and he'll adapt very quickly.
All right, thanks, Coach. You have to send it back. Back to you, Chris.
All right, Solomon and Coach Billick, and now the Giants fans, and they're on the clock. And if they want production, maybe they ought to think about this guy. Let's go to the commissioner, Paul Tagliabue.
Do you know who it is?
I'm going to take it. I think we're going to par this hole, Joe.
With the 11th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the New York Giants select Heisman Trophy winner Ron Dane, running back, Wisconsin.
The New York Football Giants. New helmet, back to their glory days in the early 60s. And way back when on those teams, when they used to draft in the first round, backs like Frank Gifford and Kyle Rote, who are excellent players, well, if you want production, how about 7,125 yards? The first back ever to rush for 7,000 yards in NCAA history, breaking Ricky Williams' mark. How about 71 rushing touchdowns? How about 12 200-yard games for Ron Dane, which ties Ricky Williams and Marcus Allen's NCAA record? Not only did he gain 2,000 last year, Ron Dane gained 2,000, people forget, in '96.
He did, Chris. I think you look at Ron Dane, production between the tackles on the inside with that power, that balance in traffic. He picks up a lot of yards when average running backs would have been taken down. So I think when you look at Ron Dane, the key's going to be keeping his weight at an optimal level. You see it there at about 259. You want to be around 255. The eyes, the vision, the power, the determination. The production was exceptional. And it was really after Brooks Bollinger was inserted at quarterback that allowed defenses to really worry about the flanks on the option, worry about the pass. And Ron Dane ran wild on his way to a Heisman Trophy year. He's going to be at the pro level, the ability to catch the football. Only had 1 reception this past year, had 20 early on. But if you watch him, he bites the ball some. Not a natural receiver, as you see here. So that 1 catch needs more experience. Swing passes, screen passes is how he'll be used with the New York Giants. You see him making defenders miss. This is against UCLA in the Rose Bowl when he put up big numbers. But the key for Ron Dayne, if he's going to be as productive in the NFL, the weight. People say, yeah, he's a fumbler. He fumbled against Cincinnati going into the end zone. The Bearcats pulled the upset. That's not the case. Only had 9 fumbles his entire career despite all those carries. Gives you everything he has. Not the fiery guy that'll say Jerome Bettis is, but a guy that certainly, if everything works out, best case scenario, he complements Kerry Collins very effectively.
And remember, the Giants going to a grass field at the Meadowlands. I think a big guy like this on a grass field is better than on the turf. You heard the term in New York Minute? The Jets are on the clock, and they couldn't even wait. Their pick is already up there.
With the 12th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the New York Jets select Sean Ellis, defensive end, Tennessee.
You know what? I think that's a par also with the way the Jets have gone. And we'll get back to Dane, and we shortchanged the Bears a little bit too as well. But the Jets now have the 12 and 13 picks. So even though that pick came up in 2 minutes because they know they want him, they have 28 more minutes. The Jets 2 years ago went to the championship game against Denver with a defensive line that had no household names on it. Last year, when the offense had the injuries, they, of course, couldn't play, although they played tough defense. But this is obviously an area of need for the New York Jets, and this is no surprise, Mel, is it?
Well, I'll tell you, look at Sean Ellis, Chris. He's going to have to be a pass rusher supreme at the pro level, and that's what he showed over the last 2 years at Tennessee. You look at Sean Ellis, size 6'4", 280, very athletic. I like tackles for loss more than sacks. I always believe sacks are very overrated. There's Sean Ellis here at number 93. You see the athleticism, the ability to chase. This is against Eric Crouch, quarterback from Nebraska, who's got outstanding speed. He chased him down. Here again, left defensive end position, coming off the edge, hitting Quincy Carter. The thing that concerns me with Sean Ellis is a little bit of inconsistency. I think he needs to pick it up a bit on a game-to-game basis. The technique will improve at the pro level, but he does show natural pass rush instincts. This early, I think it's still a little bit of a roll of the dice, Joe.
I just don't agree with that. I think when you look at the Jets and you consider the picks that they have, you've got to get what's there. Certainly, I think the Green Bay Packers wanted Sean Ellis. You had him rated very high, right behind Corey Simon, right? So, I mean, he's right.
Not quite this high.
Not quite that high, but in that area. And I think if you're a football team that has specific needs, you have to take the time to be able to go out and get the players you want. With as many choices as the Jets have, you take the people you need right now that best suit your needs. Defensively, they certainly were there. 30th in sacks, 25th in rushing touchdowns allowed. An area of need for the New York Jets. When you get to the later picks, now you might be able to make a few moves.
Well, the Jets in no particular order. Areas of need, defensive end, wide receiver now, obviously, tackle, tight end, and do they pull the trigger somewhere in here for the quarterback? They are now on the clock for quite a while. That was a New York minute. Now we have a New York red light. But we go out to Long Island and join Tom Jackson. And, Tommy, that first pick did not take long. They knew about him no matter what would happen at this spot, didn't they?
Well, yeah, I think the Jets were very high on Sean Ellis, had him rated behind Courtney Brown. And this fills one of the needs that they have. Obviously, they missed on the wide receiver just above them at 8, but they come back. They get the solid defensive end. I know that Coach Groh and Bill Parcells talked to me about getting a pass rusher, one of the outstanding pass rushers in this draft. He's going to start for this football team. And what we know with these next 3 choices and the next choice up is that he's looking for 3 starters in there, and there's certainly the possibility of 1 project.
Tommy, by saying that, does he entertain phone calls now? You think that's what he's doing a lot at this spot because he comes back and picks, what, 18, 5 places down? He's pretty sure who he's going to get there. Do you think he trades this pick or does he keep it? What do you think?
Well, I don't necessarily think he trades the pick. I think it's a wait-and-see situation. I was just up in the war room, and, they made that pick with Sean Ellis and made it pretty quickly. And I think that as it was put to me now, we're just going to wait and see what happens right at this moment.
All right, Tommy, they hope Ellis gets to the quarterback as quickly as they made that pick. Let's go up to the gallery gods and Mike Tirico. And what a surprise, Mike. The Jet fans are vocal.
Yes, your people. I'm with your people. Well, do you guys want the quarterback next? Would you like Chad Pennington pick?
I'd wait on that one.
Chad Pennington, yes or no?
I want Bubba Franks and Chad Pennington next.
All right. Chad Pennington, yes or no?
Bubba Franks!
Franks. There you go. Very scientific answer there. Chris, go ahead. I can't.
You know, well, now you have an idea what it is to go to Jet games sometimes in the upper deck. When Mike comes out of the Jet fans, who we will hear from early and often, let's tell you how the Jets became the first team ever to have 4 first-round picks. First team ever, all right? The season ended on January 4th. They own the 18th pick. Bill Belichick, who left the Jets, and by the way, well, let me just do this, and then we'll give you a Belichick story. When Belichick signed with the Patriots, they eventually, you remember that whole scenario, they eventually let him out of his contract to be head coach of the Jets after Parcells abdicated the throne, if you will. It cost them a #1 pick, which was the 16th overall pick. The trade this week of Keyshawn Johnson to the Bucs gets them 13 and 27. And so then they trade with the 49ers the next day to move up, and they end up with 12, 13, 18, and 27. So that's the progression of the picks. By the way, the Bill Belichick saga, twice now, Joe, he's been head coach of the New York Football Jets. 1 for 3 days, actually 3 times. 1 for 3 days, 1 at the Pro Bowl, which I think was a win, and then another time for 1 day. Except for Bill Parcells, Bill Belichick is tied with the second leading winning percentage all time in the New York Jets. 0-0 at 500, tied with Sammy Baugh and ahead of Weeb Eubank. I just thought there's a statistic.
Just there you are.
And actually with Parcells, you know what, I got to think he may be ahead.
When you look at the Jets and you look at the areas of need, I think Bubba Franks is a good choice here. Remember, they brought in Eric Green last year. It didn't work out for him. And when Bill Parcells signed Vinny Testaverde, one of the things he pointed out that Vinny really didn't get a chance to work to was the inside part of his passing game. Didn't get a chance to work to a tight end when he was in Baltimore or in Tampa Bay. So now he really doesn't have a tight end that he can count on to go down the field. Bubba Franks, as Mel is ranked, is probably the best on the board. That would be a likely choice here to help out his quarterback. And as far as the needs go, certainly strong safety might be another area for him. And offensive line with the retirement of Jumbo Elliott. So there are different needs in different areas. I like the tight end here.
Where do you think they go, Mel?
Well, I think Bubba Franks. There's another tight end that's all creeping up the board is Anthony Beck, tight end out of West Virginia. He's very consistent. He's about 6'5", 270. So he has the size. Blocking ability, not exceptional, but certainly very good. So I think when you have Bubba Franks and Anthony Beck clustered right there together in the middle of the first round, the concern is the next pick. Who's going to be there at 18? Do you roll the dice that it's one of the tight ends, that it's Pennington? It's going to be interesting debate here. That's why they need the extra time.
All right, Mortimer, let's go up to you and get your thoughts on the Jets. They can go a lot of different directions, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, you guys have covered this tight end issue here, and if the Jets should take a tight end, is it Bubba Franks or is it Anthony Beck? Because the West Virginia tight end on some boards is rated as a higher tight end. What's interesting about this is the Green Bay Packers are sitting right behind the Jets. And the Packers clearly, because of the Mark Chmura incident, and even before that, because Chmura had a health concern, have talked about a tight end, and then you would look at a Bubba Franks scenario there as well. So this is kind of a tight end spot here in the draft.
It could be, or they could wait till 18. I mean, we shall see. When we return, the Jets, of course, have just under 20 minutes on the clock. New York, New York, New York. Just like I pictured it. We'll be back. .com is You've Got Mel. Over 5,000 people have asked questions thus far. And here's one of them, Mel. Where's the secondary? Is this the weakest draft for defensive backs in recent memory? That's from Chris. It's not me, but from Chris in Philadelphia. In this pass-happy age, where are the DBs?
Well, Chris, it is a weak year for defensive backs. That's why last year we talked about Minnesota maybe trading up to get Chris McAllister. They waited, took Dante Culpepper. Of course, McAllister ended up with the Baltimore Ravens. Champ Bailey ended up with the Washington Redskins. This year, you knew it was going to shape up as a very weak year in the secondary. You still may have 2 cornerbacks going round 1. Deltha O'Neal, cornerback quarterback from Cal, led the nation with 9 interceptions, set an all-time NCAA record 4 interception returns for touchdowns. So Deltha O'Neal figures in that Seattle, Kansas City area, and Ahmed Plummer, cornerback from Ohio State, figures in the latter portion of round 1. A guy that's very fundamentally sound, doesn't have great physical ability, but gets the most out of what he has and gives you a solid effort. Then second round, a lot of players in that grouping. So Lewis Sanders from Maryland, you look at Mark Roman from LSU, Lloyd Harrison, NC State. Can it Deion Grant from Tennessee play corner? No, he's a safety. Rogers Beckett, free safety from Marshall, has moved up.
You know what's interesting, and I've talked to some personnel guys, and their theory partly is because, well, corner, you would draft a bigger one before a little one. They're saying that the smaller running backs going to the big college schools, the big name schools, they're converting them to DBs. Therefore, they're not being pushed. They're not as big as the, quote, blueprint is in the pro.
I think what it is the draft is a little bit this way. You've got don't have the quality, but you have the quantity, and that's really what the transitions have done. We look at the running back situations for the Giants.
Well,
that's been very, very populated.
Well, populated, yeah. Here are the draft picks in the 90s. By the way, there in that upper left-hand corner is that old yet new New York Giants logo that you'll see on the helmets. Joe Montgomery, jury out. Sean Bennett, same thing, draft pick last year. Tiki Barber, flashes. Tyrone Wheatley, great year with the Raiders. Problem, he's not a Giant.
Great gone.
Yeah. Charles Wade, fullback. Okay, Gary Downs, what? Gerard Bunch, big disappointment. Of course, Rodney Hampton was a classy pro. Aaron Emanuel, forget it. We're not even mentioning George Adams in 85, first round. Butch Wolfolk, 82, first round. Not been a traditional great spot, but Mike Tirico in Ron Dane, they have a hell of a shot to break a bad run from Hampton on.
And speaking of the run, Ernie Accorsi and his team is 24th ranked as we fire up the Tinactin video conference, bring in the Vice President, General Manager of the Giants. Ernie, this was obviously an area of the team you've addressed, not just in free agency with the offensive line, but getting a guy to run behind them in Ron Dane. What were the deciding factors that led you to Dane over any of the other available backs?
Well, Mike, we felt pretty good after Chicago picked that we were going to get one of the two. Obviously, we were going to get one of the two. And we felt naturally that we picked Dane ahead of Alexander, so we obviously felt that he was the one we wanted. I think the more we studied him, Mike, the more we saw a back that had great quickness. In the beginning, my impression of him as an underclassman was I thought he was more of a power back. Studying him a little more, you realize how quick he was and what great vision he had, and really his two leading characteristics were those two rather than the power. So we finally reached the conclusion that that was the one we wanted, and we're fortunate to get him.
Ernie, there's a school of thought that a running back only has so many carries in him. Ron Dane took a delivered a lot of punishment, but carried the ball a lot in his 4 years. At any point, did that become an issue that you addressed?
Mike, I think Barry Alvarez will attest to the fact that he did not get beat up and was not a punishing runner. I think that he would rather make you miss than run over you. I mean, people look at somebody that big and just assume that it's a power back and that he would run over people rather than try to elude them, and that's not him. It's tough to get a clean shot at him because the first thing he's going to try to do is make you miss him. So I don't think, considering that he averaged under 30 yards a carry, was spelled a lot this season, I think he's well preserved. I think he's in pretty good shape.
Boy, and when he beat up teams as the game went on, he busted some big runs late in the game. Ernie, we'll talk to you folks during the rest of the weekend. Thank you for your time.
Mike, thank you.
Ernie Accorsi with the Giants. Chris Mortensen, this Giants selection. It's interesting. A Jim Fossil offense that you thought of passing and passing, they've picked up 3 different players via free agency on the offensive line, including Lomas Brown, Dusty Ziegler in there as well, and now a running back behind them. Kind of tells you they need to address that area in their game.
No question about it. And they had targeted a running back here at all times. Ron Dane being it, but they talked to some teams about moving up to take Thomas Jones as well. And right now, Sean Alexander is the one running back left on the board. Kansas City, which is looking for a running back, they're way down at 21. They're not high on Alexander. Cincinnati is high, and you have Corey Dillon hanging out there, possible trade. Right now, though, will Alexander last at 21? That is an issue, and so Green Bay sitting at 14, they would take calls if somebody wanted to move up to take a Sean Alexander.
Before we close the book on the Giants and Ron Dane, the man who won the Heisman Trophy, it was handed out on ESPN just down the road. Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit at the Downtown Athletic Club. They weigh in on the Badger back. Chris.
Well, Mike, I think Dane's going to be delighted to play for the Giants. He'll actually be playing his football games in his home state. He's from Jersey, but he might arrive in training camp, Kirk, with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He seems like a quiet guy, and he is a quiet, classy guy, but he is not going to be thrilled to be the third running back taken in this draft as the Heisman winner. That'll help, I think.
Well, he's very quiet, but you're right. He will be excited to get in there and get an opportunity. A couple things about Ron Dane you're going to see physically. You've been hearing a lot about his vision, and you can see that when he comes through and accelerates through the hole, but also the athleticism. He has such great feet for a big, powerful back. Now, at Wisconsin, a lot of zone blocking, which means he would get wide, pick his hole, and then go through. Now, I assist here to Jaws. He's going to be going to the Giants, a lot of man blocking, so he's going to have to accelerate through the hole. No more dancing around.
Yeah, to appreciate Dane is to really watch him in person and watch him from field level. We saw him play against Michigan. That's a defense that really shut him down. Much was made of the fact he didn't have a yard against the Wolverines in the second half in that loss. But still, you come away very impressed by his quickness. Yeah, he's not going to be great if defenses penetrate and get it, right in his face as he gets the handoff, but he can make guys miss.
Well, I think that's a great point about Ron Dane. He's a guy that needs to be able to run downhill. He's much more effective if he can pick up more momentum, a big back, and then once he picks up the momentum, you really have a tough time bringing him down.
Ron Dane from New Jersey, headed back to the Jersey Giants. Meanwhile, the Jersey Jets are still on the clock with their second pick in the first round. The draft coverage will continue from New York right after this.
In the 1996 draft, Keyshawn Johnson drafted by the New York Football Jets. And now on draft day in the year 2000, Keyshawn Johnson is an ex-Jet. The Jets play the Buccaneers in late September, by the way. And as we wait for the Jets with 7.5 minutes to go, all of a sudden, Keyshawn, who was, our guy, is now their guy, and good riddance for many Jet fans. So the question, the Jets get 2 first-round picks for a guy who they thought might hold out, a guy who, with 2 years to go on his contract, a guy who has been great productive receiver, a guy who wants to win, but a man which they may not have been able to satisfy salary demands. We will debate Keyshawn. Should he have stayed or should he have gone? Did the Jets or Bucs or both do the right thing? But for now, the Jets have made their second first-round pick. Let's go up to the podium. So we may have our first shot from deep in the rough.
With the 13th selection in NFL Draft 2000, the New York Jets select John Abraham, linebacker, South Carolina.
Not that wild if you talk to the guys this week. Right? I mean, they've gone defensive end and then an outside linebacker that can push. So they've gone defense and defense. Here's a guy that moved up, Mel, the last month or two.
He did. I'm just surprised you passed on to Julian Peterson, who's an outside linebacker, very capable in that defense to be a heck of a pass rusher. And I look at this and say, okay, if you're looking outside linebacker, do you wait until 18? Because that's where those linebackers like a Bullock and an Abraham and certainly a Peterson, one of those three would have still been there. You still have the tight end need. You pass on Chad Pennington once again. But John Abraham, a defensive end / outside linebacker, ideal off the edge. Look at his production at South Carolina, 23.5 career sacks at South Carolina. A guy that really did a good job for Lou Holtz this past year, played through injuries, stays on his feet well, takes on blockers, certainly has the size to play down, has that experience in reverse. You see him here blocking the field goal right up the middle with the leaping ability. So a very athletic football player, and no question when you look at John Abraham and the productivity in the SEC, here against Georgia, making the play behind the line of scrimmage. Look at him against Florida, and the teams in South Carolina had to play throughout his career against Clemson there. A guy that's been tested, battle-tested, stood the test of time in that conference. For this defense, he's okay. I just wonder, Julian Peterson, more of a pass rusher, even though he had 23 sacks. I think Julian Peterson over John Abraham in terms of getting after the quarterback.
Now, years ago, you had some fun, and this has nothing to do with this pick, but you had some fun with a Jeff Lageman selection. I know you remember that was in the Wonder Bread years of you and I doing this draft. The fans are going, boring, who cares? I mean, they don't know what Parcells and Groh and the Brain Trust know, and what even you have researched on it. Is this a good pick or is this shaky?
He's a good football player. Jeff Lageman, I had no criticism of Lageman. I said they should have traded down and still acquired Lageman.
Right,
and certainly
that's correct.
When you have the 4 picks, let's clarify it 10 years later.
No, you clarified it then, but they didn't want to hear it then.
Exactly. But I think when you look at this, good football player, there's strategy involved. And I think you have to come out of this draft if you're the New York Jets with either a Bubba Franks or an Anthony Beck. I think Chad Pennington. I'm amazed the teams are passing on Pennington time and time again in round 1. And don't worry about it. Boomer Esiason pass was passed to him 3 different times by his own team that became the Cincinnati Bengals when he went on round 2. So don't get all wrapped up in that. But I think tight end, very key. And Joe Theismann, you pointed out time again, in this offense, they have to have a big-time tight end. Right now, they don't.
Well, and tight end could go to Green Bay and Denver before the Jets select again at 18.
And in the case of Green Bay, they have to be thrilled that a tight end hasn't gone. Now they really have the selection of the board.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Jets have spoken. They actually take about 45 or maybe an hour off before they're on the clock again. But in the meantime, let's go out to Jets headquarters and Tom Jackson. Tommy, I'm sure Abraham is a guy that you studied yourself. Do you like the matchup there?
Well, I think you get a great defensive end in Sean Ellis, and then you get pure pass rush in the form of John Abraham, who can also go down in the three-point stand, which is what he played in college at times. Now let's take a closer look at John Abraham. The most phenomenal part of his game, the speed rush off the outside, and just watch the feet. Watch how quickly he's picking them up and putting them down and getting after the quarterback, and then watch the speed off the ball here. Everybody else planted in their stance. Abraham already up the field and after the quarterback and gets the sack. You know, one of the great things is when you get the guys that you want. Are these two guys that you wanted, Coach? I've got Coach Al Groh here.
Very definitely, Tom. These are the 2 players that, if we stayed in places 12 or 13, they're the 2 players that we wanted to take. Now, there was a lot of maneuvering around or potential maneuvering around where we might have gone someplace else, but in those cases, the cost was too rich to do that. And these are 2 players that fit in the same mold, Tom, and that is they are both players that bring speed and power to the defensive front. And they're both players who have a long-term career playing regular, but they're also third down players for us, too.
Was there real disappointment in the fact that you didn't get Plexico Burress, do you look at the multiple choices and say, we kind of can't go wrong here?
Yes, we think that this is a power-packed selection for us with these 2 guys. And then we've got these 2 more first-round selections, and we could do some maneuvering with those things, too. So our aim was to collect a lot of good players for our team, and these 2 guys are obviously going to be very good players.
Was there interest in Chad Pennington?
No, not at this particular level of the draft for us.
Okay. Well, the Jets have made their first 2 choices in the first round, and they've got 2 more in the first round. Chris?
All right, Tommy, thank you. Here's the reaction thus far in New York by the Jet fans, who are noticeable by their quiet. Green Bay on the clock, and we return.
It's time again for the Harbor Superstore Auto Hour. The time to buy is now. Harbor Superstores in Michigan City and Chesterton are overloaded with over 400 brand new Chevrolets, Cadillacs, Oldsmobiles, Buicks, Pontiacs, Nissans, and GMC trucks, all in stock for immediate delivery. Even hard to find 2001 Auroras and all new GMC Sierras are now in stock at the area's lowest prices. So remember, for the best buys, see the Harbor guys.
Where you always get a better deal.
Careful with it. What is going on? There you go. There it is, guys.
Upside down.
That's great. Hold on a sec. What are you doing? Okay. Oh my God.
Senators, Maple Leafs, tonight at 7 on ESPN.
Tonight on ESPN at 7, the Stanley Cup playoffs continue as the Senators take on the Maple Leafs in Game 2. And at 10, baseball tonight. On ESPN2 at 7, the NFL draft continues. At 10, a recap of today's motorsports action on RPM tonight. And at 11:30, NHL tonight. And on ESPN Classic at 7, a star-studded ACC clash between the Heels and the Terps. And at 9, Steve Alford leads future champs into action. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
Welcome back to New York, our live ESPN coverage, which continues later on ESPN2 of the National Football League draft. Green Bay Packers are on the clock. It was alluded to a moment ago, but in case you didn't hear the details from last week, Mark Chmura, their one-time Pro Bowl tight end who missed most of last year because of injury, was arrested on an accusation he sexually assaulted his 17-year-old babysitter at a party at his neighbor's house early in the morning of April 9th, 6 days ago. That was after the babysitter's prom at Waukesha Catholic Memorial High School. Investigators looking into whether or not parents supplied alcohol for the party and have sent samples of Chmura's hair and blood to the state crime lab for analysis. A court date awaits a month from now. Chris Mortensen, that certainly impacts where Green Bay is going. But as you alluded to, and we should point out, even before this happened with Chmura, they were talking about tight end and replacing him down the road because he missed last year with injury.
And also Tyrone Davis has been a bit of a disappointment, and tight end so important in that offense. And so the struggle here was it going to be Bubba Franks or Anthony Beck, the West Virginia tight end, and they're going to go, I think, with Franks, the Miami tight end, because he has such an upside, has great potential as a receiver. And I can tell you, Mike Sherman, the new coach of the Packers, had to be disappointed. He was Chmura's position coach under Mike Holmgren. Not to mention, the allegations here involve a 17-year-old girl. A guy like Mike Sherman has a 16-year-old daughter. So these things hit home. They are devastated by this Chmura incident.
And certainly something we'll be hearing about as time continues. For more on this, we go to St. Louis and bring in our Hank Goldberg. Hank.
Well, Mike, just one footnote to that. Jeff Jagodinski, who is the tight ends coach for the Green Bay Packers, visited Miami yesterday and worked out Bubba Franks. Let's go back to Chris Berman now.
All right, Hank and Mort and Mike, thank you very much. Obviously things change in Green Bay, and that is the smallest community, obviously, in the National Football League. Things have proven to be true are never okay, certainly. But in a community like Green Bay, it rings even louder and even much more louder. So now we're going to go around the league to get you caught up on what's happening. Let's start with Susie Colbert in Cleveland.
Chris, with the #1 overall pick, the Browns greatly upgrade their 31st ranked defense. Penn State defensive end Courtney Brown came up with a school record 33 sacks. But now with the attention off #1, the real work begins for the Browns' brain trust, choosing a player at pick number 32, the first pick of the second round. Let's go to Ed Werder.
Well, LeVar Arrington was so determined to end up here with the Redskins that when the Browns' lead contract negotiator called Arrington's agents last night, Arrington's people refused to call back. That left Redskins owner Dan Snyder feeling very satisfied after he got Arrington and Chris Samuels. Arrington taken with a pick acquired in the Ricky Williams trade last year. They still have one of those left. It's a third-rounder. Look for him to trade back. Let's go to Solomon Wilcots.
Baltimore Ravens team owner Art Modell said that if you get the weapons for Brian Billick, well, he'll win. So the Ravens used their 2 first-round picks to take Tennessee running back Jamal Lewis and Florida wide receiver Travis Taylor. You may now consider the Ravens to be armed and dangerous. Now let's go to Tom Jackson.
Well, here for the Jets, it's all about filling needs. They've done that with the 12th and the 13th pick, defensive end Sean Ellis from Tennessee, and John Abraham, an outside linebacker who also plays in the three-point stance from South Carolina. Obviously, they wanted the wide receiver somewhere up above the 10th spot, but let's remember they've still got 2 choices, 18 and 27, to do just that. Now let's go to Sean Salisbury.
Here in Santa Clara, the 49ers have many glaring needs, in particular on defense, where they gave up 40-plus points in 5 games last year. But quarterback Chad Pennington is still on the board, and there's that ever-increasing possibility that quarterback Steve Young will not be back in San Francisco next year. Remember, this great franchise is built around wonderful quarterbacks. Let's go out to Hank Goldberg.
Well, the Rams have 10 picks, starting with the last one in the first round. Remember, a year ago, they made a trade for Marshall Faulk, who helped bring them a Super Bowl. They're probably enjoying watching the Jets picks as they take Tampa Bay's picks in the first round, remembering they gave up a 2nd and 5th round pick for Marshall Faulk. Now let's go to Sal Paolantonio.
I'm in a very quiet Bucs practice facility, appropriately named One Buck Place, and we're about 1.5 miles from the Super Bowl site, the next Super Bowl site at Raymond James Stadium, and there's many people in this organization who believe that the distance they have to travel to get to that Super Bowl just got a lot shorter with the acquisition of Keyshawn Johnson for the 2 picks in the first round. Let's go to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Sal, thank you. So the Green Bay Packers are on the clock. The pick is up, and we would think it's a tight end. Let's go up to the podium.
With the 14th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Green Bay Packers select Bubba Franks, tight end, University of Miami.
Well, it's an interesting tidbit from Hank that after everything happened this week, they dispatched one of their coaches again to take a final look at him. One little Bubba note before we talk about Bubba Franks. The last Bubba to go in the first round, I know you wanted to know this, Bubba Bean, 1976 Atlanta. Now, Bubba Paris was the first pick of the 49ers, but he came in the second round in 82. Bubba Smith, what is that? Bubba Smith was taken with the first overall pick in the 67 draft by the Baltimore Colts. Then there's another Bubba that was taken by the United States in 1992 and taken again in 96. There's your Bubba tidbits. How about this Bubba, Bubba Franks?
Productive this year, Chris, when you look at the Miami of Florida offense. 13 catches in 98, 45 receptions this past season for Kenny Kelly and also the freshman Ken Dorsey. You look at the size, we talked about the productivity. The big target, 6'5½", about 265 pounds, possesses the kind of hands, really, of wide receivers. He's very effortless, very fluid as an athlete. And you look at him almost like an NBA star, the way he goes about his business. In the NFL, maybe he gets a little stronger to complement that 265-pound frame. Doesn't run a 4.65, 4.75 40. Runs about in the 4.9 range, but you see the ability here when he's covered. Provides the target, excellent hands. Look at here, the body control to make the catch in the end zone. He set an all-time record for Hurricane tight ends, finishes his career with 12 touchdown receptions. So you get into the red zone, and you're Brett Favre, you're going to look the way of Bubba Franks.
I think at the professional level, though, and oh, by the way, you know, boom, that little piece of paper that came down said Bubba Franks. Someone would just delivered it down. I just want to let you know.
Thank you. So the carrier pigeons.
Exactly, dropped it off. What Bubba Franks is going to have to do at this level is the first thing he's going to have to understand is you got to get your head around real quick when you've got Brett Favre throwing the football, or else he's going to hurt you with it. And the other thing is he'll look to be productive early. This offense likes to get the ball to the tight ends. Mel alluded to it, especially in the red area. That's where this quote-unquote West Coast style of offense has its most productive aspect for the tight ends. It's the possession part of the game. It's the red area part of the game. He's a young man who brings the right kind of size in. He won't be asked to go down the field with the big, deep plays, but he will have to be able to maneuver in between linebackers, take a pounding after he makes the catches, things he's proven he's been able to do at the college level.
Well, one of my best scouts and sources said, you know who he reminds me of? An old-time football fans will remember this. Bubba Franks reminds me of Riley Odoms, an old-time tight end. He, of course, played for the Denver Broncos, was a huge vertical, but could run, and was a great possession receiver. And so that Riley Odoms with Denver next on the clock, I thought that was a good segue. So
do they need a tight end also?
Well, Denver could do a tight end, or Denver, followed by San Francisco, could do a quarterback. But we're going to move very quickly now with our Tenacton video conference to the general manager extraordinaire, and I mean that with all sincerity, obviously, of the Green Bay Packers, Ron Wolf. And Ron, I mean, we'll cut to the chase right here. Did the events this week in Green Bay force you to look harder at a tight end, or was this already a distinct possibility, picking Bubba Franks?
Well, this is already a possibility, very truly. We debated most of Saturday and Sunday as the most critical need with the Packers. And we felt as a staff that it was tight end. And certainly, Chris, our hearts go out to Mark Shimura, his family, all the families of the people involved in this unfortunate situation. I'm not sure that this is at the proper moment, though, to discuss that until all the facts are known. So I'd like to avoid that. But thank you very much for the compliments to me.
Well, what kind of abilities did Bubba Franks do, and we just talked about it here, to fit in exactly with Brett Favre and the type of offense that you run?
Well, I think the biggest thing is he gives us another weapon. We were very fortunate yesterday to make a move that gave us a backup back. So I'm confident that with Franks, we can go further with that. It gives us an up-the-field weapon. Our quarterback has missed a tight end, and we feel now we'll be able to add that to our arsenal.
Very quickly, fresh start with new coach Mike Sherman. What do you feel that has to happen, and what do you feel that he and his staff can accomplish with your ball club to get them back to a Super Bowl contenders?
You know something, Chris, I think we have a basic foundation here of a pretty sound football team. we're an extra point from missing one game and missing a tackle on another. We're 10-6. But I think what has to happen is we have to get our players to play to their capability, and hopefully we can surround him with enough ammunition and enable him to be able to do that.
Okay, Ron, thank you very much. Last year you went DBs almost exclusively. This year you go Bubba Franks with the tight end. General manager of the Green Bay Packers, Ron Wolf. Denver's pick is in, and 48% of those on online say they should pick Chad Pennington, the quarterback. Will they? Let's go to the podium.
With the 15th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Denver Broncos select Deltha O'Neal, cornerback, University of California.
Well, very quickly, I think San Francisco's a little disappointed here because here's a young man that when he was at Cal, that Steve Mariucci picking next coach. That was some guy they were looking at. So Denver does not go quarterback. San Francisco could. Should Denver have gone quarterback, in your opinion, Joe?
I don't think so. I really like Brian Griese. I felt like when Brian Griese was picked by the Denver Broncos a couple of years ago, they got themselves a young man who could play behind John Elway. I think when you look at the circumstances of that football team last year and the pressure that was put on him, no Shannon Sharp, no Terrell Davis, he really didn't have much of a supporting cast around him. Although Chad Pennington, to me, wouldn't have fit in right here. The needs are too great. When you look at where the Denver Broncos have to go, especially on the defensive side of the ball, the question marks around Dale Carter, cornerback to me makes an awful lot of sense for this football team. The Broncos are not far away from contending for that title again, believe me.
And with the Packers may have had their hand pushed a little bit, although, you know, Bubba Franks is certainly deserves to go in that sort of spot. Denver may have their hand pushed a little bit or tied a little bit because they're very possibly looking at a season without one of their starting corners, and that is Dale Carter. As we look at what he is facing now, he missed 2 NFL drug tests this winter, which is ruled by the NFL as if you failed one. So that means he faces possible suspension for the 2000 season for violation of the NFL substance abuse policy, perhaps the whole year. So obviously Denver, you know, all of a sudden here's the position they had to look harder about. And tell us about the first. You answer, where are the DBs in the draft? He's the first one. Who's a converted running back?
He is, and we thought about maybe 21 for Kansas City. People saying, is this a reach at 15? Based on the fact that Dale Carter may not be part of the equation. Look at what they did in free agency, going out and getting a Jimmy Spencer, a Darrell Pounds, a Jeremy Lincoln. Not star quality players. This was a key need area. And you look at Deltha O'Neal, the ability to turn, locate, and in coverage, do a heck of a job with the interceptions. Returned 4 for touchdowns this past year. Finished with 9 overall. You see those ball skills there in man situations. He is a first-round punt kickoff returner. Did a heck of a job for Cal this past season. Averaged 29.2 yards per kickoff return, 10.2 yards per punt return. So he's going to give you a dynamic there. You see the ability, when he gets his hands on the football, he gets the turnover with the interception. Then he can take it up the field and give you a good field position or take it the distance. So reach, no. That's a temptation here, Chris. But at 15, when you know he was going to go around 20, you desperately need a corner. He's the best corner in the draft, and he's certainly the best return man in the draft as well.
And so now the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock, and they're looking at this draft totally different than they have in drafts for, about 20 years now. We will elaborate on a little bit more on all the players that they need. They need actually warm bodies. Now, they could pick the quarterback, Chad Pennington. They may be looking at Julian Peterson. Those are 2 of the guys they're thinking about. But let's go out to 4949 Centennial Boulevard and check in with Sean Salisbury. And good morning, Sean. It still is, isn't it?
It still is morning out here. Boomer, good morning to you. You talk about Pennington, but no, it's going to be the outside linebacker, Julian Peterson from Michigan State. And you're right, this team is just looking for somebody who's got a pulse. They have so many needs. They're trying to find 5 starters on the team, 4 of them on defense. They believe this guy can come and be an impact player right away. He's got nice frame, about 30 tackles in the backfield last year. They're going to go with Julian Peterson. They need depth at the linebacker position, and this guy will be penciled in from day 1 as a starter.
Well, Sean, you know what's interesting is that in talking to Bill Walsh this week, he said they don't realize it right now, but there are guys sitting in frats and sitting in sports bars on college campuses who will be in the huddle week 1 for the San Francisco 49ers when we kick the ball off. We just don't have players. We only got 15 defensive players signed. So they're looking for 5 starters immediately. Here may be one of them.
With the 16th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the San Francisco 49ers select Julian Peterson, linebacker, Michigan State.
I mean, look, this is a team I could spend the next 10 hours talking about it,
or 20,
or just 2 minutes. They have to overhaul just about everything. And on defense, Steve Mariucci told me a couple weeks ago they couldn't have even had a mini camp because they only had 15 guys. They couldn't even do that. So players, you like this pick in this spot, Mel?
I really do. I talked about it for the New York Jets. I thought it would be a better fit than Abraham, even though I like Abraham. I think Peterson is a great pass rusher. At 40 sacks during his JUCO career at Valley Forge Junior College, came to Michigan State, became a very multi-dimensional linebacker. As a defensive end early on, in the highlight package, you're going to see sack after sack after sack. That's what Julian Peterson does. And this game, obviously in the Big Ten, here against Ohio State, not only getting in there for the sack, but causing the fumble. So he gets on the scene, he creates the turnover. And I think when you look at Julian Peterson, the question you always have with those great pass rushers, how do they do in reverse? How do they do in coverage? We know they get after the quarterback like he did here against Penn State, but in coverage, that's where he really started to excel this season, culminated with an outstanding week of practice down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, then a big interception in that game. Here you see the IN to the hit here in the flat, a guy that really, I think, at 6'3 1/4", 235 pounds, a chiseled frame and tremendous instincts for the position. As an outside linebacker who can get off the edge, get after the quarterback, and play in reverse, break down in space, make tackles. As a bargain at this point, I think that's what you would call Julian Peterson.
When you only have 3 linebackers on the roster, that's also the situation. You got Ken Norton Jr., you've got Winford Tubbs. You really don't have bodies. They were ranked 30th or 31st in so many areas on the defensive side of the ball. There they are. Anthony Peterson, Winford Tubbs, Ken Norton Jr. That's it. That's what you're looking at as far as your depth chart goes. They can't even field enough players, boom, to have a mini camp.
They got to stop someone if they're going to win any games, no matter whether their quarterback's Steve Young, no matter whether their quarterback is Jeff Garcia, who would probably, we certainly will be the start next year if Steve doesn't come back, or if it was Champion. You got to keep teams under 35 points. As far as productivity, Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit, Peterson was all of that last fall, wasn't he?
He was. He's an interesting guy, Chris. I mean, he is a part of a Michigan State defense that was at times was just a dominating defense. At times surrendered a bunch of yards. You look at the Wisconsin game and so on. But Peterson is a guy that, again, if you can flip the switch and push the right buttons, can be a superstar.
Well, I think all you have to do is if you look at the film, he's always around the football. That's the best thing you can say about Julian Peterson. Think about some of the things he can do. I kind of put him in a LeVar Arrington mode as far as you get a quick shot there at Chad Pennington, but you get a feel for what he can do from a standpoint of rushing a passer and also dropping back and defending backs out of the backfield. And I think that is why he's looked at as such an asset.
We look at Pennington because, of course, Chad has to be a little bit disappointed. He's having a party there in Knoxville, Tennessee on the lake. They got a houseboat there. They got the barbecue catered. He thought he might go to Pittsburgh, possibly Denver. Now San Francisco has picked and he's still out there. We'll have to wait and see where Pennington goes. But he said it's this process a little bit frustrating. He says a lot of teams will BS you, tell you one thing, go another direction. And here he is, the highest rated quarterback on almost everybody's boards, not drafted midway in the first round.
I think a lot of that has to do with need. I don't know if there are a lot of teams right now that have that primary need as a quarterback. Think about his arm. Everybody's been talking about his arm is okay. The things you look at and you got to love about Chad Pennington, everybody talks about the intelligence, the instincts, the dedication to the game. These are all things that are very true. Whoever ends up getting Chad Pennington is going to get a young man who is dedicated to the game and will be dedicated to the playbook.
And he has to keep things in perspective. Here's a guy who had to prove himself out of high school. He was like 170 pounds as a senior, didn't have any arm strength, not recruited by programs, ends up at Marshall, builds himself through the weight room, through dedication, into a truly great quarterback. In college, he'll have to prove himself all over again at the NFL. Where will he go? We should find out in the next minutes as the draft continues from New York and Bristol and all points.
Everywhere.
And the Heisman is still in New York. Ron Dane. Think about it. Ron Dane, a Heisman winner in New York. Vinny Testaverde, a Heisman winner in New York. Charlie Ward, a Heisman winner in this building, Madison Square Garden. And Doug Flutie, technically, in the state of New York. Chris Mortensen, one surprise. We thought we'd see a lot of trades through 16 picks, not one on-the-clock deal. Why?
Well, you're right. The biggest surprise is that there have been no surprises. And even speaking with a couple personnel directors in the last 15 minutes, they are stunned that there have been more trades. And the reason why is the teams that wanted to go up refuse to overpay, because there's a history here. When you overpay, you usually regret it. I know, talking to Dan Reeves of the Atlanta Falcons this week, hey, they gave up that number 5 pick to the Baltimore Ravens. That was the first rounder they traded to get Reggie Kelly in the second round, the tight end. I asked him, hey, do you regret it? He said, well, are you asking me if Reggie Kelly was the 5th best player in this draft? He goes, no. But I didn't know I was going to lose Jamal Anderson and Chris Chandler either.
Just recent history. Atlanta and New Orleans last year tell us that there is value in those first-round picks. Back to our draft host, Chris Berman, with the Raiders on the clock.
That's right, Michael. It is the Raiders, which opens up a little bit different bunch of player, I think. But first, we said we have, what, over 5,000 questions, and you ask Mel, I don't know if it's a sweepstakes, I don't know what the heck it is, Mel, but we would now ask 2 of the 5,000. Which, and this is interesting, in your opinion, they haven't gone to camp, they haven't even been drafted, some of them, which rookie will make the biggest impact in the 2000 season? I mean, hey, Edgerrin James was unbelievable last year, although you might still say Javon Curse on a Super Bowl team at what, the 16th spot last year? Where was he? Who do you think this year?
Well, we'll go to the 16th pick this year. Julian Peterson, we talked about his ability off the edge with the 49ers. LeVar Arrington is going to be special. I think he's going to be dynamic, like a Taylor, like a Saya. Thomas Jones is going to have a great opportunity in Arizona. You have Jake Plummer, you have receivers there that can get the job done. You need that running threat. You have Michael Pittman as the backup. Thomas Jones is going to have every opportunity to put up the big numbers as a rookie in the NFL.
All right, so we've asked Mel, and Mel, as usual, has answered. Let's go out now to Santa Clara, California, and rejoin our Sean Salisbury. The Niners have picked one of their 2 first-round guys, and we seem to like it, Sean. Do they? Yep. Obviously.
Yeah, and yes, Boomer, they do, and they love it here. We're with head of personnel, pro personnel, and player personnel, Terry Donahue. Terry, Julian Peterson, didn't know he'd fall that far. Depth at linebacker, as well as every place on your defense, has been a problem. What do you think in the depth? How will this help?
Well, there's no question, Sean. We can't even break a huddle right now on defense. We had 3 linebackers on our roster. It was imperative we start to fill in some of the holes we have defensively. When Julian Peterson was there, for us, it was a no-brainer. We needed him. He's a pass rusher. He's a player who can drop and rush the quarterback. It's a good start to help rebuild our defensive team.
Now, you still need some help on defense. Chad Pennington is still on the board. Where do you go with your next pick in the first round at 24?
Well, I think as you look at our team, the defensive needs are such that we continue to fill those, or we look possibly at an offensive tackle or a quarterback. Those are all needs that the 49ers have, along with defensive back and, again, linebacker and defensive line.
Terry, always a pleasure. Thanks and congratulations. Thank you. Talk to you a little later on. Let's go back to you in New York, Boomer.
All right, Sean, Terry, thank you very much. The Niners started this draft with a 3rd overall pick. By a bunch of trades, they moved back to 12, then they moved back to 16. But now they have 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 4s. They have 2 5s. Bill Walsh is determined to get 2 3s out of this as well. And so the 49ers, next to Cleveland and to Green Bay, I believe, picked the most with 11. They got a ton of picks. Now we come to the part of the draft where have a couple of players fallen, and who are the next group of names we should look at? And that's my chance to ask Mel. Who you got?
I'll tell you, Chad Pennington's going to be a super steal wherever he goes from this point on. You talked about Boomer Esiason early 2nd round. Brett Favre was a 2nd round pick. So Chad Pennington goes late 1st round. What a pick he will be. You look at Sean Alexander. We thought he might be the wild card, 4th running back taken down around this area. Stocker McDougal's going to be an explosive right tackle, assist your running game. Sylvester Morris, Todd Pinkston. Pinkston, a guy who's only 169, but a guy that really gets the job done. When you look at the other top available players still on the board, you're going to see some talented football players there. Darren Howard, technically sound pass rusher, and I really like Cornelius Griffin. And one name you're going to start hearing now, Eric Flowers, defensive end from Arizona State, who has really enjoyed a meteoric rise up the draft board, Joe.
Isn't this where this is the spot? The Raiders traded a few years ago to get a Ricky Dudley. You have to think, could this be the one spot? We haven't seen any trades. Are the Raiders preparing to drop down a little bit? Do they have one particular person in mind that they want? What we've seen so far in this draft is everybody seems to have gotten the people that they have targeted. talented. They really haven't had to stretch. They haven't really gone out and paid too much for anybody. So it looks to me like if there's going to be a move, this might be the spot. The Raiders have about 2.5 minutes to go in this pick. I think they're listening to some opportunities. And as Mel went through, there's still quite a bit of quality. Not maybe that blue chip quality, but quality that can help a lot of football teams still on the board.
Well, there's quality at wide receiver, and I'm not saying that they
offensive line.
They kept Timmy Brown, although I mean Timmy eventually will run out of gas, but they kept him. They have a vertical game, and this is actually an interesting team that lost all those games by such close scores. They were maybe the most intriguing team that did not make the playoffs, but they kind of shot themselves in the foot.
Certainly they made a great deal to get Rich Gannon. Rich Gannon really helped out. Of course, he became a Pro Bowler, did what John Gruden wanted. Maybe this is the time that you go get that young quarterback. Maybe this is the spot where Chad Pennington works in. Certainly John Gruden will give him an awful lot of an opportunity to learn behind Rich Gannon. You wonder how long guys can play. Can you play to 38, 39, 40? How productive can you be? And at what point does somebody have to go out and find quarterbacks?
Well, but the Raiders, and we mentioned Timmy Brown, you always think of the Raiders with vertical game. Tim Brown was the last receiver they picked in the first round. That's all the way back in '88. I mean, but you know, you think of Raiders and Cliff Branch, and the names just roll on. So here you go. Games decided by 7 or fewer points. I mean, 13 games by a touchdown or less. And the Raiders ended up the one at Green Bay. I mean, there were just games lost right at the end. I mean, there's some other teams on there that lost heartbreakers, but none like the Raiders. So I don't know that this is the player that makes the difference, but Mel is a Sylvester Morris or a Jerry Porter, two wide receivers who necessarily weren't your first guys. Does this fit here?
I think Sylvester Morris is going to go in this general area. Jerry Porter, raw. Remember, he played free safety, also played quarterback, became a wide receiver late, and needs a little bit more work from a route running standpoint, really understanding how to use all those great physical skills. His size, his 44 vertical, his high school background in terms of the basketball court. Once that all comes together, maybe 2-3 years down the road, Porter could be a very good player. But for a team looking for an immediate return, like I think the Raiders are at wide receiver, maybe a Sylvester Morris at this point.
See, I don't necessarily. I think that's something we tend to throw into a big bundle. We expect immediate returns from certain players. These are young kids coming into professional football. Sure, LeVar Arrington will be an outstanding playmaker, but how many plays will he be able to make, and how many mistakes will he make along the way? We saw it in Detroit with Chris Claiborne. Makes a lot of plays, but also gives up a lot of plays. I think you have to understand there's going to be a lot of growth for these kids as well.
Joe, I think your point's well taken. I think you have to realize that that's why needs are being filled here, and that's why the quarterback drops down. Teams are looking for an immediate return. They're looking to fill needs right away. Pennington drops for that reason.
It's an interesting scene up in the crowd with Raider fans standing next to Jet fans. Boy, are those bitter rivals from the days when I used to sit at Shea Stadium. Let's go to the podium.
With the 17th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the Oakland Raiders select Sebastian Janikowski, kicker, Florida State.
Sebastian Janikowski, the Polish powder keg, the kick from Florida State. The same team that drafted Ray Guy in the first round at punter, and he went on to be arguably the best punter ever. I mean, when they've done it right. And here he is, Ray Guy, the coffin corners, the hang time. He was a good athlete. Now this guy, Janikowski, is a little bit bigger than Ray Guy. Mel, how many kickers have we seen this side of Lou Grosso or Tom Dempsey that are 260 pounds?
Go back to Russell Erkslavin, 11th overall pick to the Saints, was not able to fulfill that kind of potential in the National Football League. I think you look at Sebastian Janikowski, the ability to drive those kickoffs deep into the end zone, alter field position, hit the 56-yard field goal, and what he gets, even on the 40-yard field goal, that great lift, the elevation negates the chance of blocking that field goal. So he's going to be a weapon. How he adapts to the pro game is going to be interesting because it's a difference, Joe. Coming from college to pro, you're moving 5 yards back on the kickoff, different football. How does he adapt? Some of the other kickers did not adapt very well.
Before I jump it, we just asked what player could they draft to win the close games. They just got him.
Well, take into consideration, the Raiders lost 8 football games by a total of 33 points this year. They understand the importance of the kicking game.
And we're seeing the lift here, Joe, in terms of the kickoffs and the ability to negate the return skills of that kickoff return man. And remember, what does the kickoff into the end zone do? Well, you start at the 20, that's great. You also limit the number of, you negate injuries. Injuries on kick coverage, they happen. You have to put some of your players that are going to be in your starting lineup on kick coverage. Janikowski drives that ball deep in and out of the end zone. Field position, saving injuries, what a weapon he can be.
Mel, I was at the Sugar Bowl this year. I had a chance to stand on the sidelines next to this young man.
I need to talk to you about those
About my
throws
throwing
there,
ability. Yeah, it wasn't very good, I'll be honest with you. But this kid is absolutely huge. He's gigantic. Haven't had a chance to talk to John Gruden earlier this week. He just wasn't quite sure whether this spot, this pick, would be the right pick to take the kicker. I guarantee you they took a long time, possibly looking at a trade, who might be interested. They could have come back in the draft, maybe still gotten him. But this kid here, I think, can make a difference for this football team. He can be the top scorer for the Oakland Raiders from now for the next 10 years.
So Russell Ertzleben and 79 with the Saints, and the tragic story of Steve Little, a kicker with the Cardinals in 78. Those are the only two kickers in the first round of the common draft. We mentioned Ray Guy Punter, 73 Raiders. He went on to have a great, great career. The Jets are on the clock for the third time, which means we clock in with Tom Jackson. Thomas, what do you have?
Well, I think certainly as you looked at things here and you want to shock those Jets fans down there, I think unless something unforeseen happens, there's the possibility that the Jets are going to go for Chad Pennington here, give some depth to the quarterback position. Vinny Testaverde coming off of an injury. Ray Lucas certainly a solid number 2 guy here, but Chad Pennington would loom as the future of this ball club, and the Jets certainly may take him here in the 18th spot.
Well, Tommy, that would be interesting. You mentioned at the beginning of the show the Jets wanted 3 starters out of the 4.
That's correct.
This is the pick. This would fill in after Denver and San Francisco passed. The Jets weren't sure he would be here. Now he's got pretty good value, and that would be exactly what they told you. Way to ferret it out.
Well, so you talk to the guys, you talk about them getting the 3 starters. I think that we guessed that there might be a project in there. Chad Pennington would be the guy, and yet they still have that 1 wide receiver slot to try to fill. You know, do you do that with the 27th pick? I don't know, but certainly there's that possibility. Nobody maybe as high as they wanted, but if they take Chad Pennington, you know, they've got 3 players that they want in this draft.
And Tommy, as you pointed out, and we just looked at Mel's board, there should be a lot of value receivers still available at the bottom of this draft for the next pick of the Jets. But they haven't picked Pennington yet. We'll see. 10.5 minutes ago. Thank you. And we're going to bring in now a man that I think you know a little bit on our quick actin' Tenactin video conference. The coach of the, well, 2 and 3 seasons ago, the Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos, and Mike Shanahan. And Michael, you've gone defense here, although Delta O'Neal is really a former offensive player. So how does that help him, and how is he perhaps a little bit of a project at corner as you look at him?
Well, Chris, when we take a look at Delta, we take a look at a guy that can help us as a punt returner, a kickoff returner. And we like his skills as a defensive back. He plays the ball extremely well in the air, and once he does get the interception, he can do something with it. So not only can he help us there, but help us on special teams.
Mike, I'm going to ask the obvious question. Given the situation with Dale Carter, how much did that change, if at all, you're looking at Delta O'Neal in this spot?
Well, it did affect us, obviously. Anytime you have a guy that has a chance to be suspended for a year, you're really not sure which way the NFL is going to go right now. They're looking it over. We should find out one way or the other in the next couple of days, and we'll have to go from there.
You obviously look, Mike, at Chad Pennington, and you obviously like him. What led you not to select him here in the first round? Is that a partial answer with Brian Griese, or just something that you saw in Pennington or didn't like?
Well, number one, I like Chad Pennington. I think he's going to be a great quarterback in the NFL, but I do like Brian Griese, and I do like Gus Frerotte. I think we've got 2 quarterbacks that will fight it out. Brian will be the starter. Gus will come in there and compete. And, you know, you're only one play away from being the starter. So I think we've got some great competition there, and we'll just have to wait and see.
Hey, Mike, the Raiders picked a 260-pound kicker. Are you more worried about him covering the kicks or booming them?
Well, I'm not sure if O'Neal will get a chance now to return on kickoff, so that's one of the downsides of the Raiders picking him, but he's a great player.
Well, that'll be a duel we'll watch for the next decade, the kickoff from the Raiders to Delta O'Neal. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you later on.
Okay, Chris.
Mike Shanahan, a team that even though they were in the basement last year, feels that they can win that division with everybody back, with Terrell Davis and a healthy squad, and why not? They feel they're right back in the hunt. Jets are next.
What makes you stronger? What keeps you up?
4 first-round picks. That'll be the Jets.
With the 12th choice in the NFL Draft 2000, the New York Jets select Sean Ellis, defensive end, Tennessee.
He's going to have to be a pass rusher supreme at the pro level.
I want Bubba Franks and Chad Pennington next.
With the 13th selection in NFL Draft 2000, the New York Jets select John Abraham, linebacker, South Carolina.
Not that wild.
These are two players that fit in the same mold, Tom, and that is they are both players that bring speed and power to the defensive front.
Which brings us to the podium. Gene Washington, the NFL Director of Football Operations, pinch hitting for the commissioner for the Jets' third first-round pick.
With the 18th pick in the first round, the Jets select quarterback Chad Pennington from Marshall University.
Jet fans don't have to ask who. Here's the player that Tommy Jackson so correctly pointed out. Here we need 3 starters, but there will be 4 first-round picks. So when Denver and San Francisco passed, here came Pennington to 18 under no pressure to perform.
It's amazing, Chris, they lasted this long. Look at Chad Pennington. He's in the AFCs with the Jets. He's going to be facing Peyton Manning, the quarterback I've compared Chad Pennington to all day. I think you look at Chad Pennington, cerebral approach, effortless motion, a guy that I think has a better arm than people have ever given him credit for. And you look at the ability to fit in with the Jets. Testaverde getting up there in age. Ray Lucas, more of a backup type. Tom Tupa, the punter. Chad Pennington's going to have a great opportunity to watch him throw the football at Marshall. They're hooking up with Randy Moss. Did a great job early on, but he stuck it out. Eric Kresser came there. He redshirted his sophomore year, then came back. A lot of quarterbacks would have moved on, transferred out. He stayed with the Marshall program, led them to great heights into the top 15 overall in the nation, and did a heck of a job. What you like about Pennington, 4.8 speed at 6'3", 230. So he does have better mobility than people once thought. He can avoid the initial pass rusher, which is the key to being a successful quarterback in the NFL. Bide his time, see the field, then accurately throw a strike down to the short areas, the intermediate areas, or deep down the field, Joe. He's got an awful lot of ability and the leadership skills. At the Senior Bowl, the command. He went down there, all the other stars from around the country. He fit in right away, had a great week of practice, a heck of a game. There you see the balance, avoiding, throwing the ball accurately, not allowing the quarterback to have any opportunity to break up the pass or intercept that pass. And there against Clemson early in the year, put up good numbers down at Death Valley.
Well, Chad Pennington was truly the Marshall plan. 4 years, 14,000 yards, 123 touchdowns, and hometown Knoxville, Tennessee, the town in which Peyton Manning starred, obviously, as a collegian. We go now to the newest draftee of the New York Jets, Chad Pennington, in our crosshairs.
In the crosshairs.
I'm Chad Pennington, quarterback at Marshall University. Been playing quarterback since I was in 7th grade. My first 2 years of football, 5th and 6th grade. Just kind of a wingback trash guy, just blocking and trying to get on the team and make a few things happen. I didn't get recruited by any Division 1A schools as far as scholarships. I was a small guy. I was about 6'1½", 175 pounds. Didn't have a strong arm, and I just wanted to go somewhere where I could play. Marshall was the perfect fit for me. It was a place where I knew I'd have a chance to play, not only play, but play for championships. There's no doubt in my mind that Randy helped put us on the map. with him playing at Marshall, people started coming in and seeing him, but then they started hanging around for the next few years to see how we would do without Randy. And that was good for us because we got more and more exposure. The Rhodes Scholarship was a great experience for me. I was disappointed when I didn't get it because I am a competitor. I want to do well not only in athletics but in everything I do. And the competitive spirit comes out in you when you lose. And I lost. My favorite hero in football was Joe Montana. He's the epitome of a quarterback and what a quarterback should be. When I see players like Sean King, a Charlie Batch, Kurt Warner, Steve McNair, those guys are pioneers to me. And those guys I look up to. They're starters. They're in the big games. And they play for smaller schools, but it shows you that football is universal. And if you can play the game, you can play it.
Chad Pennington.
Chad Pennington to the Jets. You like it, Joe?
I do like it. I think it works very well for the Jets. Vinny Testaverde coming off the Achilles problem, comes back. He's still older anyway. Ray Lucas, now I don't think this is a reflection on Ray Lucas not being able to play. I think it's an insurance policy, and as Tommy mentioned, the project. When you take a look at the production of these guys, you expect Vinny to come back and play. He's going to be the starter. Ray Lucas got an awful lot of playing experience last year. It helped him a lot. Chad Pennington comes into a system. His coach, his position coach, and the offensive coordinator is Dan Henning. He was mine when I joined the Washington Redskins and had an opportunity to go on and win a world championship with him. It's a system that is quarterback friendly, it's easy to comprehend, and Dan Henning will provide him an environment to learn. He did an excellent job with Vinny bringing him along. You saw the job that he did with Ray Lucas last year. Chad Pennington not only fits in well for the Jets, but for him, as far as his growth as a quarterback goes, we'll learn an awful lot from Coach Henning, and it'll help him help this football team.
So Chad Pennington goes to the Jets. They still have another first-round pick. The next team on the clock, Seattle, with the first of their two. And speaking of the AFC West, let's go up to Mike Tirico. Michael?
All right, Chris, thank you. It's an active video conference. We will bring in the head coach of the Oakland Raiders, John Gruden. As you know, the Raiders made the first big wrinkle in this draft by selecting Sebastian Janikowski, the kicker from Florida State. John, first let me ask you, did you have Janikowski tabbed later on in the draft? Were you trying to deal back and hoping to get him later in the first round and pick up something extra along the way?
Well, we didn't try to get too strategic. We wanted this guy to be a part of our football team, and we feel like this pick is going to improve our entire football team. He'll help our defense. He'll put points on the board for our offense, and we're excited to have him.
Sebastian has had, he's a free spirit if you've ever been around him, as you guys went to check him out. Obviously know he's a different kind of guy. Let's go back a little bit in the history so people are aware of some of the things that Sebastian Janikowski has been involved with that haven't been to the letter of the law. On January 23rd, Tallahassee police officers said Janikowski attempted to bribe him into releasing a friend who had been arrested earlier that night at a nightclub, and because he was over here for school, coming over from Poland, he faced possible deportation. That all has to be checked out down the line. John, when you sat down and talked to the guy, did you get the feeling that the transgressions involving Janikowski were those of a youth making a mistake in judgment?
Obviously. You know, we just selected him in the first round, and I'm confident with the environment that we have here with our coaching staff and our players that Sebastian can flourish here, and we realize that we have to get some things resolved, and we're confident that that'll happen.
Hey, there's no doubt about it. This is rolling the dice, taking a kicker in the first round. But does it say to the rest of your team and to your fans how close you think you are when you look back at 4 field goals missed between 30 and 39 yards last year and are looking for improved field position? Is this a sign that we've got the people to get into the playoffs and get off that 8-8 and take that little extra step because we took a kicker in the first round?
Well, we feel like we still have some areas that we need to address, and we will address those areas, but we also put a high value on the place kicker and on our kickoff coverage, and we think Sebastian is rare, and his ability at Florida State is well documented.
What's the toughest transition for a kicker from college to the pros, in your opinion?
Well, the hash marks are different. Obviously, the width of the goal post is different. The pressure of being a #1 draft choice and being a place kicker is intense. So those will be things that he's going to be faced with, but we're confident that he can get the job done for us.
Well, John, he could be a special player. Those of us who've seen him in college know that he's certainly a unique ability and unique talent. We'll talk to you during the weekend. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Mike.
Obviously, we're covering all the teams. If you want more on your team, Draft Central, NFL.com, ESPN.com, complete coverage of what your team has been doing and will be doing. As Draft 2000 continues, the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. We're back from New York and around the league.
Mark, the first of 2 first-round picks for the Seattle Seahawks, and a player, in my opinion, that's fallen and will change the way they're thinking right now. 5 minutes ago is running back Sean Alexander. They got Ricky Waters, but they're thinking about him. They're thinking about tackle Chris McIntosh. Those are 2 names. We'll come back to talk Seahawks. But first, let's go to Jets headquarters and Tommy Jackson. And Tom, well, you were right on with the quarterback and the coach. Here's the guy that's not going to start, right, Tommy?
Well, that's exactly right, Boomer. And Coach, you get Chad Pennington here. What does he mean to this organization for the future?
Tom, we all know that pro football is a game of quarterbacks, and you got to have the trigger man there. One thing all the really good teams have in common is a highly proficient quarterback, and what this does is that ensures for a long time that the Jets will have that such quarterback.
Were you surprised that he fell to you at this spot?
Yes, somewhat, and it was a very fortuitous fall for us because usually you get this type of quarterback, you have to use your first-round selection to get him. And we've already taken 2 players that will really help our team, and yet we were also able to get a first-round selection quarterback.
Still looking for that 3rd starter now in the next spot?
Very definitely. Yes, we thought this was a draft that certainly could bring us 3 immediate starters and more starters for the future, and so we've done 2 out of those 3 things now. We've got 1 more to go.
Well, it's a happy Jets camp here, and let's go to another quarterback now. Knows a little bit about quarterbacking, Mark Malone.
All right, TJ, thank you very much, along with Ron Jaworski, who probably knows a little bit more about quarterbacking than I did. At least he played in the lead a little bit longer than I did. And we look at Chad Pennington, and a lot of people would question his arm strength. But as you broke him down on film, Jaws, there are other aspects of his game that allow him to make up for that lack of arm strength.
Yeah, Mark, after studying Chad, one thing you notice, he understands the passing game, and he likened his game to Joe Montana. That means he's accurate throwing the football. Doesn't have the big arm, but he can place it very well. As you'll see right here, the design of this play is to attack the double zone. These 2 safeties will split. The guy you must occupy is that middle linebacker. He's responsible for that deep area. Well, you go the play action. Hold that linebacker, and here, make the throw within 20 yards before those safeties collapse and make the play. Great anticipation on the throw. From the end zone, ball fake, good head around. Again, watch the release. High release, the guy's 6'3", good balance, good stride. He's got it all, and the arm strength is there. He sticks that ball between the safeties, and it is accurate. The throw is on the body. That is very important. The one thing that I have noticed, though, with Pennington, I don't see a lot of deep balls. But what he does make up for the deep throw is anticipation, Mark. That's critical.
And we found in this league with guys, especially like Joe Montana, that if, in fact, you get the ball out on time and you're accurate, you can have a very successful career. Let's send it back to New York and Chris Berman. Seattle close to making a pick, Boomer.
All right, Mark and Jaws. I don't know, Jaws is all fired up because the Raiders took a Polish kicker. But don't worry, Jaws. If he somehow, and let's hope it doesn't happen, gets deported, as Mike talked about, Al will move the team to Poland, and they can play there. No problem. No problem.
He's ready.
We have this one scoped out. Now, the Seattle Seahawks are a team that won the division at 9-7 last year, although they kind of really stumbled from early November on. The Seahawks, in their first 5 picks, need, in no particular order, a wide receiver to replace the departed Joey Galloway, a defensive lineman inside. Remember, Sam Adams is now gone. He's a Raven today. A right tackle, a linebacker, and a defensive back. The defensive back they got last night in a trade, they got Fred Vinson, 2nd-round pick last year with the Packers. They traded him on Green. I think, Mel, the running back, falling to them here is something they got to look at, Alexander.
We talked about wild cards. He does drop down to the Seahawks. I think when you look at 5'11 and a quarter, 218 with 4.5 speed, bigger than I think a lot of people think, a little faster. He veers away from defenders in the open field, worked through the ankle injury, and had huge games at Florida, at the Swamp, and then late in the year, bowl game against Michigan. He was outstanding in the big games.
I mean, it's not someone that they were going to look at originally, but he's fallen to him. Let's see if that's what Seattle and Mike Holmgren decide to do.
With the 19th choice in the first round, Seattle selects running back Sean Alexander.
That's a good job.
Detroit is on the clock.
And that's a good job. They got Ricky Waters there, who had a good season and who is still very capable. But but this kid is you know exactly what you get with this kid.
You do, and we had him rated as one of the 4 top backs. The big thing about it, too, is you have to remember Detroit and Kansas City were picking next. Detroit still, even though they made the deal for James Stewart, I think would look for a running back. Certainly Kansas City, even though they run by committee, would like to have somebody they can rely on. This is why I think it took so long. The conversation was, who should we really go after? When you look at the age of Ricky Waters, you figure at some point in time, you have to be able to bring in a young guy. Mike Holmgren in his 2nd year has done that.
And he decided that Amon Green was not that young guy, and here he is, Mel.
You look at Sean Alexander, we talked about the size and the 4.5 speed, so a little bigger, a little faster than I think a lot of people thought. Productivity this past year, he worked through the ankle injury, put up big numbers late in the year, and certainly a guy that when you look at Sean Alexander, we talked about all-around backs. He can catch the football, he has the vision, he can get the ball in the end zone. He's a touchdown maker. He had the 4 touchdowns at Gainesville against Florida, did it throughout his career, and you see the ability here to shift direction, change direction, and then veer away. He has that almost eyes in the back of his head when he's running with the football. And people say speed. Well, a lot of corners in the SEC had trouble catching him from behind. And you see the running style here. He lives to fight another day. If he sees that the initial hole was jammed, he will take it down. He goes to the sidelines. Franco Harris light. But a guy that I think the question about toughness, I don't think is valid. Running backs have to do that to save themselves for the 4th quarter. And like all great backs, he really got better, Joe, as the game progressed. And in the 4th quarter, Alexander was running exceptionally well.
Plus, in a Mike Holmgren style of offense, you've got a young man who has to be able to catch the football. It's one of the prerequisites that happens in that style of offense. You have to be able to get the ball into the hands of them, and the receivers, the running backs, have to be productive as receivers. And you don't necessarily need a lot of speed. What you need is niftiness.
And one other thing that Amon Green, they soured on a little bit, was his fumbleitis. This is a much sure-handed guy, and of the 4 backs, he was a close second behind Thomas Jones in just pass-catching rating. And I think it's a perfect fit for the Seahawks, who weren't sure they were going to see him. And if you like Seahawk history, twice they've gone in the 1st round running back, or at least in the 80s, John L. Williams and Kurt Warner. Those guys are pretty good players for Chuck Knox, a man who Mike Holmgren admires very, very much. The Seahawks will be picking soon again in the 1st round. Next up, the Lions.
Number 20, the Honolulu Blue and Silver. The Detroit Lions are on the clock. Another team from the Midwest got the picking started about 3.5 hours ago. Let's take you there as we start our whip around to our correspondents covering the NFL draft. Here's Susie Colver in Cleveland. Suze.
Mike, one of the reasons the Browns took Penn State defensive end Courtney Brown with the #1 pick overall is his great acceleration to the quarterback. The Browns will continue to address team speed with pick number 32. They love a wide receiver. Remember last year they took Kevin Johnson in the exact same spot. He turned out to be the top rookie receiver in the NFL. Let's go to Ed Werder.
Well, LeVar Arrington at Penn State was asked to do a lot of things, and he handled it well, according to Norv Turner. He was put on the line of scrimmage and defended the run. He rushed the passer, played the slot receiver man-to-man without any deep help. With the Redskins, he'll start at strong side outside linebacker. Both Arrington and Chris Samuels on their way here in Daniel Snyder's private plane. And then from the airport in Washington, they'll be flown up on a helicopter. Should arrive here in the next half hour. Let's go to Solomon Wilcots.
Armed with 2 first-round picks, the Ravens hit the bullseye by taking running back Jamal Lewis and wide receiver Travis Taylor. They will now look to go shopping on the defensive side of the ball, where they have 4 picks remaining on the board. Now let's go to Tom Jackson.
The Jets thus far in the draft making the most of their 4 first-round draft choices. They got 2 defensive players, an end and an outside linebacker in John Abraham. Come up with the surprise thus far of the 1st round in drafting quarterback Chad Pennington, going to be probably the future of this ball club at the quarterback position. Have yet to address the wide receiver absence of Keyshawn Johnson, but let's remember they still have 1 more pick at number 27. Now let's go to Sean Salisbury.
Here in Santa Clara, the 49ers got their man with the 16th pick, Michigan State outside linebacker Julian Peterson. You know, it's interesting. Before they made the trade with the Jets to go to number 16, they wanted him at number 12. When they went down, they were afraid they wouldn't get him. Not only did they get him, they also got an extra 2nd-round pick. The Jets, they got their man here in San Francisco. They're moving on with another pick of the 24th slot. Let's go out to Hank Goldberg.
Very little activity here in St. Louis as they wait patiently for the last pick in this round. And it's highly unlikely that they're going to find a player who's going to be a starter. This draft is about depth and looking ahead as to who's going to be seeking free agency in a couple of years and planning ahead for that. Let's go to Sal Palantonio.
Well, it's been quiet here too, Hank, in Tampa. The Bucs war room is now starting to get geared up for rounds 2 through 7, where they've picked 12 starters in the last 5 years, including 2 Pro Bowlers, Mike Allstott and John Lynch. I was just in the war room. Rich McKay, the general manager, tells me he wants to move up from number 57, perhaps 10 or 15 spots. They got 4 or 5 guys slotted. Depending on who falls, they're going to go after him. Now let's go to Chris Mortensen in New York.
The Seattle Seahawks taking Sean Alexander definitely has impacted the next 2 teams picking, the Lions at 20 and the Kansas City Chiefs at 21. The Lions, even though they signed James Stewart, would have drafted Sean Alexander almost for sure, because James Stewart's had a medical history, and Bobby Ross, the coach there, told me, hey, Barry Sanders is the only guy he knows who never took a pounding. Speaking of Barry Sanders' agent David Ware thinks there are a couple of teams that have tried to call the Lions, but the Lions aren't fielding the calls. That's contrary to what Ross told me, saying that if anybody called them with a worthwhile offer for Barry Sanders, he would listen and take it to William Clay Ford. What team needs a running back? Kansas City Chiefs. They were hoping to make a trade with Cincinnati for Corey Dillon, but the Bengals wanted Sean Alexander, so that deal is off. You just wonder if the Chiefs take a shot at Barry Sanders here, but apparently they're not trading him. And Barry, I think, would play if it were the right team.
Well, the Lions have made their selections. Anybody in Michigan watching? The Tigers are playing their first weekend home game in the new ballpark. The Red Wings are winning their playoff game on ABC, but the Lions are picking now. Let's go up to the podium.
With the 20th pick in NFL Draft 2000, the Detroit Lions select Stalker McDougal, tackle, Oklahoma. The Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock.
Well, there is no question that Detroit got themselves a big tackle. Mel, he's listed at what, 350?
6'5.5", about 350 to 355.
But doesn't, I mean, I don't know how to say this politely, but I mean to. He doesn't move like the guy that size.
No, he doesn't, Chris. I think you look at Stalker McDougal, amazing feet and quickness for an athlete those dimensions. I think you look at Stalker McDougal and you watch him at Oklahoma. Remember, he had a left-handed quarterback, Josh Heupel, in that run and shoot for Oklahoma, protecting the blind side from a right tackle position. Did a heck of a job in pass protection. You see a player there that looks like he's about 320. He's 355 in terms of his feet and his balance. See the destructive run blocker he is. I mean, he is going to assist your running. That's what a right tackle does. You can't run the football. Your right tackle's not getting the job done. That's what he can do. He can explode, just drive defenders off the line of scrimmage. He's an athlete, and I think he's the kind of player, if he keeps his weight in check, if he keeps it at 350, he could be a Pro Bowler. If he balloons up to 360, 370, all of a sudden then you struggle in the NFL. And the one thing he gives you, Chris, is a right tackle who can move inside the right guard. So if you have a guy who can handle right tackle on your roster, you can move him inside. If you need that position filled, you certainly have the ability. So the versatility that he provides maybe gave him a bit of an edge over Chris McIntosh, who was a left tackle at Wisconsin, but will be a right tackle in the NFL.
Well, they drafted the O-line last year, and Gibson was a non-contributor.
Aaron Gibson was a non-contributor, but they do expect him this year, Chris. When you take a look at the depth of that offensive line, you've got people there. Ray Roberts isn't exactly that young. He's in his 8th season. Tony Sample, Mike Compton, Jeff Hardings, and Aaron Gibson, they hope to play at the right tackle position. One of the things that this football team needs, it needs depth. I don't ever believe you can have enough quality offensive linemen. The Lions filled the need as far as running back goes with Stewart. Now they're starting to build on the offensive line.
It's hard to tell when you look at Detroit. You are looking at a team that made the playoffs last year, albeit again with a big start and a backslide. Are they moving up or are they moving down? Well, they certainly got a guy to move the pile. No question about that. Chiefs, then Seahawks. AFC West coming up.
Do I dare?
Record as the winners of the AFC West, the Seattle Seahawks at 9-7, but lost to the tiebreakers. Can they make the move? Maybe this pick will help. Let's go up to the podium.
With the 21st pick in NFL Draft 2000, the Kansas City Chiefs select Sylvester Morris, wide receiver, Jackson State.
Pretty big kid. Is he a good return man, Mel?
No, he's a pure receiver, Chris. He's 6'3", he's 210 pounds, certainly at the Division I AA level. He presented all kinds of problems for the small college defensive backs that he went up against. Had 17 touchdowns back in 1998. Closed out this past season, 20.3-yard average per catch, Joe. And I'll tell you what, when you look at the situation in Kansas City, they need a wide receiver.
Yeah, when you have Derek Alexander, Kevin Lockett, Andre Rison. Andre Rison's certainly not that young. Kevin Lockett has worked in. They lost Joe Horn. You see this young man's power and ability. I mean, he was up there along with some of the other receivers up high, does a nice job of staying with the ball.
The concern, long strider. Will he be able to get open against these cornerbacks? He rounds off his patterns. I think the separation, the quick burst out of his break, he needs to work on. But I tell you what, down at the Senior Bowl practices, he did a pretty good job. He's got great hands, and he's tough. I think when you combine that with 6'3", 210, and the fact that his hands really are on a par with Peter Warwick and Travis Taylor. I think people lose sight of that. They think Division I AA, well, he double clutched some receptions. He wasn't a guy that was that consistent. He was, and he will come into the NFL with the ability to catch the football with his hands, limit the ability of the corner to jar the ball loose. He's the kind of player that at this point, we had talked about him with the Raiders, wide receiver off the board, figured to be at this point Sylvester Marsh is the next best true receiver. If you're looking return man, you'd have looked for, say, a Northcutt or a Sallard.
Well, they'd have to be concerned about Tamarick Vanover's situation. I mean, is he going to be available to him as far as it's gone?
Released last night.
So he's released last night, so they're still in need of someone to return the ball. But as far as receivers go, you look for a complement. You need somebody like a possession receiver. You've got that in Derek Alexander. You need some speed. You have that in a Kevin Lockett. You lost that other speed aspect in Joe Horn. This young man fits in a very nice, comfortable place. Remember, receiving corps, if they have some diversity, are very, very beneficial. You don't want the same kind of receiver on your football team. You need people that do different things. He does something a little bit different than the guys on the roster do.
So Morris, the wide receiver, goes to Kansas City. Seattle is on the clock, and I would think, even though right tackle is what they need, and this man played left tackle, that Chris McIntosh might be a guy they're looking at right now, although they have a little under 13 minutes to do so. But back to Mike and Mort, Tamarick Vanover, great return man, but in some serious legal troubles, it appears. He released last night, so certainly an area of need for the Chiefs.
Chris, that is right. A guilty plea in federal court back in February for aiding and abetting in sale of a stolen vehicle that had crossed state lines. This was a situation that Kansas City was waiting legally to play out and then had to make a move on the field as well.
No question, and they acted as soon as they got the straight scoop on it, which is that Vanover was involved in these allegations. He's released. And yet, you know, we talked a lot about a running back and their need for Corey Dillon and what have you, but you look at those receivers, just like they point out, you lose a Joe Horn, you got to release a Vanover, Andre Rison certainly on the downside. Sylvester Morris just made a lot of sense to Gunther Cunningham and Carl Peterson.
If you talk to the people in the know in Kansas City, they felt that this would have been done even earlier, but it happens the day before the draft, and now they bring in a man, as Mel said, no kick return skills, but certainly a wide receiver. And when you have a guy in the middle, it helps, like Tony Gonzalez. Absolutely. Wouldn't it be nice to talk to Tony right now?
Sure. You got him?
9 blocks down the street to the ESPN zone here in New York. Tony Gonzalez has been taking part in an audio chat at NFL.com and ESPN.com, Draft Central. Tony, what's your reaction to having a wide receiver join your passing game?
I'm excited. I think we have capable receivers in Derek Alexander, Kevin Lockett. With the loss of Joe Horn, I think Morris is going to be able to come in and get an opportunity to play a lot this year. I'm looking forward to helping him get open.
In general, your team last year, did you make a forward step in your mind as an offense, settling down with Elvis at quarterback?
As far as me individually, I think so. I think me and Elvis, we started finally to connect. We were working out before practice, after practice, trying to get that timing down and establish a good connection out there on the football field. I think with Tony Richardson coming out towards the end of the season, showing that he can run the ball, it opened things up in the passing game. And right now, I'm just excited for next year. We get our running back in Kim Wanders, and I'm looking forward to the future.
Tony, it's such a hard time emotionally for this team because of the personality on the field of this team. Derek Thomas tragically passing away after the auto accident in January. The emotional shock, I'm sure, was felt as all the players got back for the funeral and the memorial at the stadium. But I'm guessing that you won't truly feel that shock until you all get to training camp and Derek's not there.
Yeah, it definitely. Actually, we kind of felt it. We showed up for the first team meeting of the year for off-season workouts. Looking around the room, you're looking up in the back where Derek used to always sit, and he's not there. I mean, it's just kind of an eerie feeling. It's kind of a different feeling. But like I said before in interviews, we're gonna miss this guy tremendously. But we got to move on. We're gonna survive this. All you got to do is remember that smile that Derek had and how he lit up a room when he came into it. And I think we're gonna be able to move on. That's the way he would run it too.
Very well said. Last point, you're down there at the zone talking with folks on the internet and the audio chat. Have you been surprised at not the quality, but the great interest from fans in the middle of April about not just the Chiefs, but everything in the NFL?
Oh, I enjoy it. The fans of America are great for the NFL. I can't say enough, especially the fans out there in Kansas City. I'd like to say hello to them. I'm thankful for all the support.
Any tough questions from them?
Actually, there are some tough questions. A lot of questions about Kansas City, obviously, to me. But we got great analysts over here with Corey and Eric Davis. So we're having a good time out here.
You guys enjoy yourselves. Tony, thanks. Have a great season next year also.
Okay, thank you.
Tony Gonzalez, Pro Bowl tight end, Kansas City Chiefs. It's the Seattle Seahawks on the clock again for their second pick in the last 4 to number 22. The draft continues right after this.
Bill, and also at Jackson State, we got to know a lot about him at the Senior Bowl. We coached him, and we really like this young man.
That's so important. Gunther Cunningham and the staff was at the Senior Bowl. How much did the hands-on really give you a better impression of some of these players compared to your other times when you've been in the playoffs, haven't been on the Senior Bowl staff, and your coaches didn't work with the kids for 4 or 5 days?
Well, I think it's a great advantage to coach that game. We've coached it 3 times since I've been with the Chiefs in the 11 years. And each year we found a couple good players out of there because spending a week with them in classes, meetings, practice habits, you really do get to know something about them in a 5-6 day period.
You take the wide receiver. Were you trying to trade up at all and get one of the running backs before Shaun Alexander was selected?
No, we were not trying to trade up. I'll be candid. I did have some conversation earlier today with Cincinnati in regards to their running back situation, but we were just not able to work that out.
Corey Dillon is one of the running backs in question. When you look at your running back roster, there's a player you drafted last year in Mike Cloud. Do you guys feel good that he could be part of what you have been so successful with, running back by committee?
We really do. And, you know, we were excited this time last year taking him in the 2nd round. He's a very, very talented guy, averaged 27 yards a carry. We think he's going to help us in the year 2000.
Carl, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you guys as the weekend goes on.
Thank you.
Carl Peterson, Kansas City Chiefs, their division rival, the champions of the AFC West, Seattle, still on the clock. Chris Berman and company continue with our draft coverage from New York right after this.
Taco Bell introduces wild chalupas and wild gorditas. Ay caramba! It's your favorite chalupas and gorditas covered with our hot and spicy wild sauce. Caliente! A chunky, zesty blend of peppers, chilies, and other good stuff that'll really crank up the heat. Just 99 cents for a limited time. Excuse me. And make sure you pick up a drink.
Defensive end, Penn State getting the Cleveland Browns #1 jersey. LeVar Arrington, Chris Samuels with the Skins, and Peter Warwick, a Bengal, and Thomas Jones was here going to Arizona. And what an exciting day all the way around. And we are just in round 1. We go through 3 rounds today on ESPN and ESPN2. Switching over at 7 o'clock to ESPN2. Then tomorrow at 11 a.m. rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. Seattle Seahawks with about 2.5 minutes around the clock. And frankly, I think this is a team that Mike Holmgren took a look at last year. They won their first division since 1988, albeit with a record of 9-7 after an 8-2 start. I think that he is trying to stay in the hunt for a division championship and real deep into the postseason while really changing this team. I think next year, in 2001, this will be a serious Super Bowl contender. In the meantime, they can still win their division already. Sam Adams out already, Joey Galloway out. There'll be some others that are going out. The pick is coming out. I think it's McIntosh, the tackle, or Bullock, a linebacker, might be the second pick. But we'll see. They're already thrilled that they got the running back, Alexander. You go up to the podium. Is it ready up there?
Joey Galloway becomes an interesting scenario, too.
Gene Washington, who knows something about receiving, because he's a pretty good one with the 49ers, up at the podium with the Seahawks' second first-round pick.
With the 22nd pick, Seattle selects Chris McIntosh, offensive tackle from Wisconsin.
I was just guessing on those two guys.
You never guess.
But now, and here's a right tackle to block for John Kitna and to block for Shaun Alexander and Ricky Waters.
They have Floyd Wedderburn. They drafted in the 5th round last year.
They move him inside, Mel.
They feel he could be a factor inside. You're right, Chris. What let them down against Miami prevented them from moving on in the playoffs. poor play to the right side of the offensive line and the cornerback spot opposite Springs. They addressed that with the trade of Amon Green for Fred Vincent. Now you have Chris McIntosh, a guy who was a left tackle at Wisconsin, will move to right tackle in the NFL. Remember, he struggled a little bit in pass protection at left tackle against Purdue in '98, against Roosevelt Colvin, who was their all-time sack leader. So it's a natural move over to right tackle. He is a very good run blocker, not as destructive as Stocker McDougal at the point of attack, but with his size, 6'6.5", 315 pounds, and very durable. Only the third player in Big Ten history to have started 50 games during his college career. So when he's out there to stay, I think he gives you that rock in terms of a bookend tackle who can work opposite Walter Jones. We talked about the right side struggles on the offensive line. How about the left tackle, Walter Jones, a great player.
Excellent.
And now you bring in a McIntosh, you have a Wedderburn who can move inside, and you see McIntosh assisting Ron Dayne, a key guy along the way in terms of Ron Dayne having that great finish to his season on the way to his Heisman Trophy year.
I think this McIntosh, Joe, as we look at the offensive line of the Seahawks, reminds Mike Holmgren, obviously he's bigger than the guy I'm going to talk about, a guy he drafted a few years ago late in the first round of one of those Super Bowl years, Ross Verba, as far as his meanness, if you will, as far as his tenacity. And here's the line that they played with last year to win the West.
When you think about it, Chris, I think it's easier for a kid who's played left tackle like McIntosh has, to move him over to right tackle. I think it's more difficult to stick somebody out there without some help around him. So if they do make the transition, I think it's comfortable for him. You look at the left side with Kendall and Jones. You've set yourself with guys that have 3 and 4 years experience. You're building stability there. Now you bring in another young one on the other side. Really, offensive linemen, defensive ends, these are such key positions for longevity and success in an offense. It'll be an easy transition for him to go from the left side over to the right. Really, all he has to do is learn which hand to put down. It doesn't sound like much. It's an adjustment, but it's one he should be able to make.
You like McIntosh? It's good value here?
Yeah,
good value for both picks, huh?
He is, really. And Stocker McDougal, I thought was a steal. I thought he was an outstanding player if he controls his weight. And I think when you look at the run we usually see on offensive linemen or players in a position, once one starts to come off the board, we have several. We had McDougal, then McIntosh. There's an Adrian Clem from Hawaii. Does he figure in at this point in the first round? He had an outstanding year at left tackle for June Jones and was a key component in the turnaround of that Rainbow Warrior program.
Why is it? I have a question for Mel. I'm curious. It seems like all the years that we have done drafts, it seems to me like we get to a certain point of the draft and you can almost count on a run. Like, for example, you know, now offensive linemen. We talked about it. The first one, you take a look, Chris Samuels, and for 14 picks, not another offensive lineman. Now all of a sudden it becomes offensive lineman. Then now will we start the defensive backs after this?
Or receiver.
Or receiver. What comes? It seems like it just works out that way.
It's where they should go, Joe, based on their rating. You look at some of these offensive linemen, they're rated as mid to late first rounds. I happen to think McDougal was a bargain pick, but you also have Todd Wade from Ole Miss at this point in round 1. And then Cozy Coleman and Travis Claridge, 2 players that have experience at right tackle, but they're more guards. So we have to see where they come off the board. And you mentioned corners. I think that run's going to come in the second round, Joe, with guys like Mark Roman and Lloyd Harrison, Lewis Sanders, the list goes on. But in terms of, I think, offensive tackle, this is where you'll start to see another tackle, left tackle Marvell Smith from Arizona State, late first, early to mid-second rounder as well.
So Seattle has made their second first-round pick. We have Carolina, San Francisco, and Minnesota. That's what's coming next, with Buffalo coming after that.
Gee, I wonder
We'll have to take some guesses. We'll be back.
Madison Square Garden. Moving around the theater, I'm now joined by Tom Donahoe, who for so many drafts has been responsible in large part for the Pittsburgh Steelers selections in their war room, working with us at Draft Central, at NFL.com and ESPN.com today. First off, is this an odd feeling, not being in a room with everybody else and waiting for your pick?
It's been strange, Mike, but I do have to say this. The people at ESPN have been great to me, and they've made me feel very comfortable, and hopefully I can make a little bit of a contribution here.
Well, you certainly have. It's been nice to have somebody from the other side of the tracks come in and join us for the draft. First of all, your impressions about the draft. We have not seen a trade. We're up to pick now, 22 in the first round, 23, excuse me. Are you surprised we haven't seen one deal at all?
There was a lot of activity. There were a lot of phone calls made last night. It seems that the teams that were up in the early part of the round did not get a good enough offer to move down, and that seemed to be the difficulty. I think there's a chance now as we get to the latter part of the first round from picks 22 through 31 that there could be some trade activity here. A team maybe in the early part of the second round wants to try to get up and get somebody, and put themselves in a position to get a player that they've targeted.
I don't want to say there's not great quality in this draft because there are certainly talented players, but are there a lack of players in the slots 6 through 20 that make you run up and say, let's mortgage next year's number 1 and go out and get this guy because we really have to have our hands on him?
What I saw, Mike, when I looked at this draft, I saw a lot of good football players. I think the draft is deep. I just didn't see the blue chip guys at the top of the draft. I think once you got past the top 4 guys that everybody recognized, you know, it's a little bit of a crapshoot as far as what team likes what. But there are a lot of good football players, and I think you'll see good players all the way through the end of the 3rd round taken today.
All right, Tom's online, said 6,000 questions. He's amazed at the quality of the questions from the fans. He's up here, so log on, send your questions, and we'll put Tom back to work. Thank you. Chris, back to you.
All right, Mike, and Tom has been a breath of fresh air with us. His insights are great, and that's why Steelers did so very, very well, operating with a little bit different circumstances than some other ball clubs, and they were contenders years and years and years. He and Bill Cowher were outstanding pair up there. And now through our Tinactin video conference, we welcome in the big kahuna from Seattle, Mike Holmgren. Just got done with a pair of first-round picks. And, Mike, I want to ask you, were you surprised a little bit that a running back of the caliber of Sean Alexander fell this far in the first round? And did it change your thinking when that became apparent? Obviously, it did.
I was really surprised, Chris. Hopeful, but surprised. And when we made the deal yesterday and traded Amon Green to Green Bay, the weight of our board changed just a little bit. And so I was very hopeful we could get Sean, and it was really great that we did.
Now, does that give you an option to make Ricky Waters, perhaps? I mean, I know we're just projecting right now, but, you know, he's getting a little longer in the tours. Ricky wants the ball all the time. But this combination give him fresher legs come December?
Well, I had this conversation with Ricky last year. It was my hope last year that I could use Ricky and Amon Green together so Ricky could be really fresh at the end of the year, and that we couldn't get that done. And if you remember in the last 3 games at the end of last year, Ricky was banged up pretty good, and it really hurt us down the stretch. So he was real reasonable last year to my request, and I would expect him to be the same way this year. He's a team player.
Chris McIntosh, who you picked with your second first-round pick, I said it might remind you a little bit of Ross Verba. Do you expect him to come in and possibly be a starter when you hit the field in September?
Well, you know what? I expect him to challenge for it, give it an honest shot and challenge for it, Chris. He is a big, strong, active right tackle. And we felt very good about the opportunity to get him. And again, a little bit surprised that we did get him, too.
Well, you are, of course, a passing game guru, and I know you don't like to hear that term, but let's face it, that's your major, at least, in the college of football. Joey Galloway gone. Second and third round, somewhere on this first day. Do you anticipate a receiver being selected by the Seahawks?
Well, we're going to look hard in that area. Now, there's a group of receivers there that I think, just like some of the other positions, when they start coming off the board, they start coming off fast. But we're going for value in this year's draft, Chris, and I'm not going to stretch too much for need. And if I couldn't get the receiver, then I have to figure out some way to get one down the road.
You confident with the progression, and then on paper a little bit at the end of the year, maybe lack thereof, of John Kidney? You signed him to a one-year deal. What does that mean at quarterback?
Well, John had a good year, and I think down the stretch he got tired and he realized what it means to play a quarterback position all year long and be the man. And but I have a lot of confidence in John. I expect him to improve this year. You know, he got us into the playoffs last year, which is pretty good. But we have a good young quarterback, Brock Hewitt, here, who I'm going to take a good look at in the preseason. It's going to be competitive. They all understand the situation, and Glenn Foley's in there too. And they had a great mini camp. They're fighting and biting and scratching like crazy, but they're good guys, and the best guy's going to win.
All right, back to the Salmon there in the war room, and we'll see you in the second round. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Chris, thank you.
Mike Holmgren with the guru of the Seattle Seahawks has to make, I think, 2 excellent picks for that ball club. Carolina is up now. A man, the head coach, George Seifert, who Mike used to work hand-in-hand with, of course, as his offensive coordinator before Mike became head coach of the Green Bay Packers in '92. Seifert now at Carolina. Here's their pick. Let's go up to the podium.
With the 23rd pick in the NFL Draft 2000, the Carolina Panthers select Rashard Anderson, cornerback, Jackson State.
A little bit of a surprise or not, Mel. I mean, we thought maybe offensive line. We thought maybe Bullock.
Maybe linebacker.
Now maybe a
right,
San
yeah.
Francisco pick.
Yep.
Surprised? You like this player?
I'm surprised. I thought Keith Bullock would be an ideal fit here, an offensive tackle. I think when you look at Rashard Anderson, at one point I thought he would be a late first rounder, then moved him into the second round. He has ideal size. When you see all these big wideouts that are dotting NFL rosters and having such an impact, you want a corner who's over 6 feet tall and 205 pounds. So when you look at Rashard Anderson from a physical standpoint, he will be able to match up. Like I said, about 205 pounds, runs pretty well, and I think at the Senior Bowl practices, the question was, would he have to move inside to a safety position? If you watch him in coverage, decent feet, loose hips, turns, and here you see him beaten, but then he recovers, and I think that's going to be the key for Rashard Anderson, to be able to turn and run. We saw it with Deltha O'Neal. Division I AA, you're not challenged. I know he went up against Sylvester Morris every day in practice, but he wasn't challenged on a game-to-game basis and a play-to-play basis. So I think that's going to be the big question in the NFL, the man-to-man coverage situations. Will he have to move inside to a safety spot? And I think when you see a Keith Bullock there, I think he's the kind of player who would have presented the value. Rashard Anderson and the corners, there was a group that were kind of bunched together, and he was in there certainly with the Lewis Sanders and even a Mark Roman who had moved up, and Lloyd Harrison. So it does surprise me that Carolina would have taken a Rashard Anderson over Keith Bullock, when Bullock at this point looked like a real bargain at the latter portion of round one.
Anderson is more of a young, raw talent with a lot of room to grow. He's the type of a football player that you're going to have to look at. Because of his raw talent, he's going to have to come along. I tend to agree with Mel. You lose a Kevin Green, you lose a Michael Barrow. Linebacker looks like it's a position of void for the Carolina Panthers. But defensively, when you look at the way they've ranked, they rank very poorly in the red area. Size becomes a factor. The San Francisco 49ers in that division with their big receivers. New Orleans adding some size with Jake Reed as a receiver. So certainly the teams that they're going to be going up against would demand that they get some bigger people to cover them.
Well, and he certainly is big. And what about Jackson State? With 2 first-round picks here. They hadn't had any since, Lester Holmes back in '93. But with Morris to Kansas City and Rashard Anderson to Carolina, Jackson State joins the ranks of the college elite. Let's go quickly to Mike Tirico as San Francisco's on the clock. Michael.
Well, Chris, we are joined as we go back over 9 blocks from here, the ESPN zone in New York, by Eric Davis, cornerback for the Carolina Panthers. And Eric, when you are a veteran in this league and see a player at your position taken by your team, what's your reaction?
That's good. The more good players you get on your team, the better your chances of winning football games.
As you guys left from last year and have looked at the offseason acquisitions, do you feel like pass defense is a priority? After all, it was in the bottom third of the league last year for Carolina.
Definitely. We have to shore up that part of our defense. We know we've addressed some issues at the defensive line through free agency, and we have a head coach that's an old DB coach, and he loves big DBs. This is a guy right here that could play corner. He has the size to play safety. He runs well, and seems to be a physical guy. So I can definitely see his thinking in bringing this guy into the fold.
Eric, last 7 games, Panthers 5-2, the 2 losses to the eventual Super Bowl champions, the St. Louis Rams. How much of an impact did George Seifert's program make as Berline and the offense gained some confidence and you had a great finish to the season?
Well, you know what? I think guys started to buy into what he was saying and started to build that confidence. And it showed as the year went on. Guys started to gel together and started to expect to do good things and win. Now, the trick for us is to pick up where we left off, add these guys to the fold, add this competition at every position if possible, and let guys start off with that mindset, hitting the field, expecting to win games.
Eric, you've been around this league for a while now. How closely do you watch not just what your team, but what other teams do on draft day as a veteran?
Well, you're always going to pay attention to what's happening because these are going to be the guys you're going to be competing against. You want to know what they're doing, if they're making some good decisions, if they're doing some things that are going to make it tough on you on game day. So we're around here, we're watching, and this is a good pick for us. This is definitely going to help us, and that's the most important thing right now because we feel like if we can stop people on the defensive side of the ball, get some turnovers, make some plays, we have an offense that can put points on the board, and whenever you have that going, you give yourself a chance.
Finally, you're doing this audio chat with fans at NFL.com and ESPN.com's Draft Central. Who asks tougher questions, the media in Charlotte or the fans on this audio chat?
You know what? The toughest questions I've been getting are from the guys sitting here at the table. They keep trying to put you on the spot. Someone asks you a question, and then they try to get you to blast the guy here and there. So that's been the hardest part. You know, the fans off the net have been asking some pretty tough questions, but, you know, I get every now and then in Charlotte, you'll get some about, you know, Ray Caruth and Kerry Collins and things like that that can get a little difficult and tricky.
Well, you tell Gonzalez and the rest of those guys to take it easy on you, and we thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
All right. Take it easy.
Eric Davis, Carolina. Segway built in. San Francisco on the clock, Chris.
A perfect segue, Michael. Yes, you and LeVar Arrington are the masters of the segue. And I got to think with the Niners, as the pick is in, that, you know, they should look defensive back. I mean, they were looking at Delta O'Neal.
They should have looked defensive back last year. They had so many problems they could have shopped. You're right.
I would think whoever the next defensive back is, Mel, here it is. Should be.
Exactly. I mean, it just has to be.
Here's Gene Washington.
With the 24th choice in the first round, the San Francisco 49ers have selected cornerback Ahmed Plummer, Ohio State.
I mean, what did they give up? 36 touchdown passes last year, as Sean pointed out before. So Ahmed Plummer is the pick for the Niners, who have gone defense. And let's go quickly out to San Francisco and Sean Salzbar. Well, they don't lie. They need defense. Made 2 defensive picks, Sean.
Yeah, and you could pencil those 2 guys in as starters right when this mini camp begins. They grabbed Plummer, the corner out of Ohio State. Long list of good corners. You got Sean Springs, got Antoine Winfield. He fits that bill. Fairly physical, even though he's not real big. But they have to have a guy who can run and cover. And Boomer, you mentioned again about the 36 touchdown passes they gave up this year. That is inexcusable. And they feel like they fixed that. He'll start out, doesn't have the luxury of learning behind somebody in front of him. He'll be out there ready to play, but love his toughness and also love him because he wants to play football. A good addition, and 2 starters now for this new rookie defense on the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, 11 picks, Sean, as you know, and at least 8, if not 9 of them have got to be defense. And they've got 2 twos coming up as well as a result of their trade with the Jets. So they're addressing things, Mel, and Plummer not huge and not a return guy, who they do need.
They do, but no, Plummer's
he's the next best corner. You like the pick.
He's a corner who could not move inside. I like the pick. I think you look at Ahmed Plummer, consistency. He's not as naturally athletically gifted as, say, a Sean Springs, former Ohio State Buckeye, or the enforcer or the difference maker, say, of an Antoine Winfield. What he is very consistent. He started 37 games during his career with the Buckeyes over the last 3 years. A guy that certainly is reliable. Always gives you a solid day's work. Smarts, dedication, probably one of the smartest, more intelligent corners to come out in recent years. I tell you, this guy understands the position, plays a very consistent brand of football, 14 career interceptions. So in terms of the knowledge, the leadership ability he provides, and the ball skills, I think he compensates for the fact that at 5'11", 191, good size. He doesn't have tremendous recovery speed, doesn't have great leaping ability, but a solid performer, Chris. And I think you can say, hey, we'll pencil him in. If we have a lead corner on the other side, and Plummer's our number 2 guy, we could be in pretty good shape.
All right, so San Francisco, we know what they've been doing. Minnesota is next. And you talk about curveballs last year, Minnesota provided a couple of them. As intriguing a team as there is this year in the draft, we'll be back with their pick. In our You've Got Mel extravaganza on .com, how critical is this draft for Dennis Green's future in Minnesota? Last year they draft Donnie Culpepper, who's, I guess, going to start a quarterback, and Demetrius Underwood, who was a disaster.
Well, their same needs of last year apply this year. You talk about defensive line, you talk about corner guys like Chris Hovan, Darren Howard, and a guy that we expected to hear latter portion of round 1, guy that's enjoyed a meteoric rise up the draft board, Eric Flowers from Arizona State, a defensive end.
Well, the pick is in. Whatever it is, Minnesota knows exactly what they want to do. It's cold up there. I'm just thawing out.
With the 25th choice in NFL Draft 2000, the Minnesota Vikings select Chris Hovan, defensive tackle, Boston College.
Well, I can tell you immediately, Buffalo is ecstatic because they get their guy. Indianapolis, well, not yet. Indianapolis is not. because I think they wanted Hovan. So good and bad news for the AFC East. Is it good news for Minnesota?
I'll tell you, he's a tough kid. He gives you everything he has. He had 69 tackles this past year, 81 as a junior, so a very active player. They were even able to move outside in some of their defensive packages at Boston College. 6'2 and a quarter, about 305 pounds. We talked about the needs of last year for the Vikings applying this year. Demetrius Underwood, failure to really have an impact. To see the aggressive approach of a Chris Hovan show, and I'll tell you, he really gets after you. You watch him, the hustle, the chase ability, never quits.
You know, Javon Curse is really the guy that everybody's starting to look at from a defensive line position. How far does he go down the field? What will he do? How much of an impact can he make, not only at the line of scrimmage with his ability to play there, but does he have that relentless motor? Certainly Hovan looks like one of the guys who can. But I still think the biggest problem that faces the Minnesota Vikings is not addressing just the defensive line or linebackers. It's the quarterback position. 2 picks last year, Demetrius Underwood and Dante Culpepper. Demetrius Underwood, complete bust. Dante Culpepper still is a big, big question. And Dennis Green, in my opinion, has placed his future and the future of his football team in the hands of a pure rookie. Of the 5 players taken last year, Dante Culpepper is the only one that didn't get a chance to work during the regular season and get a chance to get really tested under fire. I don't know how patient Chris Carter or Randy Moss will be in the learning process of a Dante Culpepper. I spoke with Chris last night. He simply said to me, Joe, it's going to be our responsibility to help Dante as much as we can. Receivers can only do so much for quarterbacks. To me, this is a heck of a stretch and a reach by Dennis Green to throw the burden of success or failure on the quarterback, or a guy who really hasn't played very much. I think it's a tough, tough position to be in.
He sees a team in his division with Sean King that were 3 minutes away from the Super Bowl. Admittedly, this offense and what's being asked of Culpepper is a lot more than Tampa Bay ever asked last year of Sean King. We'll continue this discussion, but Mike, let's talk about Chris Hovan, who is in the true sense of the word a Boston College battler. I mean, that motor runs all the time. And I think, frankly, the Vikings need something like that in there, along with Randall, who's a different sort of player.
Well, you hit on the key part, Chris. Boston College played in the Inside.com Bowl against Colorado. They got blown out in part because the flu ravaged the team, including players like Hovan, who on a national stage couldn't show his ability. But you mentioned John Randall. This is the happiest Hovan could be other than going to the Patriots. Why? Because his idol is John Randall. He paints his face like John Randall. He's watched John Randall game tapes to learn moves, and that's where the motor gets inspiration from. It'll be a great thrill for Chris Hovan to line up next to, he hopes, John Randall. On the clock now, the Buffalo Bills. Our coverage of the NFL Draft 2000 continues from New York and around the league right after this.
Grand Am by Pontiac.
Hello.
Hello? Yeah, where are you? No. Excuse me, I'm working. It's the opera and I'm gonna catch a red eye tonight. Yeah. That's right. What? Ah!
Stay in touch without disturbing anyone with two-way paging and email from SkyTel, the first name in advanced messaging.
Dreyfus has partnered with some of the world's leading asset managers. Put their strength to work for you. The power of you, your advisor, and Dreyfus.
Baseball's ultimate road trip heads to San Fran, where high-powered hitters take aim. Luis Gonzalez and the D-backs swing with Barry Bonds and the Giants. The ultimate road trip rolls on. Diamondbacks Giants tomorrow at 8 on ESPN.
Welcome back to New York with the Buffalo Bills on the clock. last year, the Miracle at Adelphia Coliseum, as Kevin Dyson takes the lateral from Frank Wycheck, and Tennessee shocks Bill, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, literally 22-16. And Tennessee, not Buffalo, was a couple of wins from that on their way to the Super Bowl. So from this team, and by the way, that's our opening game in the opening Sunday night game, Tennessee at Buffalo. But gone. I mean, just think, the lateral wasn't one. Brett Hull, was he in the crease? That goal yesterday, didn't it get behind the post on Dominic Hasek? The people in Buffalo, wide right. And now, once again, they have to wonder. This team that last year had a chance, Bruce Smith is gone, Thurman Thomas gone, Andre Reed gone, all released in one day. What they did is the end of an era. These guys, the last guys left that played on all 4 Super Bowl teams, the last guys, I guess, other than yours truly. Bruce Smith, the Redskin. Andre looking for work as one of the most prolific receivers all time in the NFL history. Thurman Thomas, now a member of a team that he used to clobber, the Miami Dolphins. Released yesterday. Sam Gash, Kevin Williams, also gone. Thomas Smith, who is no longer with the team. Kurt Schultz. Yet, this is a team that still will contend for the division championship and for the Super Bowl. They will.
Chris, I don't disagree with that. I think they've lost a lot of people, and obviously your first place you look, you say, well, defensive back would probably be an area where they need it with Schultz and with Smith gone. Really, the only guy that I think of the 3 that you mentioned, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, and Bruce Smith, the one guy that they really have to figure out a way to replace is Bruce Smith. I think Andre Reed was at the end of his career. I think Thurman Thomas was at the end of his career. The area that they really have to be concerned with is defensive line. And right now, so many teams love to continue to rotate defensive line positions. Is it going to be one? I still almost think, though, defensive back has got to be a big consideration for them, Mel.
Well, it's going to be a consideration, but I think when we talk about the defensive end position, you talked about Bruce Smith. How about Sean Moran? He was a key guy, not only on the defensive line in their rotation, special teams, gave them some real intensity to their defensive line. So they really have some neat areas on that side of the ball, Chris.
Well, that being said, one thing that the Bills have done, and let me get specific here. We'll go to Mike Tirico in a minute. With about 6 minutes to go on the clock, I know it's time to guess again. I check the same cab driver in Buffalo all the time. You get the same guy again? I got the same guy today. And one thing that they have is a rotation on defense, on the defensive front. And young guys like Pat Williams and Marcellus Wiley are moving into big roles, along veterans like Phil Hansen and Mount Washington, Teddy Washington, a lean Teddy Washington, I might add, this year. But they need another guy in that rotation. And a guy with a tremendous upside is Eric Flowers, defensive end from Arizona State, a JUCO transfer. So if I had to guess, that would be Buffalo's pick. That's just a guess. Before we move to Buffalo, let's go back to Minnesota and our Tenacton video conference with the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, Dennis Green, who joins us now from the Great White North. Dennis, did not take you very long to send the card in on Chris Hovan. You knew, didn't you?
We really did. I mean, we've been hoping for Chris. We had Hovan rated very high simply because he's a very tenacious player, extremely physical, and knows how to get after it. He's a lunch pail guy. He's the strongest player in the National Football League draft coming out. He's exactly the kind of guy we need.
Obviously, the big question in Minnesota is Dante Culpepper ready, Dennis, in your mind, as you look at Hovan with a great, great motor and a guy who is tenacious every step of the way and a perfect battler when you play those outdoor cold weather games. But Dante Culpepper, obviously you feel he's really ready to take over quarterback. Otherwise, you couldn't have let Jeff George go. Walk us through your thinking on all that.
Well, I mean, I think the biggest thing is we felt that Dante Culpepper was the best athlete coming out last year at quarterback. Keep in mind, we knew that the quarterback situation would be a little bit light in the year 2000, and most people think it's going to be a little light in the year 2001. Last year was the year of the quarterback. We felt that Dante Culpepper was the best of that group. We think this year is going to prove it out. The thing we have to understand now, we've had a lot of guys do well in our offensive system. Most people said Randall Cunningham couldn't play anymore. He did very well for us. A lot of people last year questioned Jeff George playing well for us. He did well last year, too. We think Dante Culpepper will play well for us also, simply because the system is the same. We still have Chris Carter, Randy Moss, Robert Smith. You know, the thing that always disturbs any football coach is that when people keep talking about what you don't have, then it's very difficult to understand what we do have. What we have is some of the best offensive players in the National Football League. They're all back. And now we add Dante Culpepper, who has the mental capabilities, the mental toughness, the physical capabilities, the physical toughness. And then I think he brings a unique individual who loves to compete and win. And on top of it, was in the shotgun more than anybody, maybe except for Tim Couch last year. He has come out of a passing system that also can run for yardage.
Hey, Dennis,
I feel pretty strongly about him, Chris.
Hey, Dennis, as I told you at the owners' meetings, confidence and guts, two things you don't lack. Thanks for joining us.
You bet. Take care, guys.
Dennis Green knows where he's headed, and make no mistake about it. And we think we know where the Bills are headed. Let's go to the podium.
With the 26th pick in NFL Draft 2000, the Buffalo Bills select Eric Flowers, defensive end, Arizona State.
You know, Chris, that cab driver, honest to goodness, he's unbelievable.
You know, he's taken that same route 12 or 13 years in a row.
At least 13 years in a row.
Eric Flowers is one of the more intriguing, yet not originally projected first. Mel, he was one of the hottest players the last month on teams' boards. Agree?
Had him in the third round, moving to the second round. The last couple weeks, moving him into the late first round. Why? Because of workouts and the fact that he had 3 sacks in '98, JUCO transfer, then 10 sacks this past season. They moved him around. At times, he was overpowered in the box, but when they put him on the edge with his pass rush ability, he really came through with some outstanding efforts. Then the weight situation. He got it up from, say, 255, 260, up to 268, then to 275, yet retained that 4.68 speed on grass. And during the defensive end drills, really showed the hips, the turning ability, and the change of direction skills that it takes to be an effective pass rusher. So when you talk about soaring up the draft board in the last month and a half, no player took advantage of the individual workout situations than Eric Flowers.
And you know, the Buffalo Bills, we talk about the rotation on defensive front, which has become so important. I mean, not everybody can be a Bruce Smith or someone that plays all the time, but he fits right in with that rotation.
Chris, you just don't have one guy playing every down anymore. On a defensive line, very seldom you see guys that play all 4 downs.
All right, let's go quickly to Mike Tirico. Michael.
All right, Chris, Jets are on the clock, about to make history. 4th first-round draft pick unless they trade it. 5 picks left in this round. That means teams around the league are slotting their guy, hoping he comes to them in the 2nd round, a round that starts with Cleveland. And we start our trip around the National Football League with Susie Colbert in Cleveland. Susie.
Mike, the #1 pick overall, Penn State defensive end Courtney Brown hasn't arrived yet. He is in flight, but don't think the Browns brass are sitting on their hands waiting. They're feverishly working on pick number 32. And at this point, most of the players that they've pinpointed for this spot are still on the board, which makes their job even tougher. But a lot can happen with 6 picks to go before 32. Let's go to Ed Werder.
Linebacker Chris Samuels at left tackle. The 2 players arrived in high style about 25 minutes ago in a helicopter, touching down on a spot with their numbers spray painted on the practice field. 56 for Arrington, 60 for Samuels. We'll talk to them in a little bit about their whirlwind day. Let's go to Solomon Wilcox.
In Baltimore, the Ravens have drafted 4 Pro Bowl players over the last 4 years. With 2 first-round picks in today's draft, the Ravens add running back Jamal Lewis and wide receiver Travis Taylor to try to help boost that 24th ranked offense. Now let's go to Tom Jackson.
Here in New York, the Jets have come up with 2 possible defensive starters with their early 2 picks, the surprise pick of the draft in Chad Pennington at number 18. And now they have the 27th pick in the draft. And a couple of areas to be addressed might be offensive line, might be tight end, but certainly don't be surprised if they move the pick. A couple of teams have inquired. Now let's go to Sean Salisbury.
Here in Santa Clara, the 49ers brass wanted 4 defensive starters from this draft. They believe they have 2. Outside linebacker from Michigan State, Julian Peterson, and corner from Ohio State, Ahmed Plummer. This was not an easy decision. The brass met in the war room, went outside in the hallway to make the decision between linebacker Keith Bullock or Plummer. They obviously chose Plummer to shore up a defensive secondary that was very weak last year. While they concentrated in the first round on defense, you can look for much of the same in the second round. Let's go out to Hank Goldberg.
We're getting close to number 31. That's where the Rams pick.
So the war room is starting to get active. Mike Martz, new head coach, next to owner Georgia Frontier. That's Jay Stigman next to Charlie Army, the vice president of player personnel, who will be directing this draft. And in the past, they've been able to make a score early in the draft. This year, they had to keep score early in the draft. Now let's go to Sal Palantonio.
Well, here in Tampa, the starting quarterback job definitely belongs to last year's rookie sensation, Sean King. But the Bucs are thin at that position, so don't be surprised if they take a quarterback by the end of the day. Chris Redman of Louisville was in here a couple of weeks ago, worked out for Les Steckel, the new offensive coordinator, and Clyde Christensen, the quarterback's coach. But Tony Dungy told me he definitely likes Joe Hamilton of Georgia Tech. Boomer, back to you in New York.
Well, the New York Jets are on the clock, and of course the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have Keyshawn Johnson. The Jets have yet to draft the receiver. They did have some discussion with the Cincinnati Bengals earlier in the week briefly about Carl Pickens, but here was Mike Brown's response to that, the general manager of the Bengals. And basically, he went to Carl Pickens and said, pay me back the signing bonus of $3.5 million that I paid you earlier this year. Otherwise, we're not trading you, and Pickens refused. So, Mike, I think what we're looking at there is Carl Pickens playing for the Bengals. It means Peter O'Rourke on the slot, at least, unless the Jets should call him. Everybody changes their mind.
You heard Bruce Coslett, an offensive coach, former Jet coach. He would love to have all those offensive weapons line up with Achilles Smith. The Jets are on the clock. Will they make their fourth first-round pick? These guys want a receiver. So do people at ESPN.com and NFL.com.
From the Keyshawn Johnson trade, and that sparked a lot of controversy, or certainly debate, around the National Football League and here in the studios as we look, the Jets getting the 13th and 27th overall pick in the first round for the wide receiver going to Tampa Bay. Your thoughts about this in terms from the Jets' perspective, good or bad, Jaws?
Well, you know, it's hard to make a definitive answer right now. I want to see what that next pick is going to be, because I think they left a void in their wide receiving core. You could say all you want about Keyshawn Johnson, but the guy showed up on Sunday and he played his tail off. Now they've got to come up with the wide receiver to fill that void. Sure, you have a Dedrick Ward, you have a Wayne Corbett, you have people that can catch the football, make plays for you, but points come out of those big plays. I think that's when they need someone to replace Keyshawn Johnson. But I think, Mark, from the defensive side, they've done a nice job of getting pass rush people now into that defense.
Well, it's interesting. Again, we expect the New York Jets at this particular point in time to take that wide receiver. We're going to send it back to New York and Chris Berman now. Go ahead, Chris.
All right, Mark and Jaws, thank you very much. The Jets said they needed 3 starters out of this 4 first-round picks. This should be a starter. Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 27th choice in NFL Draft 2000, the New York Jets select Anthony Becht, tight end, West Virginia.
That's a good guess. I mean, they need one. They certainly need one.
And Chris,
they had him rated ahead of Franks anyway.
You're talking about the third round is when the Jets are up next, and a tight end. And Joe, you've talked about it all week. That's a key ingredient in their offense. And when you look at not having the tight end, you have a wide receiver situation was the problem, but you have a lot of depth at that position. You don't take an Anthony Becht here, you might lose a Dave Stahelski from Boise State, so you're really going to be in a big trouble in terms of filling your void at the tight end position. Look at Anthony Becht. Look at the size, 6'5½". He's upwards of about 270 pounds. Also tremendously strong, very well conditioned. He'll play through an injury. You see him here slide out, make the catch, take it in the end zone. And what you see with Anthony Becht is a 270-pounder with body control and a blocking ability, which you know he can accentuate the running game. But I like the fact that he's not stiff. He can get down the field, adjust to the poorly thrown ball, and make the reception. I think that's the key here. You're looking at a lot of 270-pounders cannot do what that is, and that's catch a pass that is not on target. And a lot of tight ends, they'll bounce off the target. They will not be caught, and the receptions will not be there. So to me, he's not great in any one area, Chris. He's just solid. And I think when you have that kind of size, and you look at Kyle Brady, that's one thing Kyle Brady struggled with a little bit is adjusting. Beck can do that, and certainly I think when you look back, maybe a Dave Pascal type, but a guy that definitely fills a need area for the Jets.
He runs 4.7. That's pretty quick. So the Jets, frankly, are hoping that with this first-round tight end pick, they get a player not so much of the productivity of Brady or of Johnny Mitchell, Freudian slip there, but more of a Rich Castor or Jerome Barkham. Let's go back up. Is it Jaws and Mark? Let's go back up to Bristol, guys.
All right, Boomer, thank you very much. When the pick came down for the tight end, Jaws' jaw dropped open. We couldn't believe that the New York Jets did not, in fact, take a wide receiver when there were some good ones out there, Porter, Des White, and now you think the Keyshawn trade is even worse for the New York Jets.
I said, you know, let's see what happens. You know, the jury's still out on this one, but now that I see what they did going for the tight end, yes, I like Anthony Beck, but you had to replace Keyshawn Johnson, and I really did love the upside of Jerry Porter. He's kind of a raw talent. I looked at tape of him, and he reminded me a lot of a guy that I threw the ball to, Mike Quick, big, strong guy that could get down the field. I thought here was a guy that they would go for, and as Mark mentioned, Des White and Dennis Northcutt. But right now, the void is empty. The void is there right now. They did not replace Keyshawn Johnson.
Well, they got Dedrick Ward and Wayne Krebet. Krebet's certainly a great third-down wide receiver, but without Keyshawn Johnson in the lineup, of course, it'll be questionable to see what kind of production he might have in the 2000 season. Now, let's send it out to Hofstra, where Tom Jackson is standing by.
Well, Mark, I think when you think about what the Jets have done here, Anthony Beck was a guy that they had rated at the top of their board as a tight end because he was a great fit for their system. This is the team that when they get inside the 10-yard line, they want to pound the ball with Curtis Martin at 270 pounds. Beck is an outstanding blocker as well as having that speed, so he offers them the combination of what they needed. There are obviously other ways of addressing the wide receiver position, but when they went into this draft, Al Groh and Bill Parcells wanted to get 3 starters out of those 4 picks. They got their 3 starters, and they got a quarterback for the future in Chad Pennington. I think they're fairly satisfied up to this point and will still look to address that wide receiver position in other ways. Mark?
Tommy, you make certainly a very good point. There are some wide receivers left, and of course the Jets are probably going to have an opportunity to take one of those wide receivers a little bit later in this draft. Certainly it means that they will run the football. As you mentioned, of course, Al Groh, a defensive guy, along with Bill Parcells, wants to pound the football. And I know, Mel Kiper, you disagree with Jaws and myself. You think this is a good pick for the New York Jets.
Mark Jones, I do. I think when you look at tight end, it's as critical a need area as wide receiver. You only have 1 pick left, and I really agree with the Chad Pennington pick. That makes their draft. 3 years down the road, that's what's going to always focus on, as Chad Pennington brought into the fold. But, yeah, wide receiver, tight end need. You don't pick till the middle of the 3rd round. The deepest positions in this draft are outside linebacker and wide receiver. You may see a Darrell Jackson from Florida, a Trevor Gaylor from Miami of Ohio, or a Chris Cole from A&M slide down into the middle of the 3rd round. So you get, I think your chance of getting value in round 3 at wide receiver, heck of a lot better than getting value at tight end, where there's a drop-off after, say, a Dave Stahelski from Boise State.
However, now the question is, and Joe, now you take the other side of the coin. There's no question that Beck is a good player and does fit their system. But with now a wide receiver in 3rd round or beyond, you don't like what the Jets have done, do you?
Well, actually, I do, Chris, to be perfectly honest with you. The more you think about it, I disagree with Ron. I don't agree with you, Jaws. I think this is a good move. And you have to understand, Dan Henning now is the offensive coordinator. Bill Parcells is no longer calling the plays. I don't think Keyshawn Johnson was going to catch 89 balls this year anyway. I played in an offense where I had 2 wide receivers, Alvin Garrett at 5'8" and Virgil Say at 5'9". Neither one of them had the speed of a Dedrick Ward. Neither one of them had the moves of a Wayne Krebet. We did need a tight end. When I look at Beck, I look a little bit like at a Clint Didier, a guy who can get down the field. That's the offense that Dan Henning is familiar with and had coached for a lot of years. At Boston College, when Dan was there, he only had 11 tight ends on that squad. So he's had a fair amount of people around him. I like this move. The only concern that I do have is Wayne Krebet is probably better in the slot in 3rd down situations. He's okay outside, but he's more effective inside. So maybe a receiver down the road, but I don't have a problem at all with what the Jets have done with this selection and the people they have on their roster. They're not going to miss Keyshawn that much.
In 1996, Chris, was a deep yurt wide receiver. You had Terrell Owens dropped into the 2nd day. You also had Jermaine Lewis from Maryland go into the 5th round. And this draft at wide receiver, very similar to 96.
Well, the 2 guys that traded, the Keyshawn and Galloway, Seattle and the Jets, will be looking later on for wide receivers to replace those guys. Who they find, how they find, when they find, and how good they are when they find them might determine how much forward they go this coming year. The Colts next. We'll be back.
You better believe a pain like this from a soul like this. We'll go on like this, live on like this, and look like this, give you pride like this, 'cause it's true.
We can help with your design. Match the colors you want with our computer paint matching system. True Value, great paint, great store at these Cable and True Value locations.
True Value Paint. Great paint, great store.
I hadn't said anything for a half an hour. I'm sorry.
And welcome back to the 65th NFL draft here in New York. The Indianapolis Colts. Now we go strictly division winners at this point. The winners of the AFC East, the Indianapolis Colts, who, I mean, they never draft in this spot. The player that Bill Polian coveted, and let's face it, when it comes to the draft, he's made some pretty good decisions the last couple of years. Edgerrin James, Ricky Williams last year. Ricky's a great player, but you cannot argue with what Edgerrin James did for the Colts. Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf the year before. We'll go with Peyton Manning. Pretty good decision at that. The player that they wanted was taken by the Vikings, Chris Hovan. I think you'll see them use the whole time on the clock for a possible trade. If they have to go, and maybe Rob Morris, very interesting inside linebacker from Brigham Young. But at the meantime, you know, Washington's not that far from New York. They were here, and now they're there. LeVar Arrington, Chris Samuels, Redskins. We saw them in New York. Now they're in Washington. Let's go to Ed Werder. A tale of two cities and of two guys, Ed.
Well, it's been a whirlwind day for Chris Samuels and LeVar Arrington. You know, you're not supposed to win a division one year and then get two great players, two of the best players in the draft the next year, but that's what the Redskins have done, and here's the proof. LeVar, a lot of people compare you to a guy like Javon Curse and the effect he had on the Titans last year. Is that your goal? Can you do that kind of thing?
Well, I think with the personnel that is in Washington, I think it's a possibility. It's a strong possibility. You know, you're only as good as your weak link on the team, and I think that Washington has we have a very strong personnel. So it's, you know, you never know. I'm not going to sit here and put my foot in my mouth, but you know, I'm going to give it all I got.
Is it difficult, a challenge as a rookie coming in to hear people compare you to Lawrence Taylor and Derek Thomas and players of that ability?
I don't think it's difficult. I just think that it's a lofty expectation, and the ones that accept that challenge and try and go after it, I think have good careers. You know, if you're chasing that type of billing, you know, then you can't go too wrong if you know, come up a little short.
Now, you've been teasing him all week. You've been calling him teammate before he was. How close have you guys become in recent weeks?
Well, we met on All-American trips, so we gotten acquainted with one another, and you know, Chris is a great guy, and you know, the third pick couldn't have happened to a better guy. I think his family's great. I got a chance to mingle with his family, and it's been fun.
Well, Chris Samuels is the guy who allowed no sacks and not even a pressure last year at Alabama, despite playing almost 900 snaps. Now, you didn't have to go against Penn State. Could you block this guy if you wanted to get to the quarterback, Chris?
Oh, y'all keep on trying to compare us and make us get angry at each other. You know, I don't know. We're just going to have to see when camp starts.
Now, a lot of people, some GMs, one head coach was concerned about the knee problem that kept you out of the bowl game, said you could be a guy who 3 years from now can't practice more than once a week. Should the Redskins be worried about your physical condition?
No, they shouldn't worry at all. I'm almost 100% now, probably about 98%, so I'm almost ready to go, you know. I'm just getting in here. I'm fired up. I'm ready, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, they trying to make the knee a big issue, but it's really not.
All right, Chris and LeVar, thanks very much. Let's go back to Chris in New York.
All right, Ed, thank you very much. Pretty happy new bunch of Redskins. Now the Colts have sent the pick up to the commissioner, Paul Tagliabue.
With the 28th choice in NFL Draft 2000, the Indianapolis Colts select Rob Morris, linebacker, Brigham Young University.
That was just a guess.
Doing good, Chris.
Guessing well today.
You're having a very good guessing
It's a good
year.
guessing
Yes, you are.
day.
Good guessing day.
But you know what? This, Mel, now this is what, a 25-year-old middle linebacker who, because of BYU, went on the church mission, as you do, as part of the Mormon education, went up to Toronto, Canada. He's one of the more intrigued. They get a man here, first of all, don't they?
They do. You were talking about Rob Morris, forced to sit out 4 games this past season due to an abdominal strain, yet he was still the second leading tackler on that BYU defense. Of course, they had Byron Frisch in front of him. You look at Rob Morris, short arms and very productive. If the defensive tackles do their job with the Indianapolis Colts, Rob Morris can flow to the football. And I think when you look at instincts, he has it. You see the eyes of a middle linebacker, the ability to flow and really get into those running lanes and make the tackle. And I think Rob Morris, when you look at the productivity, you look at the fact that he is so quick reacting. He doesn't waste any time. He can come on the blitz and get the job done there. And really, I think the super intense nature of the way he goes about his business, I think that's what the Colts were looking for here, a leader with that Chris Spielman type approach. And certainly when you talk about need area, Middle linebacker was at the top of the list for the Indianapolis Colts. They had to come out of this draft with somebody that they could fill in at that spot. And as I said, if he gets some assistance from those defensive tackles, is freed up with the short arms to flow, I think he'll make a lot of tackles in that defense.
When you get to that position also, Mel, you really take into consideration the fact that when you've won your division, when you're that good, the needs aren't so great in a lot of different places. Defense certainly was a focus for the Indianapolis Colts, and the middle linebacker position. When you consider Cornelius Bennett not getting any younger, really missed him when he left the Atlanta Falcons. So here you have a guy who really jumps in and can fill in, another young guy filling in, continuing to build for the future.
They need a middle linebacker badly. The Colts obviously can push the envelope on offense with anybody, but they gave up a lot of points and a lot of yards on defense. And this guy, Rob Morris, I'm not going to tell the complete stories because I want to get him absolutely right. But he's, in addition to on the Mormon mission and going door to door to try to convert or try to talk to people about the Mormon religion in Toronto, he had maybe one taker, as he says, in 3 or 4 months, but that's part of what you do every morning. He's jumped off third-floor balconies into pools. That's only 4 stories below what Russ Francis used to do before he was drafted by the New England Patriots. He has been chased in a zoo trying to take a picture of an alligator. Didn't realize it was that fast. He's been, and here it is. Hey, here's an alligator. And then all of a sudden, the alligator came after him, and he's, who cares what your time is in the 40? He was not caught by the alligator. So you know this. They have a true character in the middle linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. The stories get better and better as you do more reading. And hopefully this coverage of the late first round gets better and better. When we're back, the heavy metal teams, Jacksonville, Tennessee, and St. Louis.
In 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What do you see when you look at this? You know what I see? I see America. Things in bulk, large quantities. Look around you. I'm talking about a belief system. Values, optimism, prosperity, quality. The future.
You see all that in a 48 pack of toilet paper.
Wait till we get to frozen foods.
FogDog.com, your anytime, anywhere sports store. Fog Dog.
This is a weird one. Guy's got a metal plate in his head. Now he's picking up radio signals on it.
Two outs here at the top of the 5th, score tied at 3. Here's the pitch. A swing and a drive.
Having a few friends over?
A home run by Johnson.
Grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
This is a weird one. This guy's got cable.
AOL membership gives you more benefits, and it's never been easier.
It's very easy to use. Anyone can use it.
AOL parental controls help safeguard your kids.
Customer service at AOL is fabulous.
Email, buddy lists.
AOL has got it all.
America Online. Sign up today.
To understand the present, investigate the past. At New York Life, you'll find values, financial strength in our products, humanity and integrity in all we do. Values that have served us through war, depression, and times of prosperity. That we don't see these values changing, ever, is why New York Life is the company you keep.
The Top Guns on the senior tour take aim for a duel in the desert. Will Hale Irwin stand up to the heat, or will one of these other marksmen steal the day? The Las Vegas Senior Classic, Friday at 3 on ESPN.
Back at the draft or .com portion, you got Mel. Mel, who's the biggest surprise still on the board with just 3 first-round picks left, in your opinion?
No question in my mind, Chris. It's Keith Bullock, a multi-dimensional linebacker out of Syracuse. I think Todd Pinkston very underrated at 169 in terms of pounds. He'll get bigger. He's very tough. He'll come across the middle. The receivers figure to go late first, early second. Darren Howard in that same general area. But the one surprise to me, or a shocker, is that Keith Bullock is still on the board at this point.
Jacksonville and the 2 Super Bowl teams, the Titans and the Rams, are what's left in round number 1. We'll be back to New York in just a moment.
First-round picks: Sean Ellis, defensive end, Tennessee; John Abraham, linebacker, South Carolina; Chad Pennington, the quarterback from Marshall; and another guy who plays college ball in West Virginia, Anthony Beck, the tight end. Pennington, by the way, taken at quarterback, the lowest a quarterback's been taken since Jim Druckenmiller late in the first round by San Francisco in '97. Druckenmiller is now on Miami's roster. Mike Tirico, Chris Mortensen here. We are now at the point of the draft where we get to the 3 best teams in the NFL last year: Jacksonville, Tennessee, and St. Louis. In Jacksonville and Tennessee, you have the 2 teams that met for the AFC title. And really, if there was anything Jacksonville had a problem with last year, it was Tennessee. Chris, when it came up in the Final Four, Michigan State, Wisconsin, talking about the difficulty of beating a team 4 times. Look here, Jacksonville lost to Tennessee all 3 times. People say it's tough to beat a team 3 times, tough to beat a team 4 times. Remember, sometimes it's about matchups. And in this case, like in the basketball case with Michigan State and Wisconsin, Jacksonville just didn't have the better of matchups against Tennessee.
No, that's right. I think that Tom Coughlin, the thing he agonized most about, though, seemed like he always felt like Tennessee had a tougher team. I think that really bothered him. But in terms of matchups, certainly St. Louis showed that if you throw multiple receivers at Tennessee, you can be effective. So even though Jacksonville appears to be strong at receiver, I think Jacksonville, even with a needed guard, looks at a receiver, an R.J. Soward here of Southern Cal, that type of guy, so he can create some of those matchups with Tennessee. Flip that over to Tennessee. Right. Even though they need a receiver, maybe, they don't have a lot rated that highly. Des White's not rated. In fact, Des White, I think, is dropping some. Tennessee, they're looking for some safety, secondary power here. Marcus Robertson, Blaine Bishop, they're back, but they lost Anthony Dorsett, and Robertson and Bishop only average about 12 to 13 games over the last 2 years. So I think Tennessee either takes a DB or trades back. Receiver remains a possibility.
Dorsett, the free agency move to Oakland. So the wide receiver run that may come at the end of the first round may happen here. But in the big picture with Jacksonville, a team that has knocked on the door for the Super Bowl, maybe should have gotten there in 2 of the last 3 years, Chris, their window for opportunity may be shortening because of the salary cap.
No question. In fact, everybody thought they managed it so well, and they have managed it very well, brilliantly, in the opinion of some, over the last 3 or 4 years. But it has caught up with them, and all of a sudden they're squeezed a little bit. But they have drafted young, and they have drafted for this team to peak at this point. And I think this has to be the year, else you're going to hear a whole lot of things, a lot of speculation about a lot of people with Jacksonville, including Tom Coughlin, I think.
Unquestionably, this has been perhaps the all-time in-cement model for building an expansion team. With the way Tom Coughlin built this team, his way or the highway, it worked out. They have not been unattractive to free agents because at the end of the day, guys understand, yes, you're going to work hard, but you also have an opportunity to win. They're double digits in victories the last 3 years. If there's a spot that there's of some concern off last year's team, it's Tony Baselli. Not that he's not a great tackle, but how quickly will he come back from the knee injury that happened at the end of the season last year?
He says quickly. In fact, what he's telling him, he'll be ready to go when the season starts. Of course, some people would question that. You mentioned the salary cap. One of the issues with them is getting Baselli done because his contract's going to come up in the near future. So Baselli on 2 fronts a concern to Jacksonville.
A lot of people are throwing out in the big picture who are the teams to beat in 2000. The NFC, the off-the-cuff answer is Washington and Tampa Bay. In the AFC, Indianapolis certainly is out there. Does Jacksonville still have every aspect of the game you need to make the Super Bowl run?
Absolutely. I mean, they've got all the parts there. I think they just have to they got to find a way to beat Tennessee. If they figure out a way to beat Tennessee, they're probably playing the Super Bowl. So I think that's clearly the thing. And that might become psychological. And Mark Brunell as a quarterback, a lot of people, we've talked about Mark Brunell for 3 or 4 years being a Pro Bowl quarterback. Big timer. Mark Brunell has to win a big game or else he's not going to have that big time label.
We know that the Cleveland coach, Chris Palmer, was very important to Tom Coughlin in the building stages. Now there's another defection from Jacksonville to Cleveland that may impact the Jacksonville Jaguars as the season goes on. We speak of Pete Carmichael.
Pete Carmichael was a receivers coach, and he had a great way with those receivers, very much in the development of Jimmy Smith. Pete Carmichael now is running the show for Chris Palmer in Cleveland. I think Chris Palmer's relieved he can trust Pete Carmichael, so I think this is a great plus for Cleveland, a negative for Jacksonville, because let's face it, Tom Coughlin, a lot of burden on him as the offensive coordinator. Wanted to hire Mike Hammerdinger of Denver a year ago. Hammerdinger's in Tennessee now, so there's another.
And only Kansas City or Buffalo ran the ball more than Jacksonville did last year. Commissioner with the pick, number 29 in this round.
With the 29th choice in NFL Draft 2000, the Jacksonville Jaguars select R.J. Soward, wide receiver, USC.
Well, certainly a guy who can flip the field.
Tennessee Titans are now on the clock.
Great speed that will be an infusion to the Jacksonville offense. Short, but tough to catch.
No question about it, Mike. You look at R.J. Soward. You see the size. That might have been a concern, but good return skills. You'll see it here, the electrifying, game-breaking ability. Look at Jacksonville. Keenan McCardle struggled some. Of course, they had the great Jimmy Smith, but Reggie Barlow hasn't really stepped up and performed up to the level expected. So R.J. Soward gives you an awful lot in terms of ability after the catch. Inconsistent when the deep throws this year, dropped a couple. But remember, Carson Palmer, their fine quarterback, was injured. So new quarterback situation, but R.J. Soward has an awful lot of speed, and I think what elevated him back into the late first round, his impressive performance down at the Senior Bowl practices in Mobile, came there very focused, I think, to make up for a less than spectacular senior year with the Trojans. I think when you look at R.J. Soward, the return skills here, Joe, very key.
Well, Mel, also, R.J. Soward was a guy who admittedly said he focused an awful lot on a lot of music. He really didn't focus much on football his senior year. He's refocused. He wants to be able to go out and play football. He's proven it. You have to wonder, with Keenan McCardle and Jimmy Smith, are the Jacksonville Jaguars at a point where they're starting to wonder if there's a lot left? And I think it's more Keenan McCardle than Jimmy Smith. I think anytime you can add quality depth at the wide receiving corps, you have to do it. Remember, Jacksonville also has to have concerns about Mark Brunell. He's getting beat up an awful lot. To get the ball out of his hands quickly into the hands of a playmaker will mean an awful lot to his health and his ability to stay as their quarterback.
Well, Joe, a man who had first-round ability last year, dipped out of the first round with his performance, back in at the end. R.J. Soward to Jacksonville. 5 receivers taken in the first round. The record 6 in '88. That class included Irvin Sharp.
On the clock, the two teams that played in the Super Bowl, the Tennessee Titans and the St. Louis Rams. They've changed their horn color a little bit. And who can forget the final play of what proved to be one of the most exciting Super Bowls last year, or this year, I should say, or any other year. Steve McNair to Kevin Dyson, but the tackles made it the 1 and missed it by that much. It's the Rams winning 23-16 and not the Titans forcing it to overtime. The Super Bowl teams on the clock next. The two Super Bowl teams are on the clock. First, it's Tennessee, and then it's St. Louis. It is longer than last year's 5 hours and 4 minutes. The record, if you're wondering, we could set one. 5 hours and 39 minutes back in 1995. Of course, we have one more team now, so we're going to have to factor it out. But at any rate, we are approaching one of the longest first rounds that we have ever had, and we don't even have a trade. How do you become an 8-8 team that then makes the leap into the Super Bowl? One way you do that is to make a pick with the 16th pick in the first round and choosing a man like Javon Curse, who totally transformed the Tennessee defense, fellas.
He was not only a really very important part of that defense, but Chris, he really transformed the way every defensive coach looks at a defensive lineman today. It's not just his ability to play at the point of attack. It's his ability to chase people down the field. I saw him catch in one game Kadri Ishmael from the Ravens, as well as Priest Holmes. He ran down both a running back and a receiver in the meantime, and I know Samari Rolle doesn't appreciate me saying this, but he ran over Samari Rolle, one of his own defensive players, to make the tackle. This kid here redefined the defensive end position. It certainly was a great find for the Tennessee Titans and a reason why they were able to get to the Super Bowl.
So, Javon Curse was such a home run on defense. Is that where you think they need the most help again, Mel? Or or there are a couple of spots that they could get value at here?
Linebacker is one of their key need areas, no question about it. When you look at Javon Curse coming in as that pass rusher, you look at their linebacking situation, Randall Godfrey, great addition, but they could use another linebacker in the mix. And what makes Keith Bullock so valuable, Chris, is he can multi-dimensional. He can play middle linebacker as he did as a junior when he had a ton of tackles, moved to weak side linebacker this past year with great results, can play strong side as well. He's 6'3", he's 244 pounds with range. Now, why is he still there? Maybe only 2 sacks this past year pushed him down. Brought up questions about what kind of pass rusher he could be when everybody's looking at those guys like Peterson and Abraham that can get after the quarterback. You know, this guy, Bullock, was a former defensive back, so I think that may be the question that pushed him down, but I think he presents outstanding value at this point.
How about wide receiver? I mean, certainly you got to think maybe wide receiver would be a position that they certainly could use a little bit of help in.
Well, what they have there, Joe, is quantity, not a lot of quality. And I like Todd Pinkston. I think the 2 value picks still on the board, or players still on the board, will be Bullock and Pinkston. He's 6'2", he's 169 pounds, 11 catches for 163 yards this past year at Lincoln against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Speaks volumes to what kind of ability Pinkston has, and I think he's going to be a heck of a choice late first, early second round.
All right, we will debate Tennessee as they have a little bit more than 3 minutes to go, and then the St. Louis Rams, the Super Bowl champion St. Louis Rams on the clock after that. But an unprecedented 4 first-round picks by the New York Football Jets. Tom Jackson with Coach Al Gross summing up the first round. Tommy.
Boom, got the coach here again. Coach Anthony Beck. I've said he's a perfect fit for this offense. You tell me why.
He's most valuable to us, Tom. Obviously, he's valuable to us in all areas, all over the field, special teams, but he's most valuable to us in the point-scoring area. And this game is about scoring points. And he's a big tight end who can help us run the ball in when we get in the red area and on the goal line, but he's also a big 6'5", 6'6" target as far as throwing the ball to the back of the end zone with Vinny Testaverde, who is a very good high ball thrower to tall receivers. So he's got great versatility all over the field for us. He's another big and tough player, so he follows in somewhat the same formula as Ellis and Abraham did. He's big, he's tough, he's got firepower in the scoring area, and he gives us versatility with what we do.
A lot of talk about the wide receiver position and replacing Keyshawn Johnson. What do you do about it? How do you address that?
Well, that'll obviously we'll be shifting our attention to that position here in the upcoming rounds. Not to say we're going to go exclusively there, but we may be making multiple picks, and we'll just run a good competition in camp and look for somebody to emerge. You know, a guy like Terrell Owens was a 4th-round draft choice who I think anybody would give a 1 to get right now, so hopefully we can do something like that.
The beauty is in the numbers here in New York, Boom. Let's go back to you in New York.
The number's pretty high with 4 first-round picks. We won't see the Jets in the second round. We'll see them in the 3rd round. Tennessee's made their choice. Let's go to the podium.
With the 30th choice in NFL Draft 2000, the Tennessee Titans select Keith Bullock, linebacker, Syracuse.
Well, certainly value, guys. Certainly value.
No question. I really thought he would have been gone earlier, around that point in time when Peterson and Abraham were coming off the board. We talked about the lack of sacks, 2 6-career sacks for Bullock, but that was more the scheme than the lack of ability in terms of getting after the quarterback. Talk about playing reverse, he does it extremely well. Talk about range from sideline to sideline, he has it. Look at the size, his weight's up to 244. He was a defensive back when he signed on with the Orangemen. Actually had 3 interceptions during the early stages of his college career when he was working in the defensive secondary. Stays out of interference, close to the football very well. And I'll tell you what, he's a tough kid. He's an excellent tackler when he has to break down in space in the open field, something a lot of players in the NFL can't do their 1st or 2nd, 3rd year, and they never do throughout their whole career. Look at the ability and the speed here. This is against Michigan, here against Virginia Tech. Getting outside and making the play in coverage. We talked about his hands and his ability to play in coverage. So critical to being on the field all 3 downs. And I look at Keith Bullock, and what you see, Joe and Chris, is a player that you can work in the middle. He led the Syracuse Orangemen in tackles at the middle linebacker position as a junior. Moved back outside as a senior. Again, 138 tackles. Very productive player.
You know, the Tennessee Titans, it was an amazing run that they had in the playoffs. Statistically, you look at it, they never impressed you offensively. In the Super Bowl, they could have been behind, but it was only 9-0 at the half, not 30-0. This is a team whose tenacity showed week after week after week, and Bullock has that tenacity. So the St. Louis Rams, the Super Bowl champs, the last team left in the first round when we come back. Ball in that draft. In 2000, the first draft of the new millennium, the helmet is similar yet changed. The uniform is similar yet changed. The city is changed. But now they draft last. They drafted first in 62, last in 2000. One of our polls in the last decade, in the 1990s, who was the best first-round draft pick? 42% of our ESPN.comers suggested Emmitt Smith. Randy Moss and Javon Curse are behind. We don't know what they're going to do for 10 years. I'd say productivity, Emmitt Smith, not a bad call. We'll be back.
With the last choice of the first round of the NFL Draft 2000, the St. Louis Rams select Trung candidate, running back, Arizona.
Now, you know what? He ties, first of all, he ties Plexico with the most interesting first name in the first round, okay?
Right.
Now he's one of the fastest, if not the fastest backs in the draft. Because they are Super Bowl champs and so deep, I mean, this looks like a reach to you, Mel?
It looks like it, Chris. I think you look at offensive line, particularly at offensive tackle. You lose some players in free agency, center and offensive tackle on the right side, and you had some value at that point. You go running back. How about J.R. Redmond at that point if you're looking for a versatile speed back who can catch the football, tremendous return man. Trung Cannon is a home run here. There's no question about that. But I think J.R. Redmond, even a Travis Prentice, but if you're looking for that versatility, Redmond, I think, would be the guy late first, early second round who would make a little more sense than Trung Cannon, who did expand his game this year, became a more valuable pass receiving option this past season. Entering 99, he had 12 catches, caught 30 passes this past season. You talk about home run hitting ability. When he hits the football, he can take it coast to coast. Had a lot of those 60, 70, 80-yard runs. And I'll tell you what, running back, wide receiver, also in the secondary, so he's a very athletic player. We talked about Redmond, compares favorably there, but as a runner, he's a little upright. Now, I wonder how much resistance he'll run into at the pro level. Catching the football, he came on strong in that area this past season, but his running style, I think, we talk about feature back material, no. As a situational performer with his speed, he could fit in. I just question not taking the tackle and then passing on J.R. Redmond for a Trung candidate.
I will say this, Joe, the one thing more than anything else about the St. Louis Rams that stood out, not so much, well, I mean, the year that Kurt Warner had, you go right on down the line with Falk and their receivers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the one thing that enabled them to go from 4-12 to the Super Bowl is that they had speed at just about every position. So again, here's another guy who pushes the envelope in the speed department.
The big change for the Rams last year was the fact that Mike Martz took over as the offensive coordinator, did a terrific job of getting the ball down the field into the hands of people who can put it in the end zone. With Trung, you got the same situation. You got yourself a running back who's able to go down the field. Now also, the Rams are going to have a uniform change. As a matter of fact, this is what the uniform's going to look like. It's going to be a little bit different.
Right side up, right?
There it is. I'm working on right side up. Just so happen to have the other guy who is their running back.
Now whose uniform's that?
It's mine. Actually, the name is Marshall Falk, but this is mine.
You know, but they changed their uniform the year after they went to the Super Bowl. Tennessee changed, they go in. Denver changed, they go in.
That's right. Tampa Bay changed, they go in. Now, the Giants are going to change. Should we just assume now the Giants are going to be in the playoffs next year? I'm sure Jim Fossil would like that. Rams with a little bit of a unique move. It goes after they've won one.
That's a nice jersey. Well, by the way.
Thank you.
5 hours and 35 minutes. Not a record, but close for longest first round. And for the first time since 1983, which the famous draft of 1983, the quarterback class draft of 1983, for the first time since then, we did not have a during the first round trade of any sort, of any kind. So a first of sorts, firstly the first one in almost 2 decades. And now through our Tinactin video conferencing, we welcome the head coach of the defending AFC champion Tennessee Titans, Jeff Fisher. And Jeff, were you surprised that a player of Keith Bulluck's ability fell to you? And how high did you have him on your board? And then the name never got called. Could you believe your luck?
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris, we were a little surprised. I mean, we sat there through 8 or 10 picks wondering whether or not he's going to fall to us. It was kind of reminiscent of last year, the way Javon fell to us. We were a little concerned right there at the end with some clubs maybe trading up ahead of us to pick him up. But, again, we're very fortunate to have gotten a caliber player like Keith.
I mean, it's hard to have a pick like Javon Curse every year, and you're looking for certain things. What does a player who plays for the Tennessee Titans, I mean, you guys were such an amazing team as far as tenacity goes, hanging in games, 4 forcing turnovers when statistically it didn't work. Does Bullock kind of fit that sort of makeup of your overall team as you see it?
He does. He's the kind of linebacker that plays with great speed, great emotion, runs very well, tackles well, and as you know, we all do. We got some very good backs in our division with Corey Dillon and the rest of these guys, Jamal Lewis, of course, now. So we've got to have linebackers that can run and hit and also cover tight ends.
Jeff, overall, hey, look, nobody has to apologize for being 1 yard short of sending the Super Bowl into overtime, but you know that even though you have Jacksonville's number, you did not win the division. So obviously you start with that goal every year. How can the Titans, if not have a better record, be a better ball club this year overall?
Well, we're looking for more consistency offensively. We're looking for more balance on offense. We came on strong as a running offense in the second part of the season. Start off a little slow. We need to push the ball down the field. We need to get our receiving core through the season healthy. We've been without a healthy Yancey Thigpen, and defensively we got to make more plays. Obviously, we made a lot of plays last year in the second half with the turnovers and the sacks, but we need to just become more consistently overall.
Well, you got a playmaker in Bullock. Congratulations. Go back in the war room. There's some more guys waiting for you.
We'll talk to you in a little bit. Thank you.
Jeff Fisher, the personable, and what an outstanding coach, an outstanding job he did not only last year, but in the years when this team moved from stadium to stadium to stadium, they never fell below 500. We'll be back with the second round. Minutes per selection. And just seeing Jeff Fisher for a moment, and we joked about it a little bit at the owners' meetings a couple of weeks ago, was, you know, they borrowed that yard, Tennessee did, for that lateral to make it legal against Buffalo. But sooner or later, that yard that Dyson turned into a touchdown was going to come due. And the bill came due on the final play of the Super Bowl when Dyson was tackled by Mike Jones 1 yard short of the end zone. It's kind of like the devil with the Yankees, like in damn Yankees. They borrowed it for the soul. They had to pay the yard back
Borrowed it in the Buffalo
later.
game.
And, well, they borrowed it in the Buffalo game. These 7 teams did not have first-round picks. New Orleans is picking next after Cleveland gets done right now. So New Orleans, San Diego, Tampa Bay, New England, Atlanta, Dallas, Miami. Those are 7 teams who we have not heard from yet, but we will in this round for the first time, and we'll talk about it. Here are the Browns.
Cleveland selects wide receiver Dennis Northcutt from Arizona.
Kind of had that one because Cleveland needs... I'm back in the fairway, Joe, after Trung candidate.
Yep, Trung candidate threw you a little curve.
Team speed for Cleveland. I mean, team speed for St. Louis. Look what it did for them. Team speed and Northcutt is a return guy. Versatile player, Mel.
Heck of a receiver. Yeah, I think teams pushed him down because of his size, 5'10 plus, about 170, 175 pounds. Keep in mind, though, Isaac Bruce, the Super Bowl champion St. Louis Rams, in that same general area in terms of size, has had a heck of a career in the National Football League. You look at Dennis Northcutt. Back in '96, and Arizona opened the season at corner, then shifted to tailback, then certainly to wide receiver. And you see those tailback moves with Dennis Northcutt. We saw it with Peter Warrick. We see it with Dennis Northcutt. Also the return skills with those quick feet gives you that dynamic as well. All Arizona tried to do with Dick Tomey is get his hands on the football, and he can create those scoring opportunities in the open field. Averaged 19 yards on 23 punt returns this past season, which is exceptional. Brought 2 back all the way for touchdowns. Also returned 9 kickoffs for a 22-yard average. See here against USC, fade route. So even at 5'10", 173, the adjustment. And I tell you, overall, Adam is the 4th highest rated wide receiver, right in there 4 or 5. I think the size pushed him back, but we had been talking, Joe and I and Chris, about versatile wide receivers who could help you in the return game. You had Soward, you had Northcutt. Soward went late first round to Jacksonville. Now Cleveland gets a guy in Northcutt to work in with Kevin Johnson, Darren Cheverini, give Tim Couch another weapon, and also help out as an outstanding return man.
And 2 straight players from Arizona. Northcutt going to Cleveland. Before that, Trump candidate, which I think will raise a few eyebrows around the league, going to the Super Bowl champion St. Louis Rams, who have a new head coach in Mike Martz. He's with our Hank Goldberg. Hank, you sat around for 5.5 hours. It's your time now.
Oh, it's us already, okay? Well, how agonizing it is for you, Coach, to be sitting around for 5.5 hours before you get your man.
Well, we kind of sweat it out a little bit, but we're very pleased with our choice. I think Trung, that speed, to continue to add speed to the offense is very exciting for us. I think he gives a 1-2 punch to the offense with Marshall. God forbid something happens to Marshall. Trung is an explosive player that lets us continue to do what we do on offense.
When we talked earlier, you said value was a big consideration with that pick.
Right. You know, we thought about an offensive lineman, but it's hard to go by speed like this, you know, and there's a situation there. We've got Derek Lavelle there at halfback to help us on third down, but you know, Marshall will come out in the first and second quarter, and to be able to put speed like this in there and go the distance possibly with a rookie is a big issue for us, and we're real excited about it.
Okay, Coach. Speed was the byword as far as that first pick went. Let's go back to New York.
No question about it, Hank and Mike Martz. Strong candidate, fast, fast, fast. And very quickly, New Orleans is sending their first pick of the day in this, the second pick of the second round. Let's go back up to the voice of the second round, Gene Washington.
With the 33rd overall selection, New Orleans picks Darren Howard, defensive end from Kansas State.
Well, here's a guy that many projected in the first round, in Minnesota in particular. Good value here, guys?
Yes, it is. It's a neat area. Defensive end with Joe Johnson off the injury. Look at Darren Howard. He's 280 pounds. Now, he doesn't have great closing speed. Now, I think the combine workout, when he ran that 5-1, set up a red flag to teams that even though he has great pass rush technique, once he separates, will he be able to close? Came back during his individual testing, ran a 4.93, which was a heck of a lot better, and got him back into that late first, early second round area. Look at technique, the way he uses his hands initially. That's something you have to teach him. A lot of defensive ends come in as speed outside pass rushers. Howard is a complete pass rusher, understands the techniques that are needed, can also move inside if you need him to move to a defensive tackle spot. So 280 brings you an awful lot of versatility. You look at the motor. People said, well, he took some downs off, but he played within the confines of the system very well there at Kansas State. What I like, Joe, in all 4 bowl games that Kansas State participated in with Darren Howard, he stepped up and he made plays. And down at the Senior Bowl practices, I think people were very impressed with his natural technique getting after the quarterback.
And also, the other thing, too, is they added Norman Hand as far as a free agent goes. Now, this is another young guy to come in and add to that defense. They really didn't have, they had no draft choices to work with, but I think Randy Mueller and Jim Haslett did a wonderful job of adding people. You add a quarterback in Jeff Blake, speed in Joe Horn. You just add people to your football. They're going to turn out with the free agent signings that they've had to probably do as well as any team will do in this draft. So even though they had no one, they've done an excellent job of getting players.
Jim Haslett, the head coach, and he'll have a second-year running back named Ricky Williams. Boy, a lot happened on this day last year with regards to the New Orleans Saints. Think back a year. Do you remember?
I wanted my children to have a good role model. I found that role model, one who forgave his enemies and who loves equally every person of every race. I found a hero who said, I love you this much, and spread out his arms and died so that we can have life. I found Jesus Christ.
Life is good. Come find out. Free samples every Sunday.
See Tire Bar and Warehouse for Uniroyal tires with nail guard, which seals most tread punctures instantly, permanently, and repeatedly. Shop Tire Bar now and get a $40 manufacturer's mail-in rebate when you purchase 4 select Uniroyal Tiger Paw tires at any of our 24 Tire Bar and Warehouses. Hurry! Uniroyal Spring Fever rebate offer ends April 30th. Uniroyal, tried and true.
Now. Boom! Stop dead in his tracks. That's how fast Tough Actin' Tenactin Pump Spray works. It stops the itching and burning of athlete's foot dead. The only leading brand so tough it prevents athlete's foot. Tackle athlete's foot symptoms in seconds with Tough Actin' Tenactin.
If your light beer doesn't have this key, you're locked out. A magical place where your tongue can get naughty with the beer of its dreams. Introducing crisp, easy drinking Beck's Light.
The biggest news in motor oil since motor oil.
Let me show you something that really surprised me. Look what happened to the other leading motor oils after a 128-hour test designed to simulate severe driving conditions. But this is newly formulated Pennzoil with Pure Base after the same test. I'm no mechanic, but I know which one I'd rather put in my car. These, I don't even know what I'd do with these.
For protection so strong you can see the difference, get newly formulated Pennzoil with Pure Base.
34th overall selection, Cincinnati picks cornerback Mark Roman from LSU.
Well, he was, I'll take from you, a once a Bengal, a Bayou Bengal, a Cincinnati Bengal.
Right.
Mark Roman. Is he, again, a name we heard could go late one. You like this value pick for the Bengals?
Moved up. What he did, Chris, is showed pure cornerback skills during workouts. He had played free safety for 3 years with the Bayou Bengals, had that great freshman season. Former high school running back, had about 1,700 yards rushing as a running back in high school. Developed into an outstanding free safety right away. Then moved to cornerback this past year with solid results. The question was he physical enough to be a free safety? Did he have the recovery ability to be a corner? He showed that during individual testing, running that 4.45. Had 10 career interceptions, so he made a lot of plays. Roman early on was always regarded as one of the top defensive backs in his class. Now, he may have peaked a little early, but he did rally later in his career, particularly this season. He was declared ineligible after the 6th game. So to come away with 10 career interceptions, to make as many big plays as he did, then at 5'11", 190, run that 4.45. You think cornerback now, Chris. You don't necessarily think free safety any longer.
So Mark Roman is chosen by the Bengals. We now have San Francisco, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Pittsburgh. That's the next 4 as we steamroll into round number 2 on a day without any trades, but an intriguing day nevertheless thus far. What's happened around the league? Let's start rolling with the team that got it rolling, Susie Colbert in Cleveland. Suze?
Chris, almost 5 hours after Penn State defensive end Courtney Brown was selected as the #1 pick overall, he arrived at Brown's headquarters with his family, but they decided to save all the introductions until after their pick at number 32, where, as expected, they went for a wide receiver, Arizona's Dennis Northcutt. Let's go to Ed Werder.
Well, LeVar Arrington and Chris Samuels get the best of both worlds. They get to be the 2nd and 3rd overall picks in their draft to start their NFL careers with a team that has legitimate Super Bowl aspirations. On their flight down here from New York to Redskins Park, all they talked about was how excited they were to begin their careers with a team as good as the Redskins and how nervous they were that something was going to go wrong and keep them both from being here right up until Personnel Director Vinny Serrato called them. Let's go to Solomon Wilcots.
In Baltimore was a very busy morning for the Ravens, who used 2 top 10 picks to take running back Jamal Lewis and wide receiver Travis Taylor. But now, with 3 hours from their last pick, the Baltimore Brain Trust must wait until the 3rd round before they make their next selection with the 75th overall pick. They have a lot of time left on their hands. Now let's go to Sean Salzberg.
In Santa Clara, outside the 49ers complex, the trees are green. Inside, there's nothing green. Happiness and smiles inside the war room, and there's reason to be. With 7 picks in the first 4 rounds and 11 overall, the 49ers are happy. They got 2 defensive players to help shore that up. Julian Peterson from Michigan State, the linebacker, and Ohio State cornerback Ahmed Plummer. The 49ers feel both these guys will shore up a defense that gave up 453 points defensively last year, 2nd worst in the National Football League. Look for Engelberger here with their pick in the 2nd round. Let's go out to Hank Goldberg.
Wouldn't you like to be a headline writer in St. Louis in an election year? The Rams take a candidate. Trung candidate, running back from Arizona. When Mike Martz was standing with me earlier and he saw Dennis Northcutt being taken by Cleveland, he said, you know, we almost went for him. That tells you the philosophy of the Rams in a nutshell. Speed is what they're about, and speed is what they stuck to with their 1st-round pick. Now let's go to Sal Palantonio.
Here in Tampa in the offseason, the Bucs added 2 free agent Pro Bowl offensive linemen, Jeff Christie and Randall McDaniel. Stole them really from NFC Central rivals Minnesota Vikings. And Paul Groover, the offensive tackle who broke his leg last season, is trying to work his way back into the starting lineup. Still, Tony Dungy, the head coach of the Bucs, told me a few minutes ago, we still want to get some offensive line depth in the 2nd round and possibly move up to get it. Now let's go to TJ in New York.
Here in New York, the Jets have addressed both sides of the football. The first choice they made was Sean Ellis, the defensive end out of Tennessee. Then John Abraham, a supreme outside rushing linebacker. They came back with, again, the surprise of the draft at quarterback Chad Pennington and Anthony Beck with their 27th pick at the tight end. They realized this is a deep draft for wide receivers, and they're looking for a gem later on in the draft. But everyone knows they had 4 picks in the 1st round. But, Boom, did you know they had 4.5? They drafted a little guy, 5'11", 212 pounds. I want to get Mel and Joe's opinion on whether that guy can play.
Whoa. Whoa. Now, wait a minute. I want to be on that phone line when Pat Bolin picks it up the next time to call you. He already retired your number. I mean, you got some explaining to do, Tom. You just put that on national television. I mean, an honor is an honor, but explain that, please.
I don't think the rest of the outside linebackers here have anything to worry about. Let me put it that way.
What are you saying? You're no longer Tiny Tom Jackson? What do you mean?
Not quite as tiny as I used to be.
None of us are, Tom. That's a nice honor. Well, we'll keep everything clean in that locker for you.
Thanks, Bo.
The 5th first-round pick of the New York Jets, Tom Jackson. When we return, Commissioner Paul Tagliabue joins us. Early moments of the second round. Stay with us. Right?
It's hard to figure that out.
It's hard to figure a lot of things out. Paul, in a lot of ways, and I truly mean this, these are the best of times in some aspects of the NFL, and that you have the St. Louis Rams go from nowhere to Super Bowl champs, the Tennessee Titans from 8-8 and kind of limbo to AFC champions, new teams experiencing things that were forbidden and attendance records. Do you view it in that way as one of the most exciting times in the history of the league?
Well, I hope we can look at it that way and be objective. You know, sometimes when you're involved, you lose your objectivity. But we found, we look back at the 90s, 23 different teams played in conference championship games during the last decade. That's really about twice as many as during the 70s. So the riches have been spread around, the talent spread around, and that's good for the fans and good for the game.
But as you know, there's always both sides of the coin, and this is not a Buffalo question at all, but I mean, every fan can relate to this, that in one day, when the Buffalo Bills say to Bruce Smith and Andre Reed and to Thurman Thomas, in one day, guys who are warriors and contributed to one of the finest teams that we've seen of this generation, that you all have to go because of cap reasons. And players are being cut because of, well, we can't afford under the cap. I know in a lot of ways that's true, and youth doesn't last forever. But is this the right message to send to loyal fans of any team, that guys that help build your team, that at some point we got to let you all go?
Well, it's really as much a result of free agency as anything, because when you have to run the risk that you lose some young players and you have to get out in the marketplace and sign those players on a competitive basis with free agency, then you have to make choices. And unfortunately, at a certain term in a team's history, it's going to be some of the veteran players that you're going to have to make those choices on.
Well, I know that not every team can stay up forever, but you and I have talked about this. I think it's now, it takes so much effort, and that's overall, in scouting and signing, et cetera, and playing, to build up a team where not only is it a contender, but it can take a few knocks and still be a contender. I don't mean that you have to be San Francisco and for 18 years you're a contender, but it's so easy to tear it apart. Is there a way for the players in the league together to kind of, I don't want to use the word soft cap because the NBA system is a different thing, but maybe expand it in some ways at some times so that teams have an option to maybe keep more of their core together, but maybe get out of the free agent market for a year? Is this feasible?
Well, we've talked about that in the past. I think the focus now is going to be on continuity. Are there ways that you could modify this system to provide more continuity, which could be good for the game and could be good for the fans? In the past, we talked about ways of giving a team an edge if it could re-sign its own players, but maybe forfeit the right to go after free agents. That system didn't sell when we talked about it 6 or 7 years ago. It's the type of thing we might talk about again.
And so that comes at what time?
That'll come up beginning in the next 2-3 months.
You also know, I mean, your head isn't in the sand, that when stories like Ray Caruth, like Ray Lewis, the unfortunate Mark Chmura situation in Green Bay, I'm not going to read a laundry list. Our fans certainly know of those. What legitimately at this point can be done in the league? You can't have somebody tail every player all the time. You just can't do that. Civil liberties, etc. But what legitimately can be done to, well, make those sort of stories, if not go away 100%, go away a lot?
Well, I think we start from the idea that the overwhelming number of our players don't have those kinds of stories, fortunately. What we've talked about in the offseason is what can teams do to support the players. A lot of mentoring by veteran players is sometimes a real good thing. Those kinds of ideas, I think, are appealing. But ultimately, responsibility is an individual thing, and you have to understand there are consequences if you walk off the straight and narrow path. And that's what we'll be emphasizing to the players as we go forward for the next season.
When you meet in the next meeting, I guess, is in May, next month, is there some sort of don't know if you could say if you do this, you get that penalty. I don't know that anything is that simple, but it's just something the league can really look into in the next 12 months to make it pretty obvious that it means business and that it just cannot be tolerated, although in the case of murders or alleged murders, the league didn't have to say anything on that. It never tolerated it.
Well, you know, I don't think you can wave a magic wand. We've got a lot of policies in place. More important than policies are what the teams do, what the league does to support players, to help them make the transition to what they are, which is a star in the community. And what does it take to act responsibly? And we'll just keep emphasizing those things. And I think we've done a good job. But we've just got to do a better job.
As an outstanding lawyer, I probably know what the answer is going to be on this. But in particular, Ray Lewis case. If it's not finished by the time, let's say, the season starts, or even training camp, or if it's appealed, can the league do nothing, or do you make a ruling on can he play or can he not play if it's continued and doesn't have a verdict?
Well, you know, I hate to anticipate what the judicial system is going to do, so I don't want to speculate, but anyone is presumed innocent until they've had their trial. You talk about an appeal on the one hand versus a delay in the trial on the other. I think we'll take it a step at a time.
Another question, realignment. Okay, Houston's coming in a couple of years, 32 teams. I mean, is there a strong sentiment, and at what point do you tackle A, realignment, and B, you know, maybe is it four-team divisions in each conference, and therefore wild card goes away? What would you like to see, or are you that far along?
Well, what we're looking at is a formula now where everyone would play everybody else on a rotating basis. We haven't had that now. And under the current scheduling formula, I think we had John Elway play against Dan Marino about once in 15 years.
Which is bad.
So an improvement in the schedule would start with that, with a rotating where you'd play everybody. It'll be 4 divisions with 4 teams in each division in each of the 2 conferences. So there'll be a lot of changes. I think we'll preserve the great rivalries and try to create some new ones.
And what timetable on that? Well, you have a year.
Next 12 to 15 months.
That would be my guess. We're off and running in a new millennium. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. The commissioner of the National Football League, Paul Tagliabue. We will continue with coverage of the second round here in New York. We'll be back in just a moment.
Taco Bell introduces wild chalupas and wild gorditas.
Ay, caramba.
It's your favorite chalupas and gorditas covered with our hot and spicy wild sauce.
Caliente.
A chunky, zesty blend of peppers, chilies, and other good stuff that'll really crank up the heat. Just 99 cents for a limited time.
Excuse me.
And New York, Commissioner Enlightening, as always, and now we will get you caught up in the second round. You heard Sean Salisbury say that John Engelberger went to San Francisco, which gives them linebacker, corner, defensive line, bang, bang, and bang in their first 3 picks on defense. Todd Pinkston goes to Philadelphia, so they get a wide receiver who they were thinking about earlier in that position. Travis Claridge, a guard, goes to Atlanta, and Marvell Smith, tackle, goes to Pittsburgh. Mel, let's rip them through, starting with Engelberger.
John Engelberger, I'm sure, kind of resembled a little bit of Kevin Fagan to a Bill Walsh. Remember, Bill Walsh drafted Kevin Fagan out of Miami back when he built the Super Bowl champion 49ers. And Engelberger, very similar with the motor. You know, was a former walk-on tight end, built himself up to 6'4" about 265 to 270. Had been running in the 4.6s, so he has the closing speed. He'll get you the coverage sacks with his all-out hustle. I don't think he'll be a star, but very solid, very reliable performer in the Kevin Fagan mold. A guy that I think will fill a void there at defensive end. And he also played some defensive tackle at Virginia Tech. So he's a hustler. I think Bill Walsh, like I said, saw a defensive player that had an awful lot of experience on a defense that got after people with Engelberger and Corey Moore, Charlton in the secondary. And he did a heck of a job. Number 96 for Virginia Tech. A guy that was a key performer in their run to the national championship game against Florida State.
And so Philadelphia then goes with Todd Pinkston, who had 168 pounds and 6'2", Mel. Some people said he is the skinniest player that they have ever scouted, yet they like his ability.
You have to like his ability, Chris. I know he's 169, but probably in a couple of years or next year he'll be 179, 180. And he certainly doesn't play like a receiver who fears contact. He'll come across the middle. You see the size. He's 6'2", so he presents a good target. tremendous hands. He's very effortless catching the football, doesn't fight it. So the ability here after the catch. I really like Todd Picks. I think when you look at his separation, the way he works a corner with the moves and the head and shoulder fakes, gives you an awful lot in terms of the ability to come right in and contribute. You're talking about a kid that came up with 11 receptions for 163 yards against Nebraska at Lincoln. He understands deception. He's going to have a chance to contribute right away and be a key target for Donovan McNabb, as you said, Chris, on a Philadelphia Eagle team that was thinking wide receiver first or second round.
Atlanta's gone with Travis Claridge, guard from USC. His hometown is Vancouver, Washington, which is where Mount St. Helens used to be. And so maybe this is an eruption type of pick for Atlanta.
When you look at Travis Claridge, Chris, you're talking about a right guard his first 3 years in the program, moved to right tackle this past year with excellent results, assisted Chad Morton very well. Fiery kid. He gets after you. And in terms of the right tackle, I don't think it's out of the question that he can be a tackle in the NFL, even though he was going into 99 considered an outstanding pure guard prospect. Also, during the regular season, during those 4 years, very durable. Had some injuries along the way, but durable in terms of being ready for game situations.
Pittsburgh Steelers, through the free agency system the last 3-4 years, have lost some offensive linemen. Marvell Smith, tackle from Arizona State now, goes in the second round to the Steelers. And I mean, he's a guy that we thought might go late one.
Well, he comes out after his junior year, Chris, but he's a 3-year starter. And we've been talking about Chris Samuels and the natural left tackles, how valuable they are. They're against Byron Frisch. Byron Frisch from BYU could be a second-round draft choice. Did a great job neutralizing him there. Not a dominating run blocker, but very experienced in pass protection. Has some movement, so he can pull for a tackle, can get you downfield and deliver a block, assist the running back. And I think when you look at no sacks allowed up until the Aloha Bowl against Wake Forest, that was at the end of the game, gave up a couple sacks. At that point, it didn't matter. Arizona State was already going down to defeat. So when you look at Marvell Smith, the guy that is that left tackle that everybody seems to covet.
All right, we've just given you a 4-pack. Chicago, Denver, and Arizona coming up when we continue with the second round here in New York. Like MacArthur, we shall return.
Presenting the ultimate tire for your sport utility vehicle, the Michelin LTX. Michelin's technological advances in sidewall and tread design give it a smoother, quieter ride than you might ever expect from a 4x4 tire. Yet it's rugged enough, tough enough, Michelin enough to get you through anything. The LTX series from Michelin.
Americans love their high-performance Briggs & Stratton engines. That's why just about every neighborhood in America is a Briggs & Stratton neighborhood. Briggs & Stratton, the power that works for you.
After 6 weeks, how does the Dr. Scholl's Dynastep Sport insert feel?
Before I tried the inserts, I had shin splint pain. Now I don't.
It's clinically proven among athletes to provide immediate relief from lower body pain.
When I play basketball, my lower back is much, much better.
Treat yourself right at drscholls.com.
With a 180 horsepower VVTLI engine, 6-speed transmission, 16-inch alloy wheels, a cockpit-like interior, and a price dramatically less than most jet-powered vehicles. Wings have just become overrated. Introducing the next Celica.
Premier Technology Growth Fund. Discover the opportunity. The power of you, your advisor, and Dreyfus.
Lately, it's been questioned whether 3-play from ESPN.com is a form of gambling and therefore detrimental to America's youths. With me today is Atlantic City pit boss, Freddie B. Is 3-play a form of gambling? Kids, pay attention.
No.
There you have it. 3-play from ESPN.com. It's free. It's sports. Give me the briefcase. It's money.
It's a significant amount of money.
Presented by 1-800-CALL-ATT.
ESPN's presentation of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Twilight twilight time in New York, which means cue the Platters, right? It's twilight time.
It is twilight time.
I don't know if everybody in our audience remembers that song by the Platters. I vaguely do.
I don't think but two do. Mel and I.
At any rate, you know what? Mel and Joe, I've looked at what we put together, and a lot of us put together as either a mock draft or names. Just about every name, and that was more than 31 that we had listed.
Right.
Maybe we had 40, 45. Most every name is gone. We haven't had major drops yet, Mel. Who's the best available that's left?
Well, we're still only in the late 30s, and we're still, we're down to 21, 22, 26. So most of the top players have been off the board after Bullock and Pinkston were taken late first, early second round. We look at Ron Dugan, sure-handed, questions about speed. Des White, question there is about consistency. I like Cornelius Griffin because he's an outstanding tackle in the SEC, can also play in. Coleman, very similar to Travis Claridge. More of a guard, but he does have some experience at right tackle. Porter, we talked about, raw, needs some work at the pro level at wide receiver. And Prentice, not flashy, he's not a game breaker, reliable, dependable, doesn't fumble, durable, good football player. I think Travis Prentice is going to be an excellent second-round pick. J.R. Redmond, we talked about, I thought he would have been a nice pick for St. Louis if they're thinking back up to Falk. Good pass receiver, and also a great return man. He figures in this general area. Adrian Clem, a left tackle. He should be off the board soon. Deion Grant's dropping because he's not an aggressive free safety. Misses a lot of tackles. Danny Farmer, workouts hurt him, but I'll tell you what, when he was with Cade McNown, there wasn't a better receiver in college football. He averaged 20 yards per catch his junior year. Steve Warren's more of that inside nose tackle type, and we talked about Todd Wade as a right tackle.
Well, and speaking of Cade McNown and the Chicago Bears, they're on the clock now. We're going to make a pick and talk about it. We didn't have a chance before. Let's go up to see their pick.
Chicago selects Mike Brown, safety from Nebraska.
Now, I will say this, that here's a guy that, among other teams, that Buffalo was eyeing a little bit. He's a very productive safety, but we were going to talk, well, you want to go the pick first or talk Chicago first here?
I'll talk Chicago and the pick, to be honest with you.
Cade McNown to Marcus Robinson, Cuckoo Kachu, the big receiver, under the offensive tutelage of Gary Croton and the head coaching of Dick Duran. This clearly was a team on the move last year, and they're going to get better this year.
And it was. As a matter of fact, I think Chicago will win this division. I'll tell you right now.
Year?
I think the NFC Central is Chicago.
Nelly.
I'll go out on a limb right now. I think they're that good. Of course, everybody here agrees with me. I really think that they've made those kind of strides. Offensively, they lose a Curtis Conway. Bobby Ingram may not come back. I'm a little bit surprised they went defense because wide receiver, to me, would have been an area where they could have used some help. On the defensive side, they've signed a Thomas Smith. They've signed a Sean Wooden. As far as the safeties go, maybe they're looking for some depth on that side of the ball. I think Chicago has positioned itself in a very good way. What I'm curious about is, can this football team offensively continue to do the things that they did last year? You look at the way and the style of offense and the way they attacked people. Give defensive coaches an opportunity to study what they do. Are they going to be able to stop it? We thought the one back was special. We thought the run and shoot was special until defensive coaches had a chance to adjust. I'm not sure whether people are going to be able to stop the Chicago offense. And boom, you mentioned Marcus Robinson. To me, he is more than just a star. He's as much of an impact player as Randy Moss is.
Well, why did Chicago choose a safety? If you look at this division, there's no mystery that you have A, very big receivers, and B, very big-time receivers. 1,000-yard receivers in this division. Randy Moss, Robinson, who we just talked about, one of the best-kept secrets in football last year. Jermaine Crowell, another secret with Detroit. Chris Carter, of course, all he does is catch touchdowns. Keyshawn now with the Buccaneers. Johnny's Martin with Detroit. Antonio Freeman, who has had better years and will have a better year next year. Bill Schrader with the Packers. I mean, these are 1,000-yard guys. I know the numbers are different than 20 years ago, and then we have to use almost these figures like Canadian. We have to, move back a little bit in some of the numbers. But there's no question that you better have a defensive backfield full of 5 or 6 guys.
And a big question really with Mike Brown, his size, Chris, at 5'9½", 202. He doesn't have ideal size. He has the rest. I'll tell you what, he was only the 3rd player in Nebraska history to lead the Huskers in tackles 3 consecutive years. So productivity is there. He started 39 straight games. I think what you have to like is coverage ability, as you pointed out, with all those great receivers in that conference. The fact that he does have experience at left cornerback, then he moved to Rover as a sophomore. So he has proven he can cover. He's a punishing tackler, excellent ball skills, and a guy who's a pleasure to work with. great for the coaching staff and a guy that has been a leader both on and off the field with the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Everybody thinks Ralph Brown, Mike Brown, they were two outstanding players in the secondary. Not related. They're not brothers. They're not cousins, but both were integral parts of that defense. And certainly for Mike Brown, had he been and maybe an inch or two taller, you'd have been talking about a mid to late first rounder.
There was a brownout in that secondary. We'll be back with Denver, Arizona, and the New York Football Giants. We return to the second round. The pace has picked up, guys. In case you hadn't noticed, we'll be back.
Eastern. 6.5 hours ago, Penn State goes 1-2 with Courtney Brown to Cleveland, linebacker LeVar Arrington to Washington. 5 wide receivers were selected in the first round of the draft, and add Dennis Northcutt and Todd Pinkston in the second round. 7 of the first 36 picks wide receivers. And the New York Jets used their 4 first-round picks. Didn't trade any of them. Maybe the highlight, Chad Pennington, the quarterback. Jets do not pick in round 2. They will pick in round 3. Arizona's on the clock now with the 41st overall selection in this draft. Just a moment ago, Denver at number 40 selected, and they took Ian Gold, the slightly undersized from NFL standards, but very productive linebacker out of Michigan. One of the questions about Ian Gold has been how he's going to do in shedding blocks. Back down to the main set, Chris Berman.
All right, Mike, it's a colorful section of the draft with Brown and Gold being the last 2 picks. Brown to Chicago and Ian Gold going to Denver, Arizona on the clock. And you know what? You've got Mel. Our latest question. We had no trades in the first round. You expect to see some trades after none in the first round, and this is where the trades start to not make that much sense.
Well, I'll tell you, Chris and Joe, you guys made good points while we were watching the first round unfold with no trades, saying that, hey, Jimmy Johnson, not in the NFL right now. Jerry Jones picking in the second round. You look at Bobby Beathard, second round. So the deal makers did not have first-round draft choices.
Ditka out of league.
Exactly. And you look at some of the veteran players, they have not been able to be moved, like a Corey Dillon, a Pickens. So, really, the activity, I think you will see it pick up now that we do have guys that like to move around starting to come up near the clock.
You think so? You think so? But I mean, these days of using it, moving up in a second and getting rid of a first, boy, did that really bite Atlanta?
You would think, but San Diego and even going back to Washington, they made some mistakes as well by giving away future first-round picks. Atlanta did it last year for Reggie Kelly. I'm not an advocate of that. I don't think you lose value by moving into the second round, taking a player, but losing that first-round pick the next year. Last selection that we had on the board, another pick. We talked about Chicago, not necessarily filling a need, but maybe getting the best player with Mike Brown on their board. Same thing with Denver, not a need area, but Ian Gold. Talk about John Mobley, a little undersized. Ian Gold, undersized as well. Or that weak side linebacker, played tailback and fullback in high school. That's why you see Ian Gold wearing that number that you see, not a traditional linebacker number 20. Came there as a running back. Actually saw some action there early on at that position. Moved to outside linebacker with great results. Talk about striking ability and intensity. Breaks down in space to make the tackle, and also has the hands for the interception since he was a running back at the prep level. Had some outstanding performances against top teams. 12 tackles against Alabama, 12 against Penn State, 13 against Michigan State. Very productive player. And a lot of teams, I really feel, Chris, middle of the second round, were looking at Ian Gold. And I'm sure there's some disappointed clubs out there that saw the Denver Broncos, who went away from needs to take Ian Gold. I think it might have surprised some people. 2
defensive players. The first quarterback chosen in the draft, Delta O'Neal, and now Ian Gold for Denver. Arizona, who chose Thomas Jones, running back in the first round. Let's see what they do here. Gene Washington.
With the 41st overall pick, Arizona selects linebacker Raynoch Thompson from Tennessee. Giants are involved.
Well, linebacker from Tennessee, Mel, Arizona figuring they one side of the ball than the other side of the ball.
Well, we had talked about Arizona in the first round. If they didn't take Thomas Jones, would they take Brian Urlacher? Remember last year, it's surprising, they allowed Jameer Miller to move on after the free agency process had really been in a full swing after the draft. He moved on to Cleveland, which surprised everybody. So now you have to come back and make up for that because your linebacker situation isn't what you want it to be. And Raynoch Thompson, look at the size. I thought similar to Derek Brooks, linebacker down in Tampa Bay who came out of Florida State as a late first rounder. Just not as explosive, but a guy that certainly brings all the intangibles you want to a football team. I don't thought early on, when you look at his career at Tennessee, there were times where he performed like a mid to late first rounder, but the size, you're looking about 6'2.5", about 218 to 222. could have pushed him down just a bit, but a guy that certainly did make a lot of big plays at Tennessee, benefited as well from having Sean Ellis and Darwin Walker and those guys up front that could make plays, allow him to flow to the football and roam without taking on a lot of pressure.
The other situation you run into, well, is the defensive line.
Here was a team that was like, oh, my God, their defense is going to be the best we've ever seen, and a lot of things have happened.
A lot of bad things have happened, Chris, and it's real. There's a lot of unrest there. I mean, when you take a look at this defensive line, you almost have to wonder who's going to wind up being there. Andre Wadsworth will probably be there. Eric Swan has made grumblings. He's not happy. Mark Smith always seems to be unhappy. Simeon Rice has tried to shop himself around, really not happy with the offers that have been made. Doesn't feel like he's really getting the attention paid to him that he should because of what he felt like, his production. So you really have to wonder if Swan, Smith, and Rice are actually going to be there when the Cardinals decide and wind up going to camp. Wadsworth being the one that may be the one guy that comes in. Thompson certainly has a linebacker. Does he fill in as far as the defensive line goes? No, but he sure helps Dave McGinnis out on that side of the ball. Arizona did get help with the running back. Now they're on the other side of the ball defensively, and I think this is where they're going to stay for the largest part of the draft.
Last year in a contract for Vince Tobin and his staff, so they need to make something happen down there. They want a new stadium, et cetera, et cetera. New York Giants are...
With the 42nd overall pick, the Giants select defensive tackle Cornelius Griffin, University of Alabama.
Well, we just had the third Tennessee player go with Thompson, Arizona, and here's Alabama. Of course, go ahead, guys.
Mel mentioned it. You mentioned it when you had the guys that were available up. You said you really like this one.
Versatile, Joe. He played defensive tackle extremely well coming to Alabama from the JUCO level. I think he can play defensive end, and he showed up big in some key games for Alabama. You look at his tackle total this past year, 53 tackles, 12 quarterback pressures, 5.5 sacks, 8 tackles for a loss. You look at his hustling approach combined with physical and athletic ability at 6'3", 297 pounds, and the effort he displays, above average quickness, is powerful. He did 30 reps at the combine at a 31 vertical, ran a 4.87. So some of that computer numbers, when we talk about the productivity, it's there. When you factor in his physical ability, the kind of athleticism he's shown, it surprised me that he drops down this far, but the fact that he had the 2 years at Alabama, not the 4, and I think the fact that you're looking at a defensive tackle who can play defensive end, with all that versatility that for the Giants to secure a player like Cornelius Griffin, middle of round 2, early to middle of round 2, is somewhat surprising.
You know what's interesting in our group here as we speak, we have, of course, Joe sitting here, and we have Sean Salisbury working out in San Francisco. We've only had Pennington, the only quarterback go in the draft thus far, midway through the second round. And then as we go to Mark Malone and Ron Jaworski, guys, we've totally outflanked in quarterbacks on our staff, quarterbacks that we've talked about today. Are you guys feeling lonely up there?
Well, I'll tell you what, but we're not feeling too lonely. We haven't had a chance to talk about quarterbacks, certainly, but as far as the Giants pick goes with Cornelius Griffin, we like that pick. Jaws and I were commenting that we think it's the way to go because when you look at them offensively, the Giants, it's the area they struggled last year, they've really taken care of a lot of areas in free agency, and they look pretty solid there, especially with the draft pick, Ron Day.
Yeah, you're right, Mark. You look at the offseason trades where they addressed the offensive line with Dusty Ziegler, Lomas Brown. They got Glenn Parker to play the other tackle spot. Ron Dane will give them the power running that they need. You look at Pete Mitchell, the kind of the flexible guy, play the H-back, move around. You know, you got Amani Toomer. You got guys that can make big plays offensively. Now, if they can address that defense, which is, I think, the way they're going right now, but offensively, Kerry Collins now has some weapons around him.
And I think that is the key. Certainly, Kerry Collins, the quarterbacks, always in the National Football League making the difference. They've got the third down back in Tiki Barber. So the New York Giants looking pretty solid. San Diego Chargers are on the clock right now. Our coverage of the NFL draft in this millennium will continue after this.
What?
Welcome to the Foot Locker House of Hoops. Today we're going to install a fire prevention system. Hey, Alan, how's it coming?
All fire systems go, Norm.
Well, let's give it a test, shall we?
Cool.
Boy, Alan sure is hot. Just like this Nike Air Diversity Up Tempo, which you can only get at Foot Locker. Well, that's all for the House of Hoops.
The roof is on fire!
What do you want? Who do you care for? How do you want to be remembered? The power of J.P. Morgan. Wealth management online.
Baseball's ultimate road trip heads to San Fran, where high-powered hitters take aim. Luis Gonzalez and the D-backs swing with Barry Bonds and the Giants. The ultimate road trip rolls on. Diamondbacks Giants tomorrow at 8 on ESPN.
Back to New York. Now we get the chance to talk about the 7 teams that did not pick in the first round, and one is the Lightning Bolts, the San Diego Chargers, who at least for one game are going to wear those powder blue uniforms. Remember the ones we saw at those retro a few years ago? I think they should wear them for all the home games. That's just my own opinion. But the best uniforms are coming back at least once, maybe on our Sunday night game. I think we have them once.
Oh, yes, we do.
So we're going to put in a dib right now for them to do it then. By the way, a guy who will be wearing it will be Rogers Beckett, free safety Marshall, as the Chargers have just made their first pick overall. And this is pick number 43 overall here in the draft, the second round. You like him? 2 guys from Marshall, man.
And I agree with you on the Charger uniform. Is the powder blue.
They're
the best uniform in the NFL.
Close. Nothing is close.
Will they ever come back to stay?
I'm going to work on this. I'm going to work with a lightning bolt, that powder blue. There's nothing better than that.
Well, they have a classic center fielder in Rogers Beckett, Chris. You look at Deron Jenkins coming in through free agency to help out at corner. Rogers Beckett, as I said, a free safety with excellent range, even though he doesn't have the great 40 speed. I think the productivity during his career, he talked about 10 interceptions. That year, talking about recording 86 tackles. That's an awful lot for a free safety. 10 interceptions at 15 pass breakups. So, Chad Pennington on offense was a key guy. Certainly Doug Chapman in the backfield. But Rogers Beckett made a lot of big plays. Here, talking about a touchdown-saving tackle. He did that at Marshall, and he came up big. So you talk about compensating for a lack of ideal speed with the ability to really seek things out and make plays in coverage. You see it here with the hands, the diving catch there. So I look at Rogers Beckett as a guy, computer numbers say, yeah, he has the size, doesn't have the ideal speed. All he does, Chris, is make plays. As a free safety, say take a Deion Grant, who, by the way, Rogers Beckett went ahead of Deion Grant. It's because of being that aggressive, short tackler and being an all-around type center fielder.
Beckett from Apopka, Florida. Now let's pop our way up to the podium as the Packers have made their second pick.
With the 44th overall pick, Green Bay selects Chad Clifton, offensive tackle from Tennessee.
Well, I thought they might go D-line, although for value here, Mel, maybe those guys are not here. Chad Clifton, a guard more than anything else, from Tennessee. 4th volunteer to go today.
I guess what surprised you a little bit is Cozy Coleman's still there, but Chad Clifton had played tackle. Probably have to move inside to guard, but he does give you that versatility. Look at Chad Clifton and his size. 6'5", 335 pounds. Started 45 games of 48, so you like the durability. You certainly like the versatility. Watch him here at left tackle. That's why you figure, hey, maybe he could play a right tackle or move inside to guard. He has a lot of power to his game. He's that Kevin Gogan type of mentality to the team. And I think when you look at Chad Clifton, you see him there, 67, again, assisting the running game. At left tackle, pass protection was adequate. I think he will not be able to hold up at that spot at the pro level. That's why guard, and you see him here working at guard at the Senior Bowl, doing the job. So when you move from left tackle inside, you figure you already have that ability, the pressure to work the pass protection. Now it becomes easier, especially when you factor in 6'5", 335 pounds. Cozy Coleman, if you say, well, why didn't he go ahead of a guy like Chad Clifton? Clifton was the left tackle. Coleman was a pure guard. We did see some action at right tackle. So I think that ability to handle left tackle and show that, hey, you can be a right tackle, you can be a guard, and you did it in the SEC against these skilled pass rushers, probably showed Green Bay that, hey, maybe he could be a better fit than a Cozy Coleman, who I still think at this stage of round 2 is going to be a heck of a bargain. Cozy Coleman's a good football player.
You know, the Packers are an interesting team because, I mean, here's with Brett Favre, you still have arguably the best quarterback in football. You still have now a healthy Dorsey Levens, but a year after hiring Ray Rhodes to succeed Mike Holmgren, and for whatever reason, no comment on Ray, etc., who's now the defensive coordinator of the Skins, but it didn't work. And Ron Wolf was gutsy enough to say that after 1 year, you know what, we're going to make a change. Right. And now it's Mike Sherman who coached under Mike Holmgren. But you have Brett Favre, you have Levens, you have Freeman. Is this a team that is clearly going backwards, or was it, Joe, in your opinion, a one-year aberration? They move back up to challenge for the division in the Central.
I don't think this is a team that is going backwards. I think they position themselves to be able to compete what Ron did last year. He went out and got 3 defensive backs. Remember, he took 3 defensive backs, 1, 2, 3 last year. They were all young last year. He knows he needs them to compete with the wide receivers in this division. I think when you look at Brett Favre, Brett took too much responsibility on his shoulders last year. He felt like he had to carry this football team in the transition when Mike Holmgren left and Ray Rhodes took over. I don't think he realizes how much of a burden he put on himself and how difficult it was to be able to try and fill that role. I think Brett Favre will go back and play the role of quarterback now instead of trying to be the role of quarterback/coach. He'll go out and do the things, have some fun. The addition of a tight end makes a world of difference for them in that offense, and I think that Green Bay will contend again. Last year was an apparition.
Well, and if you look that there may be more, Tampa looks improved, Minnesota maybe not improved, Chicago improved, but Detroit maybe, Chicago, yeah, Detroit, no.
Minnesota coming back?
Yeah, so Green Bay is interesting to see where they go next year. They do need help on the defensive line, and Ron Wolf and Ken Herrock and Mike Sherman don't need me to tell them that, because Gilbert Brown almost ate his way out of a job. You know, Dotson didn't have a great year. There's some help they need on the D-line, which I'm sure they will address. Let's go up to Mike and Mortimer. Fellas.
Okay, Chris, thank you. Denver's on the clock. San Diego picking right before Green Bay. And the San Diego conversation, first of the day, because it was their first selection of the day. Bobby Beathard has traded first-round picks in the past, and this year the 2000 draft included in that list. What is the future of Bobby Beathard in San Diego? Will he be around there for a long time?
Well, maybe there's a clue that he won't be around for a long time. Bobby Beathard is not going to trade next year's #1 to jump up in the second round as he traditionally has done it. And I believe, and league sources, very credible league sources, have told me this is going to be Bobby Beathard's last draft, that he will, in fact, retire after this draft. Now, I spoke to Beathard this week, and he says that's not necessarily true, but he did indicate that he's at least contemplating it. He said he'll go through this draft, he'll go through a mini camp in a couple of weeks, and then he may sit down with Dean Spanos, the team president, and come to that decision. But right now, he said he hasn't made that decision. Other people say he has. This is be it for Bobby Beathard.
What's going on with Ryan Leaf?
Well, Ryan Leaf is, at this point, if the Chargers could release Ryan Leaf without having a salary cap hit, I think they would do it. Ryan Leaf has shown up 3 times all offseason after telling Mike Riley he'd be there diligently. Of course, he's had the shoulder problem. He's had it examined. But Ryan Leaf right now is just a disaster that continues to unfold. And certainly it's a legacy that belongs to Bobby Beathard, although people will remember it was not something that he traditionally has done. Remember, he found his Super Bowl quarterbacks in Joe Theismann and guys like Mark Rippon and Doug Williams, Stan Humphries, guys who were not first-round picks. At that time, this franchise was screaming for a Ryan Leaf. This does not look good. I think Moses Marino, believe it or not, with Jim Harbaugh, Moses Marino could end up being their quarterback if it goes like this.
Very talented quarterback who plays college ball at Colorado State. Their pick was Rogers Beckett, a kid who was the student body vice president at Marshall and has a master's in public administration. He's now part of the Chargers. Some of the stories on draft day 2000.
Who's your friend, Mark?
He's a venture capitalist.
Oh, you still trying to trademark the .com?
Okay, if I can get just a little investment from you, this is a go. I'll take that as a yes. Mom, I gotta send an email here. I need an upgrade.
You need a data port.
Yes.
What's this look like, sweetie? A Holiday Inn?
Data ports, meeting rooms, business services. Holiday Inn gives you more, and more is better.
I wouldn't.
What?
I just wouldn't.
On what?
Wouldn't do what you're doing.
I'm buying a patio set. What's wrong with buying a patio set?
There are people in there, my friend. People you don't know. Some good, some not so good. You want to give them your charge card?
I'm not worried.
You're not worried?
I've got people in there, too.
understand the present, investigate the past. At New York Life, you'll find values, financial strength in our products, humanity and integrity in all we do. Values that have served us through war, depression, and times of prosperity. That we don't see these values changing, ever, is why New York Life is the company you keep.
This weekend, Enterprise Rent-A-Car announces special low rates from just $9.99 a day. Friday till Monday from just $9.99 a day. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
1-800-RENT-A-CAR. We welcome you back to the theater at Madison Square Garden. Our coverage moves over to ESPN2 at the top of the hour because it's hockey night in Canada. Ottawa-Toronto, Game 2 of their Stanley Cup Playoff Series comes your way next, right here on ESPN. As our draft coverage continues, our Tenactin video conference call brings in the head coach of the San Diego Chargers. That's Mike Riley, who improved the team up to 8-8, a .500 record last year. Mike, as you set along the draft course with no first-round pick, was there any conversation at all about trading to move into the first round today?
You know, Mike, we talked about that a little bit, but really we had in mind a group of guys, and we ended up getting one of them in Rogers Beckett, so we feel pretty good about waiting and doing what we did.
If you take the 4 units versus the pass and versus the run, offense and defense, would you agree with the assessment that your pass defense was the weakest of the 4, thus addressing that need here with the pick out of Marshall, the safety Beckett?
You know, I think that we needed to strengthen that area. We had a lot of injuries in the secondary last year. There's a lot of football to be played by the safeties in our system. So Rogers now gives us a versatile guy that can play free safety, strong safety, play in the nickel scheme somewhere, and be a big part of special teams. So I think we've strengthened our team in a lot of areas.
Nice to have a safety who's not afraid to go across the middle as well. Let's get back to the issue that a lot of people are talking about with this team, and it's a guy who's never been on the field for you, in Ryan Leaf. Understanding the medical situation and everything else, is it a distraction that becomes the topic of conversation most often brought up nationally about the Chargers, is what's going on with Ryan Leaf?
You know, I think it is a topic that goes, you know, basically around the country, around the league. But I think within our own deal here, within the confines of our place, our team pretty much concentrates on the work at hand. And I believe that any of that is really not a distraction. We're looking forward to getting Ryan back in here and getting some more rehab going and finding out when he can throw again.
Good perspective. Mike, back to the War Room. We'll speak to you and the Chargers throughout the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Riley, who 4-1 start and 4-1 finish, bookended a very good turnaround season for San Diego that quietly went unnoticed because of the off-the-field stuff. In any case, as our draft coverage continues from New York and around the league, I believe, as we go check in with all of our reporters who are covering the National Football League draft. As we get set to move over to ESPN2, we start where the draft began, in Cleveland. And here's Susie.
Mike, the future of the Browns met the Cleveland media for the first time. Penn State defensive end Courtney Brown, picked #1 overall, typically soft-spoken, said he's getting better at answering all the questions. With the 32nd pick, they went wide receiver, Arizona's Dennis Northcutt. With 12 more picks to go, the question is, will they try to package and move up? Now let's go to Ed Werder.
Well, after the Redskins took LeVar Arrington 2nd overall and Chris Samuels 3rd overall, Vinny Serrato was asked what he's going to do with the rest of the draft, and he said, I thought the draft was over for us. North Turner gently corrected him, saying, no, Vinny, now you really have to work. Their next pick, 2nd pick of the 3rd round, the last of the Ricky Williams picks from a year ago. They're looking to trade down back further in the 3rd round. Let's go to Solomon Wilcots.
All is quiet here in Baltimore, where the Ravens' 2 first-round picks, well, it occurred more than 4 hours ago. They can't wait to get Jamal Lewis and Travis Taylor onto the practice field. But first, the Ravens are looking to add some depth on defense before the day is done. Now let's go to Tom Jackson.
Quiet as well here at Weave Eubank Hall with the Jets. Has certainly had a lot of volume with the 4 picks in the first round. And certainly everybody thinking wide receiver, as they won't make a pick into the 3rd round. But don't be surprised if the Jets continue to fortify their defensive line and look to replace Keyshawn Johnson elsewhere after this draft is over. Now let's go to Sean Salisbury.
Here in Santa Clara, the 49ers wanted to address their defensive needs. They've done just that with their first 3 picks: Julian Peterson, linebacker; Ahmed Plummer, corner; and John Engelberger, defensive end. General Manager Bill Walsh told me they wanted to find 4 starters in this year's draft on defense. They think they've done just that. Let's go out to Hank Goldberg.
The Rams, with the 31st pick in the first round, took strong candidate, a running back from Arizona. Coach Mike Marks returned to Arizona, where he coached in the 80s quarterbacks and wide receivers, to personally time him, and he clocked him at 4.25 in the 40 on grass. He said he was the fastest person he's ever seen. That fastest person he had ever seen was napping when he got the call from the Rams telling him that he was going to be their first pick. Now the Rams will look to defense. Let's go to Sal Palantonio.
Well, without a pick in the first round, head coach Tony Dungy has kind of passed the time by helping his daughter with her high school English paper. But now the Bucs war room is beginning to heat up as they get ready to pick at number 57. They're still trying to move up, but Mort, when I talked to GM Rich McKay, he said he doesn't want to mortgage future picks to do it. Back to you in New York.
Well, Sal, the New England Patriots didn't have a first-round pick because they sent their first-round pick to the Jets as part of compensation for Bill Belichick becoming their new head coach and basically their general manager in New England. That's good news for Drew Bledsoe on 2 fronts. One is they just picked an offensive tackle, Adrian Clem of Hawaii, to help protect Drew Bledsoe. Got hit way too much last season. And number 2, Bill Belichick no longer will defend Drew Bledsoe. Seemed like, Mike, every time Bledsoe had to go up against the Jets and Belichick solved that problem that Bledsoe creates, and Bledsoe always went into a tailspin. Won't happen now.
It was part of the tuna hangover. It was talked in terms of Parcells. In fact, it was the Belichick defense and some help, as you said, the most recent pick. The guys are going to update you on the recent picks. Who's the best available out there? Oakland, San Francisco, then Dallas. In order, ready to pick as our draft coverage continues. We're just getting started. We're moving into prime time.
No.
Freeze.
Cute. And you are?
I'm the man of your dreams.
Well, that's highly unlikely.
What if I said I could help you make that collect call cheap and easy? Just use 1-800-COLLECT. It's cheap, it's easy. The cheap part is you save a buck or two. The easy part is
1-800-COLLECT, as in collect calls. Now that's easy to remember.
Go ahead, heartbreaker. Dial like a man. Did I mention I'm cheap and easy too?
No. Your history.
1-800-COLLECT. Save a buck or two.
There's always a combination of taking your knowledge and applying it. For example, I know who the shooter is. I know what he does, what he thinks, under stress, how he'll act, what's his favorite thing to do, what's his least favorite thing to do. And I got most of my rebounds before he took the shot.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. Call your advisor or Invesco. You should know what Invesco knows.
Good morning.
Be careful with it. What is going on? There you go. There it is, guys. That's great. Hold on a sec. What are you doing? Okay.
Clifton to Green Bay. Kenoy Kennedy goes to Denver. The frequent flyer pick goes to New England. They take Adrian Clem, who's going to fly from Honolulu to Boston to play with the Patriots. And then Jerry Porter, wide receiver, West Virginia to Oakland, to pick the kicker in the first round, Mel. So they get a receiver here in the second round, and that's a smart move by their Raiders.
Well, yeah, I mean, this was Jerry Porter considered to be a mid to late first rounder at one point in time. He drops to the second because he's still raw. He needs some work. He was a free safety quarterback. But for the Raiders, who need a wide receiver and an outside linebacker, after taking Sebastian Janikowski, you fill that void. You get a big receiver with speed, 44-inch vertical jump. Makes sense. Clem for New England really fills a need area at left tackle.
I think every team in the first round so far that have taken picks, what they've done is they have really filled needs. When you look at these football teams, you're going to say to yourself, who's the one that really made a mistake? I got to tell you, there isn't anybody so far, in our opinion, that has really made a mistake. Everybody's gotten pretty much what they wanted and pretty much what they needed.
Well, I'll tell you what. This is halfway through the second round. If you're going to stay on ESPN, the original, Hockey A on ESPN. Question number one. You've got Chris. Where were you? It was pretty exciting. But now we take you through the rest of the second round and the third round as we just completed before they went over to hockey on ESPN, the original. A first round that was devoid of trades for the first time during the round itself since 1983. First round that took over 5.5 hours to go through the 31 picks, but yet it was a first round that, by and large, we were parring, birding holes, Joe, right down the fairway and making some chips and hitting some putts. You agree? Do you agree, Mel?
It was a predictable first round, Chris. When you look back, no trades. What a shocker. But we talked about some of the teams in the second round that are usually deal makers weren't able to. And a lot of the moves that were made earlier. We had, the Jets making the move, the 49ers making moves. So prior to the draft, but normally on draft day, you have position changes. We didn't have that. So it really went according to the way we had thought about yesterday.
Well, once teams got to where they wanted to, once Baltimore made the deal with Denver to get where they wanted at 5 and 10, once the Jets had the 4 picks, they identified 4 areas of need, as Tommy mentioned. 3 areas for starters, 1 area in a particular way that they wanted to work with somebody. So they really wound up with everybody they wanted. Even though they had the 4 picks, they were, in my mind, the most likely choice to trade or make a deal to move up. They didn't see fit. Bill Parcells, keeping every pick, found players he needed. So there was some potential for trade, but it had been done earlier in the week. Then everybody went after the players to fill their voids.
Everybody was burning up the phone lines, but in the end, everybody played a pat hand and a pretty good hand. So now, what is the hand that's being dealt, Mel? Let's see. We said about 15, 20 picks ago that, there really hadn't been a lot that had fallen through the cracks. We are now at the 49th overall selection. San Francisco Jets selected Jason Webster, DB, Texas A&M. But now there's some value in that wide receiver, huh?
There really is. Remember we talked about the Jets at the end of the first round taking Anthony Beck, saying, hey, you have to get that tight end. You may be able to get a receiver middle of round 3. Look at Dugans, Des White still on the board. Not to mention Danny Farmer, Lavernius Coles, Darrell Jackson, Trevor Gaylor. So there's receivers that are sliding through that may help out the New York Jets in the middle of round 3. I really like Barrett Green, a versatile linebacker, very productive. Michael Thompson, left tackle out of Tennessee State. You look at Steve Warren, a guy that was a defensive tackle at Nebraska, really stepped up his play as a senior. So some really quality football players still on the board. Remember, we're only in the middle of round 2, so a lot of quality players still on the board, a lot of opportunities to fill needs. Some reaches. I think Jason Webster to San Francisco 49ers, middle of the second round, slight reach. I think you look at Jason Webster, I thought maybe 4th or 5th round, but you stretch it a little bit for a cover corner. That's what Jason Webster will hope to be at the pro level. Got to go out there, you look at the 7 interceptions.
A lot of tackles, right, Mel, from the corner position.
And at Texas A&M, you're forced to come up and support the run. And look at his size, not tremendously big, but an instinctive corner, pretty good at the All-Star games, made some plays in the secondary. So for the 49ers, looking for certainly help in the deep patrol, certainly the big plays that Webster came through with at Texas A&M forced Bill Walsh to step up. I just thought it was a round or 2 early, especially when you look at some of the other quality performers at other positions still on the board. You see him here playing left corner, gives cushion, but then closes and makes the play in coverage here. And I tell you, a guy that has ability, Chris, to be maybe a nickel back right away. I just see some awful good football players at other positions still on the board. The 49ers, we knew going in, defense, defense, defense.
And you know what's great is that they have really exercised restraint. I'm not saying that the defensive players weren't better than the offensive players who would have been there at that point. But they say, look, we got 11 picks, barring any trades. 9 of them, at least 8, if not 9, are going to be defense. And so 2 DBs, a defensive end, and a linebacker with their 2 firsts and their 2 seconds. Of course, they have some questions they are about to address. Those being, in no particular order, Steve Young, who was on an extended honeymoon to Bali and Hong Kong and places of the Pacific that we have never heard of. And by the way, you should go there on a honeymoon. All these places that you can't be found. Sooner or later, Steve and the Niners are going to have to decide, does he come back to play football? I deep down personally think that he wants to play football, but he's going to have to evaluate, do the Niners have a chance to have a pretty good offense and a defense that can stop somebody? Could they be about 8-8 or 9-7? Would he have fun? And obviously, is he medically cleared, which he seems to indicate won't be a problem, but that's not addressed yet. What do they do with a guy named Jerry Rice? Do they keep him, redo a deal? And the other question is, Garrison Hurst. Nobody works harder at rehab than Garrison Hurst. But unfortunately, his rehab did not go the way that Bryant Young's did. They hope to have a great Garrison Hurst during the season, but they don't know yet, although Charlie Garner is there. So those are the names that are left. What about the names that we know? Will they be there for San Francisco when they go to training camp in July? These are things they will address very quickly after the draft. They're addressing the defense right now. Let's go up to Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit. And guys, some of the players the Niners have picked on defense. Your thoughts?
Well, Chris, watching this from a kind of a college football perspective is always interesting to see the juniors who are not taken, guys who come out early, pass up their senior year. Perhaps they're told by agents or other folks around them that they're first-round picks. Here we are now, the middle of round 2, and there are some juniors still sitting out there. You saw on Mel's value board guys like Cozy Coleman and Deion Grant. This has not been as much of an underclassman-dominated draft, Kirk, as some recent years. These are the juniors that were taken, but unlike recent years, there's kind of a trend toward guys staying in school and sticking around for their senior year. Not as many juniors taken at the top of the draft as you often see.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with, as you mentioned, a lot of the some of the better juniors stayed in school. If you look at some of the players that are still out there, you look at a guy like Deion Grant. Here's a guy that a lot of people felt would be a late first round, maybe into the second round. Outstanding athlete, very good closing speed as a safety. Some people even talked about the combination of trying to play the cornerback, but you're right. The advice these guys get, sometimes I don't know if they're getting the best advice. Obviously, we've mentioned a few already that are slipping down the board.
Well, a total of 4 Tennessee juniors coming out early. It works out well for Ellis and Lewis taken in the first round, but Cozy Coleman as well as Deion Grant not yet taken. Sharon Stith of Virginia Tech, Ike Charlton, his teammate with the Hokies, still out there. Charlton, a guy who was really, he thought, making a contract drive late in the season, getting noticed by scouts. He's still available as DBs are taken ahead of him.
Well, and Ike Charlton is a guy that can play great man-to-man coverage. You look for that, and the ability to play bump. Niall Diggs, a linebacker, many people felt he had outstanding athletic ability, could cover people out of the backfield. I guess they looked at his hips, maybe a little bit tight there, but he's another one that's sliding down the board. So at this point, you got to believe that the juniors are sitting there questioning their decision.
Kwame Cavill, the receiver out of Texas as well. Ben Kelly, the corner out of Colorado. Guys perhaps not expected to go this high, but guys who might also have to sit around and wait for a while and perhaps ponder the decision to pass up the final year of school. We'll continue on our ESPN2 draft coverage. Back to New York after this.
Really ruled the NFC for quite a long run in the 90s. The Dallas Cowboys and San Francisco 49ers. San Francisco's made 4 picks before the Dallas Cowboys have made their first pick. They are now on the clock. Dallas, of course, no first-round pick because they acquired Joey Galloway from the Seattle Seahawks during the offseason. The pick is coming in. Is it coming in? And then we're going to go out to San Francisco in a moment. But these are 2 teams whose battles in the NFC Championship games years after year after year that were legendary. And we will look back at these 2 teams, the 3-time champs of the 90s, the Cowboys, and the one San Francisco team in 94 that interrupted their run. Those were legendary battles. There are different boats today. Let's check out Dallas's boat.
With the 49th overall pick and their first selection of the day, Dallas selects defensive back Dwayne Goodrich from Tennessee. Detroit is on the clock.
Dwayne Goodrich, defensive back, Tennessee. I mean, in the background of all this, looks like they're going to lose Deion Sanders. Michael Irvin going to be gone. I mean, this is the face of this team will be changed for a long, long time. Of course, with the Dallas Cowboys, the team he played with the year before, 94, won the Super Bowl, the Niners. The numbers, though, don't even speak to what Deion has meant to the ball club. But we may have seen the last of Deion in Dallas, which is why, Mel, defensive back is picked by the Cowboys here in the second round.
Actually, Dwayne Goodrich, when we talked last year on draft, I always look ahead to next year. He was considered one of the elite prospects, had a heck of a junior year, had a big interception against Florida State in the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl, came into a senior campaign with a high grade, but I thought slipped back some. You look at his size, 5'11", 195, showed pretty good recovery speed during his junior campaign. This past year, though, I didn't think it was as decisive in coverage, tended to lay back some rather than consistently really exploding and breaking on the ball. And I didn't think took his game to the next level. You look at Dwayne Goodrich early on, they had a lot of big plays, had some kickoff return experience, see pretty good ball skills there. But into the Dallas Cowboys, who are certainly, Joe, going to look for Dwayne Goodrich to be a major contributor in that secondary. If he plays like he did in 99, that won't be the case. If he plays like he did in 97 and 98, they could have themselves a decent football player here.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys did sign Ryan McNeil. When Dallas Cowboys signs Ryan McNeil, that fills a little bit of a void. You're never going to replace a Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders, in his abilities alone, would take half the football field. He made it a little bit more difficult for Dave Campo when he wasn't there. They tried to scheme without him there. It didn't really matter. He can do so much for you. He can take one guy out of the game completely for you. Now Dave Campo is the head coach. They bring in Jack Riley. On the defensive side, corner is definitely a need. Offensively is where they really have to make some hay. Troy Aikman was not happy with what he's had before under Chan Gailey. Under Jack Riley, who's a lot like Ernie Zampese and Norv Turner, he'll be a much more happy quarterback, and I think we'll have a much more productive offense.
What about Dave Campo, as new head coach of Dallas? He and Mike Sherman went to Central Connecticut, so two coaches from the Blue Devils of Central Connecticut who made the NCAA tournament, who almost upset Iowa State. Speaking of college basketball and coaching, we now go to the second most successful coach from the peninsula in Michigan, Steve Mariucci, who's with our Sean Salisbury. Of course, his great friend Tom Izzo won it all with Michigan State in college hoops, Sean.
Michigan State didn't win it all and get a national championship. We are here with Coach Mariucci. Steve, draft Jason Webster with your fourth defensive player now in the first two rounds. Kind of a little guy at 5'9", but plays big. You guys compare him to Aaron Glenn.
Well, he's a good tackler, and he's a tough guy. He's been starting at A&M now for 3 years, and we needed to address our defensive needs, and he's the second quarterback taken for us now, as you know. Ahmed Plummer from Ohio State, the other corner. And what we felt was going into this draft that if we can improve our defense, particularly Sean on the edges, with the buck linebacker position, Lee Woodall leaving us, and now Julian Peterson to take that spot, John Engelberg off the end as a pass rusher, and, of course, the two corners now. We've considerably improved our defense.
Now, with these four defensive guys, you address a need. How quickly do you expect these guys to play and contribute?
Well, we expect them to come in and compete for a starting job. Now, if they earn it and they're the best guys, then of course they'll start. We don't give any starting jobs out to anybody, but we have a few numbers and few bodies over on defense at this point, so we need to fill some holes, and there's going to be some open competition. So I expect some rookies to be starting.
Mooch, congratulations. Good luck. We'll talk to you later on. Let's head out to Tampa Bay, where Tony Dungy's with our Sal Palantonio.
Thanks a lot, Sean. And no organization in the NFL, perhaps, has built through the draft more than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But this year, Tony, you decided to invest 2 first-round picks in Keyshawn Johnson. Why did you do that?
We did. We just thought we had a chance to get a unique player. We looked at what we could possibly get at 13 and 27, and we just felt the positions we needed weren't quite as strong as Keyshawn Johnson, and we're happy to have him.
On offense, you guys played demolition derby. Now you got this sleek new sports car, and he likes the ball. He wants the ball. How are you going